Good evening and welcome to the December 19th meeting of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. Please rise for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes, and if there's no corrections, we will have those stand as written. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order, and the agenda stands as written. Item 2.05 is recognitions, and we have no board recognitions tonight. Item 2.06 is school and community highlights. Ms. Shaw?
Well, as always, I've been volunteering a lot in my daughter's school, and I accompanied the second grade class at Folger Mackenzie to the National Aquarium, which was lovely. I love that place, and the kids had a wonderful time. And I attended the inaugural concert of the ASA. I don't want to get it wrong, but it's a youth symphony that has been started. The concert was beautiful. It was at Temple Beth Shalom, where they incidentally also use as a practice space, and some very, very talented young musicians out there. It was incredible.
Ms. Antoine.
Good evening. I would like to have my very first highlight go, of course, to Meade High School. Last week and the following weeks there have been winter concerts across the county, but this one was totally moving. The dance company of Meade High, they did an incredible job, a lot of colors and array, and the techniques that were utilized. A person with no experience in the arts like me enjoyed it thoroughly, so I thank you guys for that. I want to give a highlight to Chesapeake Science Point as well. Check them out. They are setting the bar, and the gauntlet is thrown for academic achievement. So there you go, Chesapeake Science Point. Finally, safety and security is our #1 issue. And without it, we don't learn effectively. Jessup Elementary, I think last week or so, experienced a total lockdown at their school, and I would like to commend Miss Anita Dempsey and the entire Jessup Elementary on how they handled their lockdown. Great job. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Ms. Urea.
So last Friday, I actually had my first student member of the Board Advisory Council. So I talked to students from across the county, representatives, about how to continue building positive community relationships. And it was amazing. The ideas that they bounced across, just seeing the brilliance in students across the county was amazing, honestly. And then as CRASC representatives we'll talk about tonight, we had our first mental health assembly. And it was different from our usual ones, but attending it was amazing. And then it was at Arundel High School, so I also got to see the community citizenship class again with Ms. Davenport and become an honorary Arundel student. So it was pretty great. Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
So last Thursday, I had an opportunity to visit South River High School and attend their winter concert, and I just want to give a nice shout out to their music teacher, Mr. Jerry Kavanaugh, for a spectacular evening.
And I had the pleasure of hearing a couple of winter concerts as well. I went to Monarch Global's band and concert last week, and then yesterday here at the board, I happened to look out and catch the Linthicum Chorus as they performed their winter things in the cafeteria for all the staff. So that was great to see. And last week as well, I attended the Special Education Citizens Advisory Group. It's always great to hear from our advocates and hear about the issues that are facing the school system and our parents when it comes to special education. So I enjoyed being a part of that as well. And next, superintendent's update. Dr. Arlotto.
I'm going to save my minutes for, going to give a little presentation in a couple of minutes, so I'm going to save my time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 2.08 is the CRASC report.
Good evening, President Hummer, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Savannah Quick. I attend Northeast High School, and I'm Secretary of Education for CRASC. On December 12th, CRASC hosted a Wellness and School Safety Summit at Arundel High School. The event was offered to high school students and featured a number of events, such as yoga and self-affirmations, self-care, mindfulness, positive psychology, and Stop the Bleed training. Students were able to select sessions based on their interests. We would like to thank Maureen Roy, Regina Moreno, and Stephanie Hackley from the Anne Arundel County Department of Health, Kristen Bowser, Jennifer Sweeney, Mary Kay Connerton, Ryan Vogelin, Sherry Bilheimer, Susan Stawas, and our student leaders for their passion for student wellness and school safety. They were instrumental in helping this event be successful. We would also like to thank Sherry and Larry Lykin for sharing their story and helping spread awareness of mental health issues. Another highlight of the day was a panel discussion about school safety. CRASC would like to thank Doyle Batten, Supervisor of School Security for Anne Arundel County Public Schools, Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer for Anne Arundel County Public Schools, Senator Edward Riley from Maryland District 33, and Tim Wengert, School Resource Officer at Arundel High School, for their participation in the discussion. Attendees developed questions for the panel, and the feedback we have received was that it was very informative. We are currently preparing for our next GA, which will be the next segment of our middle school leadership series. It will be held at Brooklyn Park Middle School on January 10th. Our goal is to develop leadership capacity of our middle school students by working on communication skills, conflict resolution, organization, and much more. In addition, the revisions to our Constitution are almost complete. Finally, we would like to welcome all of the new board members and thank you for representing the 83,608 of us. Please remember that your choices impact the entire county and not simply one district of our county. As you make decisions for Anne Arundel County Public Schools, I hope you keep the interests of all of us in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. So, before we move on to Dr. Arlotto's presentation of the 2020 recommended 2020 operating capital budgets, I do want to recognize some special guests that we have here tonight to hear his presentation. County Executive Stuart Pittman, County Council Chairman Andrew Pruski, Council Vice Chairman Allison Pickard, Councilman Nathan Volke, Councilman Amanda Fiedler, Councilman Lisa Rodvian, Matthew Pipkin, the legislative aide to Councilwoman Jessica Hare, and Delegate Mike Rogers. And now Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, President Hummer, Vice President Gilliland, members of the board, County Executive Pittman, members of the County Council, members of our delegation, and residents of Anne Arundel County. Thank you once again for the opportunity to stand before you and present both the state of our school system and the path that I believe is best for us to follow in the coming year in order to enhance the educational experiences for our 83,000 students that we serve and the 15,000 permanent, part-time, and temporary employees that make up our Anne Arundel County Public Schools family. When I stood before you 4 years ago and delivered my first budget address as superintendent, I spoke of our need to forge pathways of access, equity, and excellence for all of our students. I spoke about the ways in which our students were engaged and challenged, and the inquisitiveness we seek to instill in them each day. I also spoke about the backbone of that work, the incredible people that I am privileged to work with and work alongside in our school system. As I've said many times before, they are truly the heroes of our singular mission to elevate all students and eliminate all gaps. They are the heart and soul behind the three simple words that guide our efforts: all means all. And I continue to be inspired by them every day. I stand here tonight extremely proud of the work we've done together. We have indeed continued to forge those new pathways of access and equity for all students. The Enhancing Elementary Excellence, or EEE program we launched in 2014 allows students to explore areas like STEM and society, arts and humanities, global studies, and world cultures and language in ways that are designed to spark creativity and excitement. EEE is presently in place in 6 of our 12 clusters, providing more than 18,000 students in 43 schools with access to these experiences as part of their instructional program. An added and often overlooked benefit of this program is that its scheduling continues to afford elementary school teachers with precious additional collaborative planning time that further advances their instructional capabilities. We also continue to enhance and implement our new elementary curriculum to infuse more project and problem-based learning and active engagement into instruction. The goal is for our students to spend less time in so-called sit and get instruction and more time in hands-on exploration of subject matter. The new curriculum has been implemented in pre-kindergarten through 5th grades, and we are now augmenting the 4th and 5th grade curriculum to provide even more critical reasoning opportunities, student-centered learning choices, movement, and real-world experiences. Our work together over the last 4 years has also allowed us to expand the number of elementary schools offering the International Baccalaureate Primary Years program to 13. This program lays the foundation for students who may wish to continue with the IB program in middle and high school. Even if students do not pursue that path, their exposure to the global-oriented mindset of IB helps them become more well-rounded and civic-minded citizens. We also have completed the rollout of our middle school STEM magnet programs, now in place at Central and Lindale Middle Schools, as well as Old Mill Middle School South. At the high school level, we have fully implemented our Performing and Visual Arts program in Annapolis and Broadneck High Schools and the Biomedical and Allied Health program at Glen Burnie High School. Including our 2 highly acclaimed centers of applied technology, our school system now has 8 differentiated magnet programs in place at 18 schools. Our avenues of school choice for students and their families are not limited to those, however. They also now include 4 charter and contract schools, Monarch Academy campuses in Annapolis, Glen Burnie, and Laurel, as well as Chesapeake Science Point in Hanover. Through these avenues and others, we have created more opportunities and experiences for students than ever before. Proof of this can be seen in the first ever student-run business undertaken by our school system, the Cafe at Maryland Hall for the Creative Arts. Using a formerly vacant space in the building adjacent to Bates Middle School, students at the Center of Applied Technology South are responsible, under the careful supervision of Chef Pam Klink and others, for everything from food preparation to the business side of the operation. The cafe which also features an art gallery and performance venue, not only provides students with incomparable hands-on experience in all aspects of a commercial operation, but it gives Maryland Hall patrons a place to relax before, after, or in between classes or performances. This is a true community partnership that benefits our school system, our students, and Maryland Hall. We are incredibly fortunate that our partnerships extend to many businesses and agencies throughout our county who offer internships to our students. In the last school year, thousands of our high school students were involved in internships that provided invaluable experiences and, in many cases, have helped launch careers. At Johns Hopkins Healthcare, for example, AACPS student interns in everything from community relations and customer service to information systems, property management, program development, and finance. At the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center last year, 2 students worked closely with Pepper, a social robot. The students enhanced their computer programming skills by expanding Pepper's motor functions, speech recognition, and even table functionality to make the robot more interactive and valuable to those who interact with it. These internships, and hundreds of others like them, allow our students to gain experience they may otherwise never get and provide organizations and companies with a chance to shape and mold future employees. Our partnerships also extend to those who spend time mentoring our students, whether one-on-one or in groups. Take, for example, Dr. Murray Corman, a physics professor at the United States Naval Academy, who has designed a 1-year mentorship program for high school juniors that provides them with a wide array of experiences from research and data collection to graphic design and service learning. Or take those who are involved in the senior corps we established several years ago. Seizing on the opportunities offered by intergenerational learning, this initiative allows senior citizens and high school seniors to mentor elementary school students within the school setting. Mentors help students in areas such as guided literacy, structured play, and social navigation as a part of a partnership that helps create a multi-generational community in which everyone benefits. Those are just 2 examples of the more than 17,000 volunteers who generously donated more than 450,000 hours to our schools last year. That time helps us establish and build upon relationships, the cornerstone of our strategic plan approved by the board last February. If we are to successfully implement the rigor and achieve the readiness we all strive for, we must do it first by building relationships. The cumulative effect of our curricular work, the impact of our incredible employees, and the investment in partnerships from local businesses, government agencies, and community organizations have paid incredible dividends. They can be seen in the tangible examples, both large and small, and in the many laudable projects undertaken because these valuable partnerships have opened doors for our students to make a difference. At Southern High School, members of the football team recently helped in a cleanup project at nearby Union United Methodist Church. As Pastor Randy Truesdale told the Capitol, the church was definitely in need of a facelift. Southern's players responded the morning after a game, in fact. Asked about the effort, one player put it this way: "We felt more like a team." This was more than just football. This impacted the community. Miles away at Chesapeake High School, members of the school's regional championship football team had a chance to directly thank those who impacted them. Prior to the regional final, each player selected an adult in the school building who has had a positive impact on them. The day before the big game, those adults donned their player's jersey in a display of pride and partnership. At the Phoenix Academy in Annapolis, the cause is more personal. Stirred to action by the shooting death of a classmate, the students have formed Hood to Good, a movement designed to give children a more powerful voice, proactively engender more adult support, and reach out to help build bridges. The dividends of our investments can also be seen in the achievements of our students. Members of the class of 2018 earned a record $200.7 million in scholarship offers, an increase of more than $44 million from the year before. 10 high schools topped the $10 million mark, among them Meade High School, which saw its offers triple from the previous year. Since 2014, the amount of scholarship offers earned by graduating seniors in our county has risen by 47%. Last year at our Centers of Applied Technology, 841 students earned industry certifications, everything from Certified Nursing Assistant to Cisco Certified Networking Associate. Those certifications are launching pads to successful careers and give our students a significant leg up when competing with those from other jurisdictions for jobs. The payoff of our investments can also be seen in our graduation rate. 10 of our high schools have rates above 90% for the class of 2017, according to the latest data released by the state. As importantly, since 2011, the graduation rate for African American students has grown by almost 10 percentage points, and the gap between African American students and white students has shrunk from 8.3 percentage points to 3.3 percentage points. We continue to address achievement gap challenges every day with the ultimate goal of propelling all of our students to the graduation stage, ready to excel in a career, college, or the armed services. Our graduation rate data is proof that we are making a significant difference. Ladies and gentlemen, the cultivation of a well-rounded, successful students who take pride in their communities and give back as much as they get is something that can't always be measured by a test score, and it certainly doesn't happen in a vacuum. We need every member of our community to play a role, especially when it comes to personal interactions. That's why our intentional focus at the outset of this school year was to deliberately and purposefully devote time to building relationships between and among students and staff. That's why we have intentionally dedicated significant professional development time at schools and offices to implicit bias training. That's also why our countywide participation in the National Bullying Prevention Center's Unity Day 2018, an initiative in which students and staff wore orange to show commitments to fostering acceptance and inclusion and eliminating bullying and hate, was critical. I am proud that we were joined in that effort by local businesses and governmental agencies. And that's why, as we announced 2 weeks ago, we are making the Global Community Citizenship course a graduation requirement for high school students beginning with next year's freshman class. The course, developed by Arundel High School 2 years ago, requires students to identify and discuss topics, events, and issues relevant to their local communities and explore the meaning of cultural, historical, and religious customs and traditions with the goal of fostering values of empathy, acceptance, and inclusion for all people. It is no secret, however, that our communities, including our schools, have been the sites of far too many incidents of intolerable hatred and bigotry. Let me be clear. This is not behavior that should or will be accepted in any school, any business, any agency, anywhere, period. Our schools absolutely have a role to play in eradicating hate and bigotry because it preys on our children and precludes them from achieving the potential they all have. But let me also be clear. The duty to eradicate this scourge is not one solely laid at the feet of any single institution, including ours. We all have roles to play, and just as is the case when it comes to the education of our children, in this effort, all must mean all. We will continue to do everything we can as a school system to prevent and address these incidents on our campuses. That will include ongoing conversations with county government, as well as the many organizations who have made it part of their mission to stop out this blight. To every resident of this county, however, I say these 4 simple words: we need your help. When I stood here 4 years ago, I also spoke of another relationship, one in which was fractured and in desperate need of repair. I urged that when it came to our work with the county government, we needed to replace discord with dialogue in order to move our school system forward. The board and I have worked hard, really hard, to accomplish that. And we are in a far better place today than we were 4 years ago. We've not always agreed on issues or approaches, but we have built solid bridges that have allowed us to talk and work reasonably and rationally to advance our cause. That can be seen not just in budget numbers, but in increased staffing of school resource officers and mobile crisis resources, critical security upgrades, and advanced land acquisitions to address the need for future school sites. Our students and our school system are better for those collective and cooperative efforts. While we've not been able to do everything we have wanted, we have been able to provide compensation increases to employees in each of the last 4 years, and we have fixed a potentially disastrous shortfall in our health care fund. As I said earlier, we've also been able to implement and expand programs that are key to advancing our students. And we must not overlook the work we've been able to do on the capital side, where we have launched 12 school renovation projects, begun construction of the new Crofton Area High School, and upgraded facilities across our county to help create better learning environments for our students. Last month's elections brought new faces and perspectives to the county executive's office, the county council, our county's delegation to the Maryland General Assembly, and to this board. To every single office holder, I say this: I welcome your ideas, and I welcome the chance to partner with you. In another 4 years, my hope is that it can be said of us that we are champions of collaboration in the best interests of children. To be sure, we have significant challenges both inside the classroom and outside of it. As Oprah Winfrey once said, however, challenges are gifts that force us to search for a new center of gravity. Don't fight them, just find a new way to stand. So, I ask everyone tonight to stand with us and continue to invest in the future. Continue to invest in our children. The rewards for that investment reach all of us, no matter our age, race, ethnicity, occupation, or socioeconomic status. The $1.26 billion operating budget recommendation for fiscal year 2020 that I present to you tonight provides sufficient funding for multiple compensation increases for employees, additional teachers to address enrollment increase and help incrementally reduce class size, and positions to continue to help address the social and emotional needs of our students. My recommendation allocates $7.5 million to fund the second half of the mid-year compensation increase provided in the current year. It also includes $14 million to fund a step increase for all eligible employees in all bargaining units and an equivalent increase for non-represented employees. I've included another $13.6 million as a compensation placeholder for additional increases for employees subject to negotiations with our bargaining units. This funding is sufficient to provide an additional step for eligible employees, cost of living increases for all employees, or some other distribution, including backsteps that a bargaining unit may desire to negotiate. I want to be very clear, however, and correct some of the rhetoric that's been tossed about. The board has asked for enough funding for at least one step increase for all eligible employees in every budget request made to the county since fiscal year 2012. Compensation funding, as this board has discussed many times, comes to us from the county in a pot of money. The decision about whether to convert funding for a step to some other form of distribution to cover more or fewer employees is one for bargaining units to make and negotiate. I would urge represented employees to make their priorities known directly to their bargaining unit representatives on this issue so that their voices can be heard at the bargaining table. This budget recommendation also includes funding for 295.6 positions, 92% of which are allocated to people who have daily interactions with children. Included in this recommendation is $15.3 million for 201 classroom teaching positions, 44.5 of which will address enrollment increases, and another 116 of which will help further reduce existing class sizes. We've been unable to secure full funding for these positions in our last several budgets, and fixing this issue will take a multi-year plan. But if we are serious about creating smaller environments in which children can learn, we must do it by adding teachers. We've talked for several years about the growing social and emotional needs of our students and the fact that we are seeing more extreme behavioral issues and at younger ages than ever before. Across our system, there are twice as many incidents of students making statements that implied a threat of self-harm in the last school year as there were 5 years ago. I am asking for $1.4 million for 13 positions, 7 school counselors, 3 school psychologists, and 3 social workers to help with these issues. 3 of those counselors would be deployed to elementary schools, and 2 each would go to the middle and high school levels. This budget recommendation also contains $3.1 million for 47.3 positions to address enrollment increases and enhanced student needs in special education. We are serving a more diverse student population than ever before, and we simply require this additional staffing to meet legally mandated services for our students with special needs. 30% of the funding I'm requesting in this area will go to teachers, teaching assistants, and a crisis interventionist specialist at specialty sites, which we hope will help better address the needs of an increased number of students and allow us to continue to educate them in our county instead of funding non-public placements. We also must continue to add positions to assist students who do not speak English as their first language, a population that has almost tripled over the last 10 years to nearly 6,000 students. This budget includes $2.4 million for 25 English language acquisition teachers, 10 bilingual teaching assistants, 2 bilingual facilitators, and a technician to assist these students and their families. As we work to close gaps and catch up, we cannot ignore the need to push forward. That is why I believe it is critical that we continue to expand the EEE program I spoke of earlier. There is $742,800 in this budget recommendation to do just that for the 5 elementary schools in the Broad Neck cluster, making it the 7th cluster in our county with the EEE curriculum. We are, as you're aware, preparing to expand the high school landscape for the first time since 1983 with the opening of the new Crofton Area High School in September 2020. This budget recommendation contains the first 8.5 position requests for the school, including the principal. The final round of construction funding, $24.4 million for Crofton Area High School, is contained in the $172 million capital budget request I also bring to you this evening. It is absolutely critical that we continue to upgrade and update our facilities in order to provide the best possible learning environments for our students. The capital budget also includes $64.3 million for ongoing construction projects at George Cromwell, Edgewater, Tyler Heights, and Richard Henry Lee elementary schools. $3 million for feasibility studies at Quarterfield, Hillsmere, and Rippling Woods elementary schools, and $10 million for the design of the new Old Mill West High School. Additionally, my capital recommendation contains $11 million for pre-kindergarten and kindergarten additions at Millersville and Linthicum elementary schools, and $6 million to construct a classroom addition at Crofton Woods Elementary School and complete one at Solly Elementary School. As we continue to attempt to erase the $2.1 billion infrastructure backlog, we must maintain the momentum we have built over the last several years. Just as is the case with roads and other county facilities, the predicament that we find ourselves in is the result of decisions made years and decades ago. We have started to reverse that trend, and we cannot stray from that course. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to have a lot of work to do. I stand here tonight committed to do everything I can to accomplish that work, and firmly believing that the right ingredients exist to bring about the results that we all want. When former President George H.W. Bush departed the White House in 1993, he penned a note that he left in the Oval Office for his successor, Bill Clinton. The letter offered encouragement and support and contained 7 words that are certainly applicable to our work today. He wrote, your success now is our country's success. Indeed, what we do now, all of us, through this budget and every other endeavor, will help determine the future of our county, our state, and our nation. To every resident of this county, I say clearly that this is not just my work. This is not just your work. This is our work. These are our children, all of them, and all must mean all. Thank you.
We are going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we will come back. All right. We are now going to move on to public comment. I have grouped our public comment things by topic, and we're going to begin with the comments about the budget. Helen Wilkerson, Robin Schmidt, Russell Leone, Kate Miller, Mike Wiersbicki, Dennis Sullivan, and Katrina Griffin. Ms. Wilkerson, you're looking very festive tonight.
Thank you. I was trying to do that to get everybody smiling today. We need some smiles on our faces in this world. Good evening, President Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, returning members, and new board members. We are very pleased to welcome you to an illustrious Anne Arundel County public school community. I am Helen Wilkerson, President of Secretaries Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County, the Technology Support Technician of Anne Arundel County, and Maryland State Education Board of Directors. The SAAC community, as I refer to, is the arteries of Anne Arundel County Public School. I described us this way because we are the secretaries for principals who keep their calendars, letters, and many important documents ready and available to keep the school running. And the first line of defense, the teacher assistants who are there when the teachers miscount papers or need to be in an IEP meeting or work with the little pre-Kers on learning health care, brushing their teeth, and working with one-on-one with struggling students. The behavioral assistants who implement strategies on how to behave in classes or being kind to others. Financial secretaries keeping the books and students' money. Technology support, keeping all technology up to date. Technicians, AV, other technicians, AV media services, piano tuners, with a few other titles I have not mentioned. I just thought I would share a little scenario about our jobs and our in the community of Anne Arundel County Public School. The association, for the first time, along with the support of Dr. Arlotto, recognized and nominated our first County Educator Support Professional, ESP, of the Year award during the week of the National Education Association, which also recognizes teachers and ESPs. This recognition not only recognized an outstanding peer, we also adopted the school community, presenting families of need during the holiday basket and gifting, and creating partnership with the school, parents, and community. What an excitement and community connection we have created, and we are excited. We know that the task ahead will not be easy for all of you. As society changes, so shall the education needs and jobs. The Board of SAAC and members would like to invite and elect newcomers and other members of the board to sit and hold conversations about our jobs and responsibilities to the school and the community. We hold monthly meetings every third Tuesday of the month, and we welcome your presence. We invite you to visit our schools and to speak to our members, to hold conversations and hear ideas and strategies, and making AACPS beyond the best. And I just want to say one quick thing. The budget is a good starting point, but there are some areas we like to change. Thank you very much for listening. We'll be seeing you again.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkerson. Whoever's, you can go ahead.
All right, I'll go next. All right, good evening. My name is Russell Leone, President of TAC. Tonight I'm speaking to further highlight the impact of the last 10 years that has had on many of our teachers. You'll be considering a budget, and budgets are about numbers. But please remember that these decisions affect people, our teachers, who are working every day for the future of our county. Their stories are so deeply personal that many of those affected will never share them here in this public forum. We talk about all means all in this county, and teachers dedicate themselves to ensure that is true in their classrooms. But what about the children of our teachers? Are they not part of the all? As teachers are falling farther behind, how are we supporting their children? Children deserve to have time to develop and strengthen relationships with their parents. But in our county, teachers must sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet. This is from one teacher. She says, to make up for the loss of my promised salary, my husband has to work at least one part-time job at all times. My husband has missed countless games, soccer, concerts, and bedtime stories because of the additional jobs. So there goes their time with their children. It even affects the rest of our children and our students. As one teacher writes, when students ask me to attend an after-school event, instead of supporting them, I now tell them I can't. It breaks my heart to hurt their feelings when I have to decline. This breaks down relationships I have with my students. Families and young couples delay starting or expanding their families simply because they can't afford daycare or a home suitable enough for a larger family. From another teacher, my wife and I had to make a family decision to wait 5 years between children because we cannot afford to pay for 2 children in daycare. We should be trying for our second, but can't. This means we will have to wait until my wife is of an age that puts her at an age of an at-risk pregnancy. Teachers with advanced degrees must rely on their ever-growing credit cards in order to feed their families. Teachers are leaving the county so they can afford reasonable housing. I wonder how long it will take before these out-of-county residents decide to teach closer to home. You will not hear teachers come before you and share these humbling decisions that they've had to make. The reality of asking friends to put them on their phone plan, or of being 40-something and taking in roommates just to cover your mortgage, of losing your home, of taking money out of your children's college fund to pay your bills. Another teacher writes, my daughter had to come home from school and take all her classes online because even with the several small scholarships, I couldn't give her the money for her school of choice. Our youngest son has already decided he will not even apply to a 4-year college because of the financial burden. So how is that helping their children to become college ready when not being able to afford it is the reality? So even within two teacher families, inequity is present. One teacher shared, we both started teaching at the same time in Anne Arundel County. My wife left for 3 years for Calvert County and then returned. She's 2 steps ahead of me. We have teachers in our county who face these realities. As an educator, I'm assigning you some required reading before you make your final decisions. These are their stories, so I present to you a collection of their testimony from our teachers in their own words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leone. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, President Hummer, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Kate Miller, and I'm on the TAC Board of Directors and a 3rd grade teacher in the Mead Feeder at Maryland City. I come here tonight, like many teachers in the county, because I'm concerned with the salary steps that are greatly different than my years of experience listed. However, my salary is not the most important thing. My greatest concern is, of course, our students. As a teacher in my 11th year of teaching, I have seen many of my experienced colleagues leave the county for other neighboring counties. These are teachers the county has paid for hours of professional development, graduate school program cohorts, and health benefits. Many of my colleagues with several years of experience are leaving AACPS to go to other places where the salaries allow them to work one job, which permits them to focus on students and instruction and their own families. It is important that our students get the best teachers so they can have the best educational experience. Please support sufficient funds to close salary gaps so we can retain our investment in our teachers and for our students. We have an excellent opportunity with a new county council and county executive to receive more funds for salaries, which will help us retain the best teachers for our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Mike Wiersbicki, and I'm here again to speak with you about the highly inequitable hiring and compensation practices here at Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I'm in my 16th year of service here, and all of that has been completed in one school, that's North County High School. I'm currently on step 8 and would be identified in blue on this graphic on the far left. Next to my blue, you will find a new out-of-county hire in red that was brought in with 15 years of credit experience and placed on step 15. This out-of-county new hire is now making $9,486 more than this loyal AACPS teacher in salary each year. Over the next 15 years, that cumulative salary discrepancy will approach $150,000. I hesitate to think about what any portion of that discrepancy would look like in a 403B. In 10 years, this same out-of-county hire will be maxing out on step 25, while in 15 years, I will only be on step 23. And that means at retirement age, this new hire in red will be poised to accumulate over $3,000 more than this loyal AACPS teacher in pension for the rest of their life. Because of this highly inequitable compensation structure, we currently have teachers with 15 years of experience in one school earning less than teachers just hired with around half of their experience. I am here to ask for sincere advocacy on behalf of your loyal teachers in correcting this highly inequitable compensation structure, because this is an easy and inexpensive fix. I love my school, I love our school system, I love our students, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wiersbicki.
My name is Dennis Sullivan. I'm from North County High School also, and I'm also speaking about the pay inequity and hiring practices of Anne Arundel County. There was a nagging issue that kept arising in my mind as these last 2 months have been going on. And it was really the fact that we don't have any true advocacy by any parties right now. The people who are part of this group, this minority, have no one that is sticking up for them. The last time I was here, Ms. Hummer, you suggested that Mike Wiersbicki and I go over to our union and start talking to them. We did. I think they have the message. We've talked to everybody. We've talked to the press. We've talked to anyone that would listen about this. And we have exhausted every person. And I'm throwing myself in front of this board and our superintendent to ask you, plead with you, make this a priority. Champion your heroes. Pay your teachers equitably. And why do we need a champion? It's very simple. I have an inexpensive fix I would like all you guys to see after I leave. We are 7 steps behind. But to get everyone, 2,925 teachers to within 2 steps of equity, we estimate it would cost as little as $11 million, or less than 1% of the entire $1.2 billion budget. If you don't want to go that far, for everyone to get 3 steps behind, The cost is $7.1 million, or just 0.6% of your budget. To get 4 steps behind, it's $3.9 million, and that's less than 3% of your budget. I printed this chart to show you guys how inexpensive it is. Inexpensive this equity fix is. I'm not trying to negotiate with you. I am a parent, I am a teacher, and I want everyone to just understand this issue. So with it being so close to Christmas, I guess I'll assume the role of Jacob Marley. You will hear as we go along about the past, the present, and the future effects of this inequitable policy. And it may go on deaf ears. But Ms. Hummer, as you said in the last 2 graduations at North County High School, do your own laundry. That resonated with me. It means taking responsibility for your actions. 2,925 teachers all are counting on the members of this board to do the right thing. Make equity the #1 issue. Do the dirty laundry. I want you to remember that you have the power to make this happen. And all means all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I'm glad that my speech is memorable.
It affected me. It really did.
Ms. Griffin.
Good evening. I'm Katrina Griffin, German teacher and Department Chair of World and Classical Languages at North County High School, a school that has the only nationally recognized Center of German Excellence in the state. Our department is comprised of teachers who have earned numerous distinctions, among them Embassy Teaching Awards, Unsung Hero Awards, awards for leadership, and of note, 3 of us are Fulbright Scholars. You may remember that in 2016, I was your Anne Arundel County Teacher of the Year, and in 2017, I won a National Award for Innovation in Teaching K-12 Foreign Language, and was named the 2017 National Foreign Language Teacher of the Year. I was most recently voted onto the board of the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages. You would be hard-pressed to find a more accomplished and effective department in the county, or probably in the state. I've been working at North County for 17 years, 12 of which I have been the department chairperson, and I am on step 12. Some of my colleagues, as you have heard, have it worse. This is appalling. How is it possible that the backbone of our workforce at Anne Arundel County, the mid-career employees, the award winners, the county teachers of the year, are affected by such inequality and inequity in the pay scale? We are the teachers who have honed our craft due to our many hours spent in the classroom and the variety of professional development experiences and leadership trainings provided to us here in Anne Arundel County. We come to school with the passion and skills necessary to effectively teach students. Every time I or my colleagues present at a conference, publish an article, give a speech, or speak with a member of our national government, the name Anne Arundel County Schools is attached to our names. Not only do my colleagues and I make the county look good with our accomplishments and work across the country, we have a huge positive impact on the lives and educations of the students we teach and the teachers with whom we work. It is a slap in the face every time someone with my experience level is hired and paid more than me. And I am tired of finger pointing. It's attack the board, the county executive. It's kind of shameful and definitely ineffective. The lack of action on this issue shows us that we are not valued teachers in this organization. It is in everyone's best interest to advocate for teachers to remain in the classroom here in this county and not to look for opportunities elsewhere or outside the classroom. Mr. Gilliland, you went to North County and frequently walk the halls. Don't you want to have the best teachers at a school that your children will likely attend? I must also recognize that some of you have been supportive to me on a personal level. Ms. Hummer, you sent me a handwritten note for every award I ever won. No one else did that. And Dr. Arlotto, you attended many events with me, even walking me down the aisle. But now I must ask that you support me and my colleagues in a very public way. I implore you to advocate for us and place us back on the steps we deserve and earned. You may find teachers to replace us, but will they be of our caliber and expertise? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Is Robin Schmidt here? Okay. All right. Thank you. If you have any handouts, if you can give them down here to the board assistant, and we will all receive them. Thank you. All right, our next group is Elizabeth Ruddy, Carolyn Fume, Allison Lastowski, Nicole Clements, Aaron Chadwick. This is going to be more than the seats there, but they're all on the same topic. John Schofield, Habib Benjamin, and Robert Cube. And whoever wants to start, go right ahead.
Well, I'll start because I think I should have been with the last group.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
No wonder. No worries. Good evening, Dr. Arlotto and members of the board. My name's Elizabeth Ruddy, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Crofton Meadows. Decisions. Our lives are full of them, each one having its own impact on our life story. I decided to join AACPS in the summer of 2007. I was 28 and married with hopes of starting a family soon. A year later, we were expecting our first child. We were thrilled and had ensured that we were ready emotionally and financially. When I returned to school after my child was born, I was more than willing to continue working a job that I loved in a school system that treated me with respect, had excellent professional development, and wonderful resources. Little did I know, I was experiencing a honeymoon phase with AACPS. That the school system that would train me to become a highly effective teacher would one day treat me with disrespect and disregard. The honeymoon ended slowly over the next couple of years as seemingly logical decisions were made by the school system to ensure that my colleagues and I would keep our jobs. I appreciated this and felt that they were made in the best interest of me as a teacher, AACPS, and its employees. Little did I know that in 2018, I would be sitting at step 10 with over 15 years of experience. Why would I think that AACPS would ever do this? They respected me, didn't they? My years of loyalty would be appreciated, wouldn't it? When people said, we're never going to see those steps again, I didn't believe them, and I reassured them that AACPS was on our side. After my second child was born, I again decided to return to the classroom. I love being a teacher. And Common Core was rolling out, and I wanted to stay relevant and effective. Little did I know how poorly I was going to be treated by AACPS when I made this decision. Going from one child in daycare to 2 is an enormous financial leap. It basically equaled one of my paychecks. As the paychecks started to not increase as predicted by our salary scale, childcare and the cost of living continued to increase. When our children were little, I felt like I was struggling not to drown in the everyday routine of life. When my youngest was around 3, I surfaced, took a breath, looked around. I began to realize that there were those around me with less experience than me that were at a higher step than I was, and that teachers in other counties had been respected and treated with regard. Their school systems caught them up on their steps, or at least put them on their way. As you prepare to make decisions in the future regarding the budget, I ask you to please consider my story and the story of my fellow educators. We want to feel valued and respected. Please start taking the necessary steps to remedy this inequity in our school system. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Ruddy.
No problem. I'm used to that. Good evening. My name is Carolyn Fume. I was a member of the Crofton High School Redistricting Committee. I came before you a couple of weeks ago asking you to send option 4J to for LJ to public hearing. I'm here with Stephanie Melchler. She is the president of both the Piney Orchard PTA and the Arundel Middle PTA and has 5 children, so she's busy. Mr. Boniface offered to walk Ms. Corkadell through the numbers of the superintendent's plan. I make the same offer to all of you for our plan. A few points came up after my testimony last time from the school system, so I just wanted to address those quickly with you tonight. The first was the contiguous boundaries issue. Option 4J maintains contiguous boundaries for all the neighborhoods except for one, 1038C. The board should be aware that it is not invalid for a redistricting proposal to have non-contiguous boundaries. You already have at least 8 AACPS attendance areas that have non-contiguous boundaries. I give you a list of them in our proposal. So this wouldn't be the only attendance area. Second, 1038C under the superintendent's plan only has a contiguous boundary to Piney because we're taking 1038B, which is next door, the Two Rivers area. There is no naturally contiguous boundary to Piney Orchard and 1038C. The only school that has that to 1038C is Four Seasons Elementary, and they were not part of the redistricting or represented at the table. A comment was made at the last meeting about would we drive through Nantucket to get the 1038 Sears to Crofton Meadows under our proposal. We would go by Nantucket, but if you send them to Piney, we go by Four Seasons and Watchapel as well. The big issue is that Piney is, 1038C is closer to Crofton Meadows than it is to Piney. Crofton Meadows is 2.2 miles, Piney is 5. In fact, Piney is the furthest Arundel feeder elementary school to 1038C. Arundel Middle was not on Dr. Arleto's feasibility study tonight for 2020. The earliest Arundel Middle will get a feasibility study will hopefully be 2021. We're going to be talking to you about that. Arundel Middle will not get a addition or renovation to then. We ask you to take option 4LJ to public hearing next month when you vote. Thanks for your time.
Mom, would you like to go next? Not embarrassing at all. We've not in this room. We all get it.
At least he's cute.
Good evening. My name is Erin Chadwick. My husband Will and I live on Evergreen Road in the Evergreen Woods section of Crofton, which is behind Wegmans. Okay. School Zone 1038C. Our daughter Abigail currently attends Crofton Elementary. I'm here to speak to you today about the current redistricting plans and why we disagree with the plan to send 1038C to Piney Orchard Elementary School. If the board allows, I put together a packet that I'll hand out that you can review at your leisure, but I wanted to point out some information. 1038C has likely been underrepresented at the district meetings because 1038C does not have a large population. And we were just recently made aware of the changes that have been happening. In the folder that I have put together, you'll find a letter that I sent to Dr. Arlotta and Ms. Hummer. I'm not certain if our concerns were presented previously, but I just wanted to address some information. My husband put together a PowerPoint slide that's in this folder. Piney Orchard, it discusses, is the farthest elementary school. There are no direct routes, and you must go around North and South Route 3 to get to Piney Orchard, which would equate to a long bus trip for our daughter, and it's not in the student's best interest to get up extra early or arrive home late, impacting homework, study time, and school activities. In the folder as well is a letter from our daycare. Most daycares in the Crofton do not service the Odenton area, mainly due to distance, and also because the conflicting schedules between the Odenton and the Crofton schools. My husband works in DC and I work in Baltimore, so staying in Crofton where we live with our daycare is in the best interest. We understand the schools are overpopulated, but the board's desire to redistribute the students to Piney Orchard is not the best option. We know that 1038C will no longer be attending Crofton Elementary. It's not even in any of the plans. But the next best option is Crofton Woods, due to distance from where 1038C is located to the school itself. We understand the desire not to have students cross Route 3, but it is not possible for I don't hear him. Okay. Okay, sorry. We also understand the desire not to have students cross Route 3, but it is not possible for 1038C not to utilize Route 3. We enter and exit Route 3 to get to our homes. Route 3 has been part of our lives for a long time. There's no infrastructure changes underway to alleviate these concerns either. All we're asking in this folder is that you consider looking at 1038C from instead of a bird's eye view of a map, the actual cost perspective that it would take to take 1038C from Crofton Elementary all the way down to Piney Orchard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Allison Listowski, and I come to you tonight as a concerned parent of a second grader at Crofton Meadows Elementary School and a sixth grader at Crofton Middle School. I had the privilege of serving on the Crofton High School Redistricting Committee this past fall. Due to my participation on that committee, I was happy to see that Superintendent Arlotto's recommendation to your board closely mirrored the recommendation that the committee put forth. It was an incredibly time-consuming process and one which we did not take lightly. It's an exciting time to live in the Crofton community, and we want to assure that whatever plan is finalized works the best for all our community and all the students involved in our public schools. Unfortunately, it's been brought to my attention that the alternative plan that was brought to the board at the last meeting called Option LJ. After careful consideration, I've come out to speak against Option LJ as I feel it would be detrimental to the Crofton community and the students that would be affected by it. I know many other parents who would have liked the opportunity to express their concerns with this option, but Crofton Meadows unfortunately is holding a holiday choir concert tonight, and Crofton Middle School is holding an orchestra concert. Therefore, I speak on their behalf as well. Crofton Meadows is currently the smallest elementary school in Crofton. Due to current and slated development, we'll be getting new students from 2 developments in the coming year or 2. That said, if the students in neighborhood 1038C were redistricted as proposed in Option LJ, CMES's enrollment is projected to balloon to 118% by 2022 and 123% by 2027. These numbers are incredibly concerning to me as a parent and not only affect CMES, but continue throughout the entirety of the Crofton feeder system, further overcrowding Crofton Middle School and eventually Crofton High School. Another concern I have is that throughout our meetings, AACPS representatives express the need to keep borders of any proposed plans contiguous. If students from 1038C were bused across Route 3, which is a dangerous and unnecessary risk, they would pass through 2 other elementary schools' borders before reaching their school. This provides an illogical and random drawing of school boundaries. Finally, throughout our meetings, we were also informed of the county's plans to build West County Elementary School. If students from 1038C were sent across Route 3 to CMES, they would have to be considered for redistricting again to West County when the school was eventually built, changing the feeder system once again and having a detrimental impact on those students affected. When determining which plan to put to public hearing next month, I hope you'll take all of these considerations into account, and I strongly urge you to adopt Superintendent Arlotto's plan. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Listowski. Who's next? Go ahead. There we go.
Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, President Hummer, and board members. I'm Nicole Clements, and I'm a Crofton Meadows Elementary School parent. I would like to thank you for the chance to speak on the Crofton High School redistricting plans that were put forward for consideration. I attended most of the redistricting committee meetings held in October at Arundel High School and was able to watch the process as the committee wrestled with the question of what the boundaries should be for each school affected by the opening of Crofton High School. There were passionate discussions on what was the best option for the various schools and the children who attend those schools. They considered safety, classroom size, capacity, among other things. In watching the committee work, I feel they made the best recommendation. When I saw that there was a second recommendation put forward called the Option 4 LJ, I was concerned, especially since the committee spent significant time discussing this recommendation and decided not to move forward with recommending it to the superintendent. The main difference with this option is that the neighborhood 1038C is redistricted to Crofton Meadows Elementary School versus Piney Orchard. As a Crofton Meadows Elementary parent, I'm specifically concerned that the recommendation Option 4 LJ strongly impacts the student of Crofton Meadows. In this recommendation is adopted, estimates show that the Crofton Meadows Elementary School capacity will be at 118% in 2022 and as high as 123% by 2027. In addition to this, the option also increases the overcrowding at Crofton Middle and Crofton High. For example, currently Crofton Middle is at 100% capacity. In 2022, it would be projected to be at 103, but under the option LJ, it would be around 111% capacity. One thing I learned by attending the redistricting committee meetings is that Anne Arundel County likes to keep the school boundaries contiguous. Adopting this plan means that Crofton Meadows boundaries would not be contiguous. There are several elementary schools within the area that would have the contiguous boundaries with the neighborhood 1038C. I thank you for your time for listening to me, and I hope you consider moving forward only the recommendation made by the superintendent for public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clements.
Good evening, board members. I am Habib Benjamin, and I wanted to voice my opposition to option LJ because how it would overcrowd Crofton Meadows Elementary and Crofton Middle School. I currently have a daughter in first grade at Crofton Meadows and another daughter entering kindergarten next year, so the overcrowding is of great concern to me. Option LJ doesn't seem to be a good option in regards to the size and capacity of Crofton Meadows and Crofton Middle, as you heard before. Furthermore, there may be safety and transportation issues for the neighborhoods being transported across the congested Route 3 corridor. This is why I respectfully ask to continue with the proposal that Dr. Arlotto has come forward with. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin.
Good evening. My name is John Schofield. I'd like to represent facts to the board about Plan 4 that I think in some way speak for themselves. This plan was based on the following articulated important values: keeping communities together, utilizing walking distances, reducing distances of students bused, and making use of natural boundaries. Busing students from Watt Chapel 1038C goes against all the above. It would bus children through a road that floods with almost every rain, Patuxent Road. A flooded road is clearly a natural boundary. The alternative route travels on heavily trafficked Route 3 in Watt Chapel, taking students away from the 3 Crofton schools they're close to, all the way to Piney Orchard. Basing plans only on snapshot numbers from today, not taking into account 1,500 new housing units coming online zoned for Piney Orchard, and the hundreds of units being built zoned for Anne Arundel Middle, is not responsible. Plan 4 calls for overcrowding at Pose, gradual and temporary. It's not gradual. It would be immediate upon Plan 4 taking effect, and for our children who are in Piney Orchard now, including kindergartners starting next year, it's their entire elementary school career, not at all temporary. Overcrowding has a demonstrably deleterious impact on school children, or at least that's what educators tell me. The Two Rivers Elementary School is supposed to be ready in 2027, alleviating the so-called temporary overcrowding. I'd be interested in hearing about building projects that were completed on time. Nothing has even been started yet, and yet people are saying construction and opening can be expedited. That is not going to happen. This is not theoretical. These realities will unfairly tarnish Poe's children, potentially for their entire academic careers, meaning their entire lives. Another value was minimizing the number of times a student was reassigned. However, Recommendation 6, to go along with Plan 4, is AACPS should redistrict Arundel feeder system elementary schools upon Piney Orchard reaching 110% capacity. As of 2018, Plan 4 puts Piney Orchard already at 104%. With all additional housing, we will soon surpass 110%. A second redistricting would be coming, and then a third when the West County Elementary School opens. This is the opposite of minimizing redistricting. Finally, allowing a committee with a large majority of Crofton feeder schools to create a plan that alleviates their overcrowding by busing students away from their schools and all the way to Piney Orchard, and calling for Arundel elementary schools to be redistricted to deal with it when most of these schools had no voice or vote, is simply Orwellian. We're asking for the burden of overcrowding to be shared, not just dumped on Arundel Middle and Piney Orchard. Please bring forward Plan 4LJ or other options to give all students equal value. As you said, sir, let's elevate them all without subverting some.
Thank you, Mr. Schofield. Ms. Schallheim.
So I have a question, about the redistricting process and the various plans, the option 4 and 4LJ. Are we as a board able to choose another path if we so desire?
Yes. So in January, the plans will come before the board and to make a decision of which plans to take to public hearing. And at that time, we can choose to add any additional plans to the one that was put forth by the committee and Dr. Arlotto's. We can add any others, or we can create our own. So we'll have that option in January. That's when we will decide which ones will go to public hearing.
Right. And I was looking at them, and I am curious about the 4LJ plan. The children would be bused to Crofton Meadows, but there's a closer elementary school, and I just wondered if that was discussed. Was that discussed?
There are two other closer elementary schools, but both of those have higher capacity currently than Crofton.
Which was the reasoning?
That was the reasoning.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. Is Robert Cube here? Okay, then we'll wait for that agenda item. Thank you. All right. Our next group, before we begin the next group, I just want to make a couple of comments. We up here as board, we are public servants who are here, and as part of public servants, we are held accountable by the public. And sometimes that is difficult to hear, and sometimes we may agree with the criticism, and sometimes we may not. We also sometimes disagree up here as a board. I've served on this board for 3.5 years now with 15 different board members, some of them with wildly divergent personal views than I have. But what I've always seen is that board members are making the best decisions they can make at the time given the information they have. So when we come out, hold us accountable and challenge us, but also realize that that everyone up here is working to serve children. Keep reminding us of that it should always be students first, and if something occurs and you feel that our priorities are not in line, let us know. And so we listen to you and we hear what you're saying, and we want your feedback, and we expect you to hold us accountable to doing what's best for our students. So our next group is Connor Curran, Jack Alexander, and Kathy Flaherty.
Can I start? All right. Good evening, President Hummer, members of the board, and Dr. Olato. My name is Connor Curran, and I'm here as a concerned 10th grade student. As our board is going through a change, I've noticed some differences, and I'd like to address them. To the newly elected members, you may have been elected to represent one district, but you serve all 83,000 students of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, regardless of what district they may live in. When you're on the dais to decide what policies our schools follow, you decide the fate of how our schools are funded. You decide how we run as a school system as a whole. That's why it's vital for you as a board to be inclusive of all, respect others' views, and remember, it's not every board member versus each other, but the board as a whole versus the problem at hand. When a decision to have this board become fully elected, it was supposed to be a nonpartisan act. I can personally see partisan allies forming. We see far too much of this political nonsense on both Capitol Hill and State Circle. I'd hate to see the same thing happen here on Riva Road. Our education is far too important to be poised by partisan politics. That's why we need to look at each other and see what each member stands for, not how they voted last November. Because at the end of the day, that's what matters the most, our values and morals. While I still have a little bit of time with you guys, I would remind you to please fully fund Dr. Lau's recommendations for next year's budget to increase staffing for school psychologists and counselors. I look forward to working with this board as it's going through its transition from appointed to elected. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Connor. Ms. Schallheim.
Thank you. I wanted to, sir, hi. Thank you for your statement. I agree. And just to dispel some myths, there are people up here who have wildly different political views than myself. I ran as a nonpartisan candidate. I remain nonpartisan, and I'm actually pretty friendly with my opponent, and I cherish that. So just to dispel some myths, I hope that that is helpful.
I really appreciate you doing that as a board member, and I hope that you guys as a board can all follow that same model. And as we go through our board becoming fully elected, I hope that we can all follow that model.
That's kind.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connor. Mr. Alexander.
Good evening. Thank you, board members. My name is Jack Alexander. I'm a former teacher from California, North Carolina, and Maryland, especially this county, as well as a disabled veteran. I know what it means to serve students in country. After witnessing the December 5th board meeting I don't believe some of you know what it means to serve the community. It is unlawful for anybody to violate policy. No matter how many times you profess it's the will of the people, you cannot and should not violate policy or laws. Mr. Gann's actions during the meeting were not only embarrassing, but showed nothing more than a power grab for his personal vendetta. It had nothing to do with the betterment of the schools for our students. His behavior, along with several members who concurred, did not only insult the very people that voted for the new members, but also greatly disrespected the institution and its mission. It was very apparent that Mr. Granson, was bullying the other members of the board, which is highly unprofessional. To those of you who second Mr. Ganson's motion and voted aye, you should be ashamed of yourselves as you demonstrated your lack of knowledge of board policy and voting procedures. Board of Education Council and Board Members Council, along with Dr. Arlotto, had to repeatedly advise the members on a proper procedure so that they would not be in violation of board policy, and yet those same individuals still voted aye. Mr. Gannon went on to show his lack of professionalism by leaving the meeting after not getting the vote he wanted. He therefore disrespected his constituents, who he's supposed to represent, and others. The Crofton High School parents, who all had been waiting for hours to speak regarding the district, went unheard because of the abrupt departure. If anyone should be removed from the board, it should be Mr. Grandin. You, sir, are a case in point as to why the board needs to be elected representation. Miss Hummer, needs to be recommended for her professionalism in dealing with the deplorable episode, which to me appeared to be nothing more than a personal attack. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Flaherty.
Ms. Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kathy Flaherty, and I have 2 children currently in high school in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I've been an active participant in the Special Education Citizens Advisory Committee, the CCAC, for the past 6 to 7 years. I've served on that board for 4 years. I was part of a group that appealed to the Maryland General Assembly to add the Voice for Special Education to the School Board Appointment Committee. I was the CCAC rep to the Citizens Advisory Committee, the CAC, for a total of 4 years. I currently am a part-time employee with Partners for Success, an initiative for the Department of Special Ed. I'm speaking today as a parent and community member. I wanted to share I was disappointed and disheartened as I watched the new board member meeting of December 5th, 2018. I believe this board to be an organization that sets policy and procedure for our school system. These policies also affect all, where all means all, community members who, vocal or not, involved or not, aware or not, all have a vested interest in the operation and policies of this board. Over the past 7 years, I have had to learn and abide by the policies and procedures of Anne Arundel County Public Schools for both personal and more global reasons. Therefore, I greatly appreciate the voices who spoke up to preserve the upholding of existing policy in these board proceedings. Thank you. It does matter. I ask you to continue to honor the existing policies, procedures, and intent of such as you find your way on this new board. If a policy is no longer appropriate, there's a procedure to change it. You can certainly follow it, and I ask you to heed the advice of the people you employ with our tax money to advise you of such. In addition, it's stunning to me that in the discussion about what the previous board may not have done for new members in mind, there's really no regard that that's all hindsight. It's 20/20 vision. And the fact, with the community in mind, is that there could, if elections had gone differently, there could have been 2 vacant spots on this board into December and further. I congratulate the newly elected members on your accomplishment in participating in this groundbreaking new system. I also would ask that you consider the Native American philosophy of 7 generations. This phrase has been made popular by the natural cleaning product line, but I learned of the concept in my work with an environmental organization that lobbied the United States Congress. Many people attribute this to the Iroquois law that states your actions affect 7 generations hence, but I learned of a different ideology, one that says you are where you are today with gratitude to the 3 generations that came before you, and your actions affect the 3 after. Whether you agree with them or not, like them or not, want to change everything they did or not, Those prior generations have made contributions to the board on which you now sit. Please honor and respect that. It's not always easy, but it's necessary for the health and well-being of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flaherty. Next, Dr. Mary Didone, Sarah Davis, Reverend Kathleen Rollins, Carmen Skarlutka, and Reverend Diana Carroll.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening to those I know are listening and watching on video and who will be watching and listening on video. Ms. Skarlutka is not able to be with us this evening. I am Dr. Mary Didone. I'm standing before you as a resident of Anne Arundel County. I know that my name and face and voice may be familiar to you from other times I've testified before this board, so I want to be clear that tonight I'm standing here as an individual resident of this county. There are others who will be speaking following me who will be representing specific groups. I want to speak to you about the role of the citizen, the role of the board, the breadth of the identity of our community, the need to respect that breadth, and to extend an offer to work together. It was early in my work as an advocate, a learner, that I began to appreciate that the role of citizen is much more demanding than I had ever before appreciated. I understand the role and the burden you carry. It was easy to neglect the role and the burden that I carry. I, as a citizen, have a responsibility not only to vote, to be an informed voter, to speak to you, before you, to advise you, to let you know what my issues are. And all of us are here to do that tonight. You, as member of the boards, come in with your best intentions and best knowledge, but you do not know the lived experience of people not like yourselves, and sometimes that's a problem. Mr. Lieb, you have been called out because your Facebook posts were public. There are others of us, of you perhaps, who've had equally, I will use the word offensive, Facebook posts that haven't been found out, or perhaps you didn't post on Facebook. But every one of us carries biases based in our own ignorance. I do not wish to speak solely to Mr. Lieb's posts. They are an example of a problem. For several of us, as we walked in this evening, we were greeted by a light sign on the side of the building, right out there, that said, "We are all in this together." And that's true. We're all in this together. The kids who hang nooses and the children who are traumatized by seeing nooses. The children who are suffering from or gifted with different perceptions and abilities, and the teachers who are frustrated by them. We are all in this together. Those who are distinctly gendered in traditional ways and those who are not. I want to offer the idea that there are really no others. We are all in this together. None of us have a chance of understanding those that we might think of as other unless we hear the stories. I'm here, we are here to help bring the stories. That's our job. Your job is to hear and understand the stories. We are here to offer our expertise. Call on us, any of us. You know how to reach us. Our names and numbers are on the sign-up cards, but you know us. We have a lot to teach you. Please take advantage of it.
Thank you, Dr. Didone.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sarah Davis. I am the parent of 5 children with disabilities attending Anne Arundel County Public Schools. We are also a military family, and I am a person with a disability. As a family who experiences disability, we are discriminated against on a daily basis in both small and large ways. Yesterday, After she misunderstood her teacher's instructions, my daughter was chastised in front of her peers, and her teacher asked her to write a letter thanking the teacher for not giving her a 0 on an assignment. I've just passed to you that letter for your review. This is not a teacher who had any ill will towards my child. These teachers are doing their very best work with large class sizes. This is simply a matter of not understanding the needs of someone who learns differently. Lily's takeaway from these ongoing experiences is that she is different, that she is less than, and that she is not normal. I've also passed to you a graphic that my daughter wrote reflecting that view. Lily navigates a world that is not always welcoming to people who do not neatly fall into gender norms. And we need funding and training and support for our schools to include all of our children effectively. We need to make sure that we are supporting our teachers. I spend countless hours volunteering at my children's schools to make sure that the teachers that they work with have extra time with their children because we are not properly supporting our teachers. And we need changes in public policy. For example, we do not need restraint of a child to ever show up on a behavior intervention plan. That is not a behavior intervention. Restraint is an indication that the behavior intervention plan has failed. I noticed during the presentation we did not have a slide on the gap for children with disabilities. It is reprehensible. It is 20 percentage points below our other children. Where is that slide? Why aren't we watching the tracking the reduction in that gap? I urge all Board of Ed members to make sure that they are receiving the proper sensitivity training, the proper disability awareness, the proper awareness of the various subgroups within our community to ensure that all viewpoints are represented by the people that we have making the decisions for our children, and that we are celebrating diversity in all of its forms. This is critical to making decisions for all of our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Kathleen Rolenz, and I serve as the interim senior minister at the Unitarian Universalist Church in Annapolis, along with Reverend John Crestwell. We pastor a congregation of about 400 adults, 160 children and youth and young adults, some of whom currently attend or will attend the Anne Arundel County Schools under your watch. So I am here to speak about the comments of one member in particular, Mr. Robert Lieb, but I also address my remarks to the entire school board. I am here because I want to talk to you about trust. As public persons, as public officials who oversee an institution as significant as our public schools, you are certainly going to be the subject of much scrutiny, as well you should. Those of us in the public are held to high standards because we know our office holds incredible power. And as you well know, this body has the power to shape the direction, focus, and funding of schools for years to come. You have the power to set a course in motion that will affect the lives of thousands of children and their families. I also believe the work of the school board is holy work because your decision shapes the values of a community. And those values are manifested through the principals, teachers, students, everyone affected by the decisions you make as a body. So I want to talk about the comments in the posts, which you, Mr. Lieb, have made prior to this appointment, because it reveals a troubling pattern of disregard for the very real people whom you've been called to serve. When you repost an article that calls the Black Lives Matter movement trash, you are essentially saying that black lives do not matter. And by referencing the post, it dismisses the very real pain experienced by black members of this and so many other communities. When you read a post about teaching children about transgender issues as a form of psychological abuse, you create more suffering for those transgender children and their families who are struggling to be seen and heard as whole human beings. When you repost a condemnation of same-sex marriage, you are essentially saying that the lives of those men and women, some of whom will have children in the very school system you have pledged to serve, do not deserve your respect and attention. And when you serve up posts that criticize the Hispanic community, you cause irreparable harm to people who live and work here, who have their children attend our schools and our churches, and whose taxes support this community. So I believe that everyone on this board has agreed to serve because in your heart you want to build the common good. You want your leadership to matter and make a difference. You believe in public service, and I honor you for that. But in order to effectively serve and faithfully serve, you must build the public trust. And Mr. Lieb, your comments cannot be unseen or unheard, but they can be addressed by apology and by engaging with the very communities that you disrespected in your post. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Reverend Rollins.
Good evening, President Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, members of the Board of Education. My name is Pastor Diana Carroll, and I'm the rector of St. Luke's Episcopal Church in Eastport here in Annapolis. And my wife Sarah and I have lived in Annapolis for the past 7 years. I serve on the board of Annapolis Pride, an organization which was formed this year with a mission of celebrating the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community, and engaging local residents, businesses, and groups to unite in welcoming and embracing diversity. Along with many others in our community, as the board of Annapolis Pride, we are deeply concerned about the disrespectful statements that Mr. Robert Lieb chose to share on Facebook regarding several groups of people, including people who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. Many of us on the board faced harassment and discrimination when we were in school, including public schools in this county, because of our sexuality or our gender identity, or both. So we know personally the damage that such hurtful statements can cause, especially when made by public figures in positions of trust. We also know that LGBTQ+ children in our school system have been physically threatened, outed without their consent, and made to feel unsafe and unsupported. PFLAG of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County has provided supportive services to over 30 of these students and their families on an ongoing basis. Mr. Lieb, I don't know you, and I would like to be able to give you the benefit of the doubt. I would like to believe that you were not fully aware of the impact that the messages you shared would have. So on behalf of Annapolis Pride, I am here tonight to ask you to meet with us, to have conversation with us. We want to work with you. We want to work with all of you, the whole Board of Education, to make our schools safer for every one of our children. Mr. Lieb, will you agree to meet with us? Absolutely. Thank you. We look forward to being in touch.
Thank you, Reverend Carroll. All right. All right. Next group is C.J. Mushaw, Dr. Ellie Gomez, Jacqueline Alsop, and Carl Snowden.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. I really appreciate being here in front of the public and on the video and also in front of our public servants here. Thank you for serving. I understand that change feels unfair for those for whom the way things have worked out pretty well in the past. But I also want to be crystal clear that I'm not here to address the hurt feelings of advantaged folks making decisions on behalf of the public. We witnessed a beautiful presentation from the county, or excuse me, co-sponsored by the county and also by a Women's Giving Circle at the Maryland Hall for the Creative Arts most recently. And they did an outstanding job of bringing home the point that this isn't about good or bad people. As we were all reminded as we walked into the doors here tonight, we're all in here together. We're all in this together. This is about how structural bigotry, structural racism comes to be. None of us are here because we want to hurt someone else. We're all here because we want to do something good for the people around us, for our children, for our families, for our neighbors. You don't become a racist or a bigot overnight or because you choose to be. Half the time it's implicit. We don't realize it. We have the best of intentions. And when you're in a position of power to make policy decisions, those end up becoming institutionalized systems, institutionalized implicit bias, institutionalized bigotry, institutionalized racism. And when something is institutionalized, it becomes systemic. Every day we're asking our staff members and our students to go to an Anne Arundel County public school system that suffers from structural and institutionalized bias and bigotry. We have the data. That's clear. We need to disaggregate the data on discipline suspensions, discipline referrals, and dangerous referrals. We need to differentiate which of these are mandatory versus which are discretionary. We need to own the fact that the majority of calls to Child Protective Services for African American students happen from our teachers. They're not doing that on purpose. We need to make mandatory implicit bias training for our teachers and staff. We need to make equity goals that cross all departments and not just couched in a single office. And we need to also introduce at a minimum a resolution against bigoted and biased speech for folks on the board, for folks on the committees that choose the members for the board. And if anyone would like to talk more about this, you can reach out to some of us at surgeannapolis@gmail.com or to me personally on Facebook at CJ Mushaw. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mushaw. Ms. Schallheim.
Dr. Arlotto, do we currently collect data on all those things that she mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome.
And it's disaggregated. Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. I would love to see that. If you can email that to us, I would love that. Thank you.
Absolutely. And as we are, with the development of our new strategic plan, is something we talked about earlier today, as did Ms. Ellis and I, that with the development of the strategic plan, we're trying to develop a new data site that's very interactive for the public. And that was something that we talked about the board last year as we developed the new strategic plan and put it into action so that our data can be out there for people to manipulate as they want to take a look at it by school, by student group. And so we are starting, we've just launched and posted some of that data today, and we're building that site over time. But some of that data went live today.
Wonderful. And then anything that Ms. CJ said that doesn't fall under that, I don't know. Did it cover everything that she described?
Currently, what's out there on the data, no, but we collect all of that data.
Wonderful.
So I have data sets that I'm glad to share with you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Eli Gomez. I'm an assistant professor at Howard University College of Medicine, but I'm not here as a physician tonight. I'm here as a parent. My son, Aiden, attends Serena Park High School. We moved here when he was just about to start middle school. And, you know, I being a scientific guy, I looked at the demographics. I thought, wow, this is great. A lot of mixture, a lot of different cultures and people. This will be ideal. We had no idea the challenges that this community had faced and is still facing when we moved here with regard to race intolerance. He experienced it when he was on the baseball fields with racial slurs being hurled during championship games. He experienced it when he noticed there was a Confederate flag on a public practice field. Growing up in New York City, I never expected my son to be facing the same things that I did when I was growing up in the early 70s. I figured that was going to be left in the past. We'd be educated. We heard it so many times that it would change. I didn't need a degree from Cornell to educate me to the fact that race is a social construct that's entirely artificial with no scientific basis, made to advantage one group of humans over another. I didn't need anatomy class to teach me that every human being is exactly the same below the level of skin. So my question to you is about the concern that was expressed so eloquently in the budget with regard to the emotional wellness of young people under duress. And I'm usually a fairly resourceful communicator. This topic makes me angry, and it makes it difficult when it's as personal as my child. I've addressed the problems that my boy is dealing with as a 15-year-old sophomore at the school. Unfortunately, as I've done it, a lot of times what I've gotten from the administrative body is that this is just childish pranks by a few bad actors, that they don't seem to recognize the implicit bias in their own assessment of the degree of the problem that my son is facing. So, you know, young teenagers shouldn't be walking around with their heads down to avoid confrontation, to avoid a slur being hurled their way. He shouldn't be spending so much time trying to figure out how to get transferred to Broadneck, where he feels he's created a network of safety with friends from his church. He shouldn't have to be concerned that his friends on the football team may hear a racial slur and respond inappropriately. So what I'm imploring you to do is to understand that personal biases inform the way you vote on issues, and to understand that the choice even of members to join your board are, in fact, reflections of that bias. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez.
Good evening, Dr. Olato, Ms. Hummer, and board members. I am Jacqueline Alsop, First Vice President for the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP, and I am currently President-elect for the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP. I'm speaking tonight both on behalf of the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP and as an NAACP representative on the Anne Arundel County School Board Appointment Commission. The School Board Appointment Commission reviewed applications from and interviewed 9 applicants for the position. During the evaluation process, we each brought our own perspectives and best judgment. We relied on the background information on each candidate that was submitted to us. Subsequently to the final vote of the commission, we became aware of a number of public Facebook posts by Mr. Lee that were not aware of before our voting. It is a matter of public record that it took 5 rounds of voting before Mr. Lee received the votes needed for his appointment. It is also a matter of public record that I and 3 other members of the 12-member board voted for the other candidate in the final round of voting, in which Mr. Lee received the 8 affirmative votes necessary for the commission to recommend him for appointment. I chose not to vote for Mr. Lee's appointment to the Board of Education because neither his resume nor his interview responses convinced me that he would represent the interests of those whom the NAACP seeks to protect. That is, all Americans. I want to repeat that, all Americans. The mission of the NAACP is, and I here quote, to ensure the political, educational, social, and economical equity of rights of all persons and to eliminate racial bias discrimination. I could not conclude with sufficient confidence that Mr. Lee was sufficiently aware of the equity and civil rights issues and or significantly committed to them to work consistently and effectively toward a goal of equity, inclusion, justice, and protection of civil rights for all of our children, parents, staff, administrators, and teachers. Since that time, I have become aware of Mr. Lee's public Facebook posts, which is in my assessment reflect both ignorance and of hostility towards several groups of people. Becoming aware of this, I joined several other persons, including elected legislators, in publicly writing a letter asking Mr. Lieb not to accept the position to the Board of Education. Mr. Lieb clearly has enough faith and confidence in himself to go ahead and accept the position. I and others do not share that faith and confidence at this time. Mr. Lieb steps into the position of District 30 to represent on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education without the full confidence of the protesters of several constituent groups, as evidenced by those who spoke here tonight. In conclusion, Mr. Lieb continues to believe he can support those goals, or if he determines that it doesn't matter whether he does or does not support these goals, and if we determine he is failing at supporting them, then we will continue to bring this attention of the Anne Arundel County Public Schools and the board as appropriate, and we will continue to seek legal redress if necessary. At the same time, we offer not only to Mr. Lee, but to the entire board, to the entire Anne Arundel County Public Schools, our hand in identifying and resolving problems to ensure that together we do accomplish the shared goals of protecting the civil rights of all students and stakeholders at Anne Arundel County Public Schools, elevating all students and eliminating all gaps. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Alsop. Ms. Antoine.
Ms. Alsop, I want to first congratulate you on your new position. Very well earned and deserved. I also wanted to request if the NAACP is not a part of our equity committee led by Dr. Gillens, if we can invite them to those meetings, I think it would be helpful based on the offer she just made.
We would, Ms. Alsop and I have frequent conversations, and I'm looking forward to us getting back together regularly as you take your new office as president again. So again, congratulations, and so we'll continue to talk. She knows well that they are invited each and every month, and so we're delighted to have her or representative join our committee, our equity advisory, each and every month. And we've been doing that since 2005. That equity advisory has been meeting, and so we'll look forward to it. I'll look forward to us starting our meetings again.
Thank you. And just to add to that, a board member currently, as far as I know, does not regularly attend that because we don't have a board position for that at this time. But I am volunteering, something I said I would never do again, to be part of that. So we definitely want to work together to manage that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Snowden.
Thank you. I'm here representing the Caucus of African American Leaders, and I want to ask the board to become more assertive in your leadership. Today we heard, read, and seen another incident at Chesapeake Bay Middle School. A noose. Too many incidents. Tonight, people came to ask for an apology. An apology is important. In Annapolis, the city council went on record apologizing for an incident that took place involving a noose. In 2000, this past Monday, the county council went on record apologizing for a lynching that occurred in Annapolis and in Anne Arundel County. Where's the apology from the Board of Education? Where's the apology from a system when children have been traumatized time and time again? I want to read something that was distributed again from the school system. It comes from the principal, and I'm sure it's done with all the sincerity that she could muster. But I'll ask you to listen to these words carefully. She says, as I've asked before, _before, please speak to your child in a manner you deem more appropriate, but hate, bigotry, and intolerance have no place in our school, community, nation, or world. If you are unsure of what to do, or say, please contact our school about resources. So a parent comes today and they ask the Board of Education, what should we do? Incident after incident occurred. A letter goes home from the parent, from the school, generally from the principal, deploring the act, asking people to talk to their kids. And this continues to happen consistently. Clearly, something's wrong. And it seems to me the board needs to take a more aggressive view of what the board can do. I know that there's controversy in terms of the appointment of the newest board member, and Bob, I'm glad to hear that you have agreed to meet with members of the gay and lesbian community. We extend an invitation to you to come to a caucus meeting, to get to meet people directly, to hear some of the views. But I would ask you also, as one of the new board members, to extend an apology. You've hurt a lot of people. Whether you did it intentionally or not really doesn't matter. A number of people have spoken out. It takes a lot to be able to say, I'm sorry, but it's the beginning of the healing process. And I would appeal to you and ask you directly, are you willing to make an apology to those who were offended by your remarks?
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden. And then we have two more comments. Chad Jones and Dave Hogan.
Good evening. My name is Dave Hogan. It seems Chad didn't make it tonight, although we spoke briefly today. And so I have his comments. I'm in the minority here this evening, apparently. I want to kind of mitigate what's been said about Bob, because I've known him for 50 years. And I've been a county resident since '84, and I have 3 very successful students that went through the system here and went on to have very successful lives. My wife and I hold the system in high regard. We worked with it when we had our kids in the schools, and we care about the future of the school system as citizens. And it certainly affects everything from property values to how your kids behave with your neighbor's kids or your grandkids in our case. So I just want to jump back a bit and say that having known Bob for 50 years, I wanted to say a few positive words about Bob, given the recent social media and journalistic coverage, which I actually found sadly misleading in some cases. I would only address one point, which was on the racial issue. And the person Bob quoted was actually a black man who wrote in the Baltimore paper, who had some very interesting viewpoints that a lot of other black people that I've spoken to share. Now, I will say that during our childhood years and again our military service years, Bob and I were certainly inculcated with the belief to respect our fellow men and women, irrespective of their faith or race, and to advance that belief as a moral, ethical responsibility to those around us and to those whom worked for us and whom we reported to. And I can report that for the past 3 years, Bob capably did that, and he capably served with me on the County Veterans Affairs Commission, which I still chair, and he demonstrated that belief repeatedly. I know he only stepped down from the Veterans Affairs Commission in order to dedicate his time to the school board, which is very close to his heart, having served a business role on it several years ago, and is, in my view, very knowledgeable in the school board processes and the school systems, and knows where the issues are and how to address them. You know, I think those are important factors in his selection, and the board did, and whoever the selection committee was, did select him. I'm sorry the other candidate didn't get selected. There's a lot of people that supported them. So I just bring that up. And I would also just point on a personal note, my children, along with nieces and nephews who live in the area, call him Uncle Bob. And of note, some of them are black, some of them are mixed race. We also have very close members and extended family that are the LBGT community. I can't even say that right. So Bob is aware of these things, and he's so I'm here, I guess, in the minority position here, but I wanted to bring that up. If I may now speak for Chad Jones, who asked me to speak for him because he couldn't quite make it. Chad had the following to say. He said, as a Muslim man in Anne Arundel County, with 3 Muslim children in Anne Arundel County schools, let me say that there are few, if any, better servant leaders than Bob Leib. I am proud he will be on our school board. Trying to paint an American hero like Bob as anything other than that is disturbing. And he went on to say in an email to me later today, Chad is the secretary of the Anne Arundel County Muslim Council, which is charged with representing the county's Islamic community by bringing them together with the county's civic leadership. As a father of 3 Anne Arundel County students and Glen Burnie Secondary School representative on the board's Citizen Advisory Board, his primary issue is understanding political differences and the fact that the school board has become a political organization. But his main point is disagreeing with someone politically is not an excuse to label someone as a racist or bigot. And purposefully, he went on to say, purposefully lying about a person's character is against everything taught in Islam. Individuals painting a man who has served his country and his county for the better part of 40 years in so many capacities and suddenly being labeled as a racist or bigoted is clearly wrong, and which is why he was compelled to speak up. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. We will now move on to consent items, award of contracts. Do I have a motion to bundle items 5.01 through 5.10?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Howell, would you call the roll?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Aye. Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Aye. All right. Do I have any board comments or questions on these items?
My recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Otto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. With that, I recommend the board approve contracts as listed on today's agenda as 5.01 through 5.10.
Okay.
So moved.
No, you don't have to move that. Oh. I'm sorry, she was in the wrong stack. We'll get her. Just after this item, Ms. Frank, I'm sorry, you got put in the wrong stack. No, I put it. It got done after we finished this item. I have a question on item 5.03. So, the total dollar amount for this contract is $3,944,000. But on the bid page, it says the base, am I reading that right? It's kind of, wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. Hold on, I got myself mixed up. You confused me, Mr. Gilliland. Where is it? Well, maybe I don't have a question. Maybe I've mixed that up. Okay, that was it. I'm sorry. Item 5.01, the total contract amount is $35,400,000, but on the bid page, the sample project amount says only $869,000. What's the difference on that? So how many, when we say this is a bid price for a sample project, how many projects are we looking at here that they're bidding on?
So Alachek Novich, Chief Operating Officer. So essentially the way that this bid is constructed, and this is typical through the industry, is we have many capital projects coming down the pike. They can be new school construction, renovations, they can be systemic component replacements, they can be routine repair and maintenance, or they can be emergency nature. The way this bid is constructed is we created a prototypical project, and we had all the vendors bid this prototype project and say what would be the price to do this project, you know, inclusive of labor, materials, everything. And then it was awarded to the firm that provided the lowest price for that prototypical project. What we then did was we took a look at our capital improvement program that extends throughout the duration of this period and beyond, and said, if all of that capital improvement work was fully funded, and if it was funded at the rate at which we are asking, so it's fully funded at the rate we're asking, and fully executed at the pace that we've contemplated. Should all of that transpire, and I'm sure hoping I get to see that once before I retire, this could potentially be the maximum value of the work. Again, you saw in the superintendent's address that we have a $2.1 billion infrastructure backlog here in this county. We're aggressively trying to eradicate that, and being able to have a proficient contractor that can install these emergency temperature control systems within these projects is critical to that discharge.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Are there any other board questions or comments on any of these items? Okay. I do have a public comment. Jeffrey Foreman.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Thank you, ma'am. I am here, as you may or may not know, I'm here on item 5.03, the electrical contract at Edgewater Elementary School. The agenda item is to undo the award of that contract to Key Systems and award it to CT Electric. As you know, that is in appeal. It's in the courts, so I'm not here to talk about that. What I am here to talk about is this. I want to give you, I have 2 handouts to give, I have 10 of them, to give to each of you, so that you understand that the contract to Key has been signed. And we had a court hearing where I asked Mary Jo Childs if it had been signed. I was told no. That was October 31st. But I have a string of emails dated October 3rd that verifies that the contract with Key was already signed. So the only reason I'm here, Ms. Hummer and board members, is to say we've brought action, and I'm not here to deal with the merits of the action, but what I am saying is, if I am correct that we have a contract and it's breached, then I just don't want to make sure nobody on this board can say, if the court decides that there's a real problem here, nobody's going to be able to say, we didn't know. I'd like to hand you all, there is testimony that Ms. Childs, on direct question when I asked, has the contract been signed? I was told no. But there's emails that say, I'll just read this one from Christopher Schwartz back to Ms. Childs, just so you know, the signed contract was emailed to me by purchasing on Monday, and I sent it to the CM, which is construction manager, who may have already shared it with Key. So I just want you all to have this so that you know that if you vote to give the contract to CT and the court says, wait a minute, I'm just suggesting tonight might not be the time to vote on 5.03. I know you just voted to do it as a bundle. I don't know if you want to vote to undo the bundle and take that one out. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I just want to make sure nobody says we didn't know. To whom can I give these?
As this is a matter that's under pending litigation, we will not be commenting on that this evening. So,
thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other public comment? All right. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Ms. Corfidel is not here. Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? That's
No.
8.
Seven.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Thank you. 8-0. 1 absent.
So
Motion passes.
I'm going to, we had one other piece of public comment that accidentally got filed with an agenda item for comment, so I apologize, Ms. Frank. You were just put in the wrong stack up here. So, Ms. Frank.
I've been told I'm a troublemaker. So I did actually want to talk about the cell tower briefly, but I believe that I'm supposed to do it at the end. That's why I mentioned it. Okay.
That would be on that agenda item, yes.
Okay, so then I will just limit my comments right now to the later school start times that we have in our county. That started before my son came to school, and the cost for that was $618,000 per year. It breaks down to $47,538 per every minute that those teenage students were supposed to be able to sleep. This is about the starting salary of a new teacher, and we could have funded 13 teachers or counselors for about the same cost. I think that's relevant at budget time. A lot of the studies that I've read always cite 1 hour of sleep to be able to have an appreciable impact, and we have only increased those start times by 13 minutes. At the October meeting, Ms. Ellis, you mentioned that your children's bus arrived 10 minutes early, and then the students sat in the parking lot for about 10 minutes. And Ms. Nally said, well, you know, that's because of traffic, and if they leave too late, then they'll be 20 minutes late. So many of the high school children are not even getting the benefit of that 13 minutes because of the traffic situation. Our kids down in Bodkin, as they're coming home, are now firmly into rush hour traffic. So our children get home way later than that 15 minutes. And there are a lot of studies that will link play with better outcomes and better student outcomes at the younger age. There are definitely benefits when children get more sleep, but our students aren't really getting those benefits, and our vulnerable children could still get benefits of exercise if you reversed those start times. Our high school students do have the option to go to bed earlier, but elementary school students cannot extend those daylight hours. One thing that I would also like to mention, there are no sidewalks anywhere in my neighborhood or in most of the neighborhoods in Pasadena, especially the Bodkin School District. So those late night walks home, or those, you know, getting Cullen off the bus in the dark is difficult, especially if it's raining. It is really dark. We have prioritized our high school students at the expense of our elementary school students. My son gets home at 4:30. This means that I cannot make it to a 5 p.m. soccer practice. Many families are not able to participate in extracurricular activities, and it's because of this late start time and dismissal. Cullen is no longer in soccer. He has ADHD, so that makes it hard for him. We have sacrificed crucial playtime for many young children, and I understand the reasons behind trying to make this change, but I ask you to reevaluate this decision with new eyes and to look and to see if we have actually benefited. I ask you to give our young children back their daylight playtime, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Ms. Schalheim.
It's no secret that I ran on one of the platforms I ran on was Start School Later, but that is for high school predominantly. My daughter's school also starts very late, gets out very late, so I hear you, and I am listening, and it is a priority in my mind. And thank you for speaking tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Item 6.01 is administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
Okay.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Are there any board questions or comments? Ms. Connolly, call the roll, please.
Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Ms. Urea? Mr. Gilliland? Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you. Item 6.02 is the Shady Side Elementary School Telecommunication Transmission Facility, and we do have a board, a staff presentation.
For the record, I'm Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer. At the board meeting of 5 December 2018, the board members posed a number of questions that evening. We took copious notes and have essentially created a question and answer type presentation. So we're taking your discrete questions and we're replying in a discrete fashion. I will say that this will take some time. I would prefer, with your indulgence, to be allowed to go through the Q&A, and I'm simply asking that because there's a probability that if a question jumps in your mind as I'm discussing item number 3, that very well may be answered by the time we get to number 7 in a more thorough fashion. So we've sort of tried to also lay this out in a logical progression to the best of our ability as well. So let me begin. So a question was posed, I believe by Ms. Antoine. Should a project be reassessed in light of technical maturity within the industry or in general? Our response is as follows. With the continued proliferation of mobile devices and the increased reliance upon mobile communications, the need for a robust and sound telecommunications capacity infrastructure is greater today than ever. The ongoing move from 4G to 5G technology, as well as the build-out of the next-gen 911 system being driven by the FCC's 911 Improvement Act, 911 Improvement Act of 2008, will only increase, not decrease. The need to construct additional towers or supplemental antennas, since the telecommunications grid will require more dense and robust nodes to support the 5G and next-gen 911 platforms, along with the numerous other ever-increasing throughput demands. It is also important to note that the National Emergency Number Association has recently estimated that approximately 80% of the 240 million 911 calls made annually in the U.S. are from wireless devices. And while not part of my script, let me just explain next-gen briefly. So the capacity currently is to move to a 911 system. The 911 calls can not only be accepted through landline, but when they come in through cellular devices, the systems will be able to triangulate your location and send emergency response vehicles. The 911 centers, in addition to receiving phone calls from mobile devices, will also be able to receive text messages, photographs, and videos straight into the 911 systems that they find will be a benefit to assess a situation and discern better what emergency forces may or may not be appropriate to be dispatched. But I digress. Second question.
Just a minute, Mr. Shaknovich. Mr. Grannon.
Second question was, can we have Milestone and others make a presentation before the board regarding telecommunication facilities and the telecommunications industry in general, as well as their work with AACPS and other public sector entities? The response is as follows. Yes, certainly. We can arrange for such a presentation with representatives of Milestone and the industry at a future Board of Education meeting. Third, provide an update in terms of permits and other regulatory approvals. A grading permit was submitted to Anne Arundel County on February 9, 2018, and is awaiting final review and approvals pending release of the approved final site development plan by Planning and Zoning. A building permit was submitted to Anne Arundel County on February 16, 2018, and is awaiting final review and approvals pending the release of the approved final site development plan by Planning and Zoning. A preliminary site development plan was submitted to Anne Arundel County on May 24, 2018, and it was approved on October 10 of 2018. The final site development plan was submitted to the county on November 7, 2018, and is awaiting final review and approvals by the Planning and Zoning Office. Of note, the project has also been approved and reviewed and approved without comment or objection on November 14, 2017 by the Maryland Department of the Environment, on January 10, 2018 by the U.S. Department of the Army Corps of Engineers, and on January 11, 2018 by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. Question next. Is there a need to reassess the 2,500-foot commercially zoned proximate site search requirements of Anne Arundel County Code Section 18-11-117, sub 4? Answer. As in all regulatory matters, the authority having jurisdiction interprets, applies, and enforces all requisite requirements for regulatory and permit approvals. Any such requirement, if any, for reassessment would be imposed by the County Department of Planning and Zoning, not AACPS. That said, a reassessment would likely not be required since the initial 2,500-foot radius study was done from the extreme outer edges of the entire elementary school property, not from the location of the proposed tower site or the land immediately surrounding it. Question. Are there any technical adjustments needed to the wetland delineations? Answer. We are not aware of any necessary adjustments needed to the wetland delineations. Naturally, as in all regulatory matters, the authority having jurisdictions interpret, apply, and enforce all requisite requirements for regulatory and permit approvals. If any adjustments were or are to be required, it will be at the request of those regulatory bodies. Question. Provide more info on the wetland maps and environmental assessment study. A code compliance study dated October 23, 2017 was developed and produced by Wetland Studies and Solutions, Inc. The Maryland Department of the Environment reviewed said report, conducted a site visit on November 3, 2017, and concluded in a November 14, 17 letter that the Maryland Department of the Environment issued, indicating that it has verified and concurred with the wetland report dated October 23, 2017, and the wetland delineation depicted therein. So there are no DNR regulated wetlands on the proposed cell tower site. The U.S. Department Army Corps of Engineers reviewed said report, conducted a site visit on December 28, 2017, and concluded in a letter dated January 10, 2018, that the Corps verified and concurred with the wetland report dated October 23, 2017, and the wetland delineations depicted therein. The Corps further went on to state that in its field inspection indicated that the delineation of national waters and wetlands of the United States, including jurisdictional wetlands depicted in the October 23, 2017 report, are accurate, and that there are no waters of the United States, including national or local jurisdictional wetlands, present on the site that are regulated by the U.S. River and Harbor Act or the U.S. Clean Water Act. On January 11, 2018, the Maryland Department of Natural Resources wrote that the Wildlife and Heritage Service Division has determined that there are no official state or federal records for listed plants or animal species within delineated area, and as a result, they have no specific concerns regarding potential impacts or recommendations or protection measures. Question. Will reforestation be required on site? What will be the impact on playground equipment, playfields, or field days? As you can see on the exhibits before you, based upon the extent of the existing forested area to be retained and what we are aware of, there is no requirement for reforestation according to the permit documents, since only 0.15 acres of forest is being cleared, well below the 2.71 acres of clearing permitted by the county without afforestation requirements being imposed. There will be a 15-foot landscape buffer immediately surrounding the entire length of the access drive from Idlewild Road, and the equipment compound, which is already further completely surrounded by the existing woodland areas. The county's code requires that only 24 shrubs and trees be installed along that landscape buffer, again, within the existing woods. Milestone's landscaping plan depicts 128 new shrubs and trees newly installed within that heavily wooded area. As such, since all construction and landscaping activities are contemplated to be confined within that already wooded area, there will be no impact upon playground equipment, playfields, or field days. Question: are there any modifications presently pending or that have been granted by the county relating to the project at Shadyside Elementary School? Answer: to the best of our knowledge, there are no modifications presently pending or that have been granted by the county as it relates to the project at Shadyside Elementary School. Question: could the county executive approach Milestone with other land options? Answer: based upon our contract with Milestone, there is nothing that we are aware of that would preclude the county executive from approaching Milestone with other land options. Question: could new county lands such as Turtle Run or Franklin Park work? Based upon a preliminary assessment, both sites would be too far south to eliminate the gap in service that the cell service providers are seeking to remedy. Naturally, the final determination of such would be between Milestone, Verizon, the FCC, the county's administration, and the Planning and Zoning Department. It is important to note, to the extent that the parks were purchased by the state's Program Open Space, or POS program funding, the POS covenants would likely preclude non-recreational related activities on the land in question. Question: can we explore a land swap with recreation and parks at the Shadyside Park ball fields? Answer: as previously stated, there is nothing that we are aware of that would preclude the county from approaching Milestone with other land options, including on recreation and park sites. However, I would add that Anne Arundel County Public Schools would not likely be interested in a land swap at the county's ballpark site, since we would have no valid use or reason to own a small piece of land remote from the site that we occupy, and that is not contiguous to any other Anne Arundel County Public Schools land. As a side note, the Shadyside Park site does appear to be entirely within the Chesapeake Bay critical area line and is deemed as a resource conservation area by Maryland's Department of Natural Resources. Question: does the county's administration have an interest to host a tower or do a land swap with Anne Arundel County Public Schools? Have they reached out to us? Our answer is as follows: we cannot speak for the administration regarding either their intent or their interest levels. Again, that would be entirely between the county and Milestone. I did, however, reach out to the Director of Recreation and Parks, who indicated that he and his staff know nothing about this, are not initiating anything in this regard, and have no blanket contracts in place with any tower providers. We were, however, informally contacted by the county's Office of Technology on behalf of the Emergency Operations Office, Police, and Fire some time ago regarding their desire to potentially construct a high-frequency public safety band radio communication tower mast on the Shadyside Elementary School site that would be over 3 times the proposed height of the cell tower monopole being proposed by Milestone, and require multiple guy wires to support and stabilize things. Question: was an up or down vote taken by the board with respect to the project? Answer: no. Regulation FBRA does not call for an up or down vote. It states that absent action by the board to preclude a project from proceeding, the vendor shall prepare the construction documents and requisite applications. The Board of Education reviewed the proposed projects at both its June 21, 2017 meeting and again at its September 6, 2017 meeting, at which time no action was taken to preclude the project from proceeding, and thus the requisite permit applications were filed. Question: did Anne Arundel County Public Schools follow the applicable policy regulations, including timeliness of notification? Answer: yes. To the best of our knowledge, All timelines under direct purview of AACPS were adhered to. On April 6, 2017, there was an AACPS requisite meeting at Shadyside Elementary School with Anne Arundel County Public Schools staff and a principal. On May 23, 2017, there was the AACPS requisite meeting at Shadyside Elementary School with AACPS staff, the principal, the PTA member, and a school board member. The Board of Education reviewed a proposed project at its publicly advertised and televised June 21, 2017 meeting. The AACPS required community outreach meeting was held on August 9, 2017, with notifications being issued on July 18, 2017, August 1, 2017, and August 7, 2017. The Board of Education reviewed a proposed project again at its publicly advertised and televised September 6th meeting. Following the above, Milestone commenced with making application to the various regulatory authorities, and any notifications, documents, and meeting requirements required by said regulators are under the purview of the individual jurisdiction, not that of AACPS. And again, as in all regulatory matters, since the individual governmental authority having jurisdiction interpret, apply, and enforce their requirements for regulatory and permit approvals. Question: if a forest conservation agreement is required by the state or county, will it impact upon our future ability to build upon or develop our property? Answer: no. Even if a forest conservation agreement is required by the state or county, it will not impact upon our future ability to build upon or develop the property. Almost the entire 2.36 acre area contemplated as a potential forest conservation area, if required, is already designated as either wetlands proper or in the designated 25-foot buffer zone, again depicted on the poster boards in front of you. Does the obligation to review a school site as a potential location for telecommunication tower stem from the 2006 U.S. Federal Telecommunications Act or from our master agreement? Answer: essentially both. Towers are constructed for obvious reasons: to limit or eliminate gaps in wireless coverage. The Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996, TCA, encourages the use of public land to resolve a matter of national concern, which is a robust communication system for emergency communications, routine communications, and the orderly conduct of trade and commerce. Furthermore, the federal TCA aims to reduce governmental obstacles to the installation of cell phone towers. The Federal Communication Commission advises that Section 704 requires the federal government to help licensees in spectrum-based services such as cellular get direct access to preferred sites for their facilities. Federal agencies must make federal property available for this purpose, and the FCC is directed to work with states to find ways for states to accommodate licensees who wish to erect towers on state property or use state easements or right-of-ways. Maryland school systems, as creations and creatures of the state, fall within the scope of this language. 47 U.S.C. Section 332 C7 provides in BI2 that the regulation of the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities by any state or government or instrumentality thereof shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of wireless services. Since resolving a significant gap in coverage is generally the basis for the installation of a tower in the first place, any such legislation or act would likely violate said provisions in the eyes of the courts and not pass the federal preemption or field preemption review standards. Board Policy FB, which governs telecommunication transmission facilities, simply states that AACPS will comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws and regulations as to relate to telecommunication transmission facilities, inclusive of the federal TCA Act and FCC regulations. Question: can the board consider health effects even if the county cannot? Answer: likely not. Under the federal preemption and field prevention preemption review criteria. The federal TCA places certain limits on the ability of state or local governments or their equivalents to regulate wireless communication towers. 47 U.S.C. Section 311C7 provides in BI4 that no state or local governments or instrumentality thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of environmental, read health, effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's, read FCC's, regulatory regulations concerning such emissions. Once again, it is likely that any legislation or act by a state or local governmental body or instrumentality would likely violate said provisions in the eyes of the courts and not pass the federal preemption or field preemption review standards. On September 2013, in a September 2013 ruling by Judge Garbus for the U.S. District Court for the District of Maryland, espoused upon matters of federal preemption and struck down similarly prohibitive actions as unconstitutional under the Supremacy Clause by virtue of field preemption. Specifically, Judge Garbus wrote, and I quote, "Where a state action falls within a field Congress intended the federal government alone to occupy, the good intentions and importance of the state's objectives are immaterial to the field preemption analysis. Field preemption requires that the state to yield to the force of federal law, notwithstanding that the state's action is constructed upon values familiar to many and cherished by most." Question: what cell tower projects have been rejected within Anne Arundel County Public Schools? Answer: cell tower projects tentatively proposed for Belle Grove, Hillsmere, Piney Orchard Elementary School, Severna Park High School, and the Millersville Student Support Services Building in Millersville were previously rejected by Anne Arundel County Public School staff. Question: what is the total revenue to date received via the milestone contract? Answer: $482,805. Question: what is the pro rata revenue distribution splits, and what has said revenue been spent upon? Answer: per regulation FBRA governing telecommunication transmission facilities, the school where the telecommunication transmission facility is located shall receive 25% of the revenues from the $25,000 one-time site fee to be managed by that school's building principal. The school cluster that encompasses the school where the telecommunication transmission facility is located shall receive 25% of the revenues from the $25,000 one-time site fee to be managed and apportioned within that cluster by the regional assistant superintendent for that cluster. All other revenues from the telecommunication transmission facilities shall go to the Board of Education's general fund as an unrestricted operating budget revenue source to support the district's overall budgetary requirements in its totality. Question: how much time have Anne Arundel County Public Schools employees spent over the years to develop, review, and coordinate milestone projects, and what percentage of that time has been reimbursed directly via milestone payments to Anne Arundel County Public Schools? Answer: salaried Anne Arundel County Public School employees do not track their time in detail via a billable hours type of methodology. And given the daily myriad of multitasking activities, projects, initiatives, etc. that each works on, there's simply no way to quantify this answer. The existing contract with Milestone does not, however, contain a provision within it that Milestone directly reimburses Anne Arundel County Public Schools for each hour spent by AACPS staff. Question: clarify the timelines and impact of the lot consolidation, and what was the lot consolidation roll call vote? Answer: it was discovered early during the design review process by the county that the overall existing Shadyside Elementary School site was comprised of multiple legacy parcels and carried multiple legacy tax identification numbers as a result. These legacy dashed line lots should have been vanquished and the lots consolidated when a school was originally constructed in 1971. The county indicated that it would benefit them, the state, and everyone involved, not just here, but at any other properties that AACPS controls, if the legacy lots were consolidated into one unified parcel and the entire site carried only one tax identification number. Milestone offered to prepare the necessary deeds and plats at no cost to the public. Since no public land was being conveyed, accessed, acquired, or otherwise encumbered via this ministerial act, under the advice of board's legal counsel, your counsel, no vote of the board as a whole was required. AACPS is committed to the county and will continue to pursue lot consolidations in the future to the extent that we have construction projects on school sites that contain similarly situated legacy parcels, dashed lot lines, and multiple tax ID numbers. Finally, can the Board of Education corporately or individually be liable for health liabilities in the future? Answer. The old adage that you can be sued by anyone, anytime, for anything, essentially always holds true. As to the merits of any such suit or the prospective outcome of same, I defer to the advice of your legal counsel. That is the conclusion of the Q&A portion of this presentation.
I just want to say, Alex, thank you. I know it was a tremendous amount of work, you and your team over the last 2 weeks, to put all of those facts together. And it was presented in a very uneventful and factual manner. And I want to let you know that I appreciate it. I know it was a tremendous amount of work for you and your team, so thank you.
Mr. Grannon.
I agree, Mr. Shakhnovich. Thank you for the comprehensiveness of your presentation. I move that the superintendent take all actions necessary to pause the placement of a cell tower at Shadyside Elementary until further direction from the board. Otherwise, given the late hour and remaining agenda items, assuming that my motion is seconded, I call for a vote on the motion.
Second.
Second.
Ms. Antwine.
So if you'll appease me, I have 3 specific questions that kind of all align. I agree with Dr. Olato and Mr. Grannon. Tremendous, outstanding job. Thank you for that, especially for the statutory references that you took time to find and the opinions as well. My question is, there was concerns about the other possible locations, and the response was that those locations were too far south. So not to have you and your team go and research even more, but how far is too far south, please? And then the revenue to date, I wanted to better understand, is that to say that having Milestone's cell tower there allows our schools money? And if so, is that part of the capital side or the operational side?
Sure, let me address your questions in turn. So the questions that were posed at the 5 December meeting reference 3 particular elements of county property. 2 of those elements appear to be too far south to resolve the coverage gap issues that exist. There are coverage area maps that exist. The third and remaining site, which was at the Shadyside Ballpark, was not, however, included in that. The Shadyside Ballpark does appear to be close enough to the coverage gap area that it would aid it in resolving that. To the extent that it would be able to resolve it fully, that would be subject to that full analysis.
Sure.
With respect to your second question, the monies, so again, the monies are unrestricted operating budget. They are not capital at all in nature. They are general revenue to the Board of Education, classified as unrestricted miscellaneous income, and they can support any and all expenditure that the Board of Education does on the operating side of the budget, given that we continue to maintain alignment with the appropriation authorities that we've been granted.
So with that said, that here comes the third. With the revenue being on the operational side, for clarification, to date, since we've been engaged with them, about 500K has been utilized for operational support for the schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Scholheim. Over what stretch of time? Because that equates to 0.04% of 1 year's budget. So I just want to be clear, like if that's over 4 years, 5 years.
So the direct question that was asked was revenue to date. We have been in a contractual engagement with the firm since mid-2011.
Got it.
So that's revenue aggregated to date since the inception of the contract in 2011.
All right, so just for the audience out there to understand, that's 0.04% of 1 year's operating budget. I wanted to address some items. I went down to planning and zoning and looked at the full package today. I ran into Mr. Stewart in the elevator so he can confirm that I was in fact there looking at it. And I asked planning and zoning point blank, will this require a forest conservation part of the hashed part of the map? And she said yes. And so I said, so this thing can't go through without that? And she said yes. So it will be required to make that part of forest conservation land, just so we're all clear. And the ball field, hopefully the measurement was done from the center point of the consolidated land, and this outer circle is that area. The ball field's up here, and that is fair game. And I was not suggesting that Anne Arundel County Public Schools purchase that land. I was suggesting, again, it's a suggestion and nothing more, that that we make this entire parcel, perhaps with the board's approval, a forest conservation site. The tower is erected, perhaps. Again, you know, pending conversations with the county on that site, and we accomplish, you know, his commitment to zero forestation loss. We get the cell tower, which everyone needs, and we all agree is needed, and you know, figure out the money part in that as well. So I just want to be clear on that part.
I have a point of order. My motion was seconded, and I've called the question.
There were still people who had pushed their buttons to ask questions beforehand, and we also have public comment that will be taken before we have a vote. So, Ms. Urea.
There's no such rule that says that.
Ms. Urea.
I just want to. Can I go? Go ahead. I just want to say thank you as well, Mr. Cheknovich. So I have a couple questions. Mine is just an inquiry as to why the other projects were rejected. Do you by any chance know? I don't know if you mentioned, I don't think you did, but the projects at Lexford Park and other schools, why were they rejected, do you know?
Sure, I can go through them in a little bit of detail for you. So for a variety of reasons. So Belgrove Elementary School is a very, very small site. It's just north of 2 acres. In order to comply with the various requirements, there's setback requirements that are required. So there's a number of regulatory provisions that are you know, sort of geometry and distance based. So Belgrove wouldn't meet those distance and geometrical considerations. Hillsmere Elementary School is currently in your CIP. It's one of the schools that Dr. Lotto referenced just several hours ago when he gave his budget address. Given that we don't know what the ultimate design or outcome or placement of that school would be in the future, it would be unwise to put a cell phone tower there that could potentially impede with a future construction project. Piney Orchard Elementary School was, again, a issue of distance and geometry. That site, although it does look large, half of that property is owned by Recreation Parks. It's not owned by us. So the lot lines that may appear to someone externally are not true by representation when you take a look at the land records for Piney Orchard Elementary School. So Verona Park High School, again, that has to do with timing with construction. We were approached while, the school was going through it. It's now completed, but at that time, it was still actively under construction, and we didn't want anything to interfere, and have two contractors on the site, and it would just get too messy. And finally, the Millersville Student Support Services Building on 175, right there at 301 in Millersville, is again simply too small, and the parcel is so small that there's no way that the tower could be sited and comply with the regulatory requirements.
Okay, and my other question is, could you explain more what you meant by like the shoreline crisis? By that one site you said that the shoreline, the critical area, yes.
Sure. So, we've talked about natural conservation areas, we talked about wetlands, et cetera. So there is a provision that we're trying to protect the bay. So what we're trying to do is to restrict to the greatest extent practicable construction within about 1,000-foot buffer. So creating impervious area that would create potential for runoffs, et cetera, to maybe harm the bay, et cetera, is something that the regulators are trying to do. The Shadyside Park site that's been referenced through board member questions as an alternative location, that park site is fully within that Chesapeake Bay critical area zone, and it's also been deemed by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources as an environmental protection area, essentially, under their auspices.
So is that the park that other board members have also referenced in the swap of land? Is that the one?
Yes,
or is
ma'am.
that different?
They're one and the same.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Corkada.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. A lot of those questions were mine. I've been following this issue in other capacities for quite some time, and what remained to me of interest to want to have this conversation and to make sure everyone was included and to extend it to tonight. And we did hear from folks from all perspectives and stakeholders, although not all were able to attend tonight, was a concern over wetlands. I personally visited the site prior to taking office with several folks and had encouraged them at the time to check in with MDE, Army Corps, and DNR and similar with questions of concern of MAP. Since that time, it appears that it has met all the regulatory standards at the federal, which is Army Corps, and 2 state agencies, and one of which included a site visit, which I thank you for sharing that information. So I'm just reviewing a little bit of what you had said.
2 of the 3. So U.S. Army Corps and state DNR both did site visits in addition to.
So DNR did as well.
It's 2 of the 3 agencies. One agency did not conduct a site visit, and that was the one that was looking for protected species or plants. So.
Correct. That's part of that Habitat Protection Act, and it was verified, sir. Correct that no species were extraneous species were found. Correct.
Correct.
Or protected. Okay. The other question I had posed as part of my decision involved whether or not the school was a green school or in the process of becoming a green school as an optic of education for the students, contingent, of course, on the environmental features. And it appears that although that I would hypothesize to say I think every piece of property on Shadyside Peninsula and its neighbors are a vital core part of our environment. It did not appear that is this a green school? I've never been clear on this. I've gotten answers that contradict one another.
I believe it is.
Okay.
I don't know one way or the other. We certainly can find out.
Okay.
I mean, we can check our list of green schools.
To
And
me,
I don't know
I'll just
this
say,
is
because that
Jackson's
really
over
is,
there.
I think that's part, yeah, that I'm still hearing two different answers, because to me, that does make a difference.
We have a listing online of all the schools.
Okay.
So.
If maybe we could have someone look that up for a second that has a computer. I have a couple more questions for you, sir. So one of the other issues that was brought to my attention had to do with the lot lines and whether or not those adjustments would make other parcels perhaps within the range of acceptable. And I think it sounds to me, based on your testimony tonight, that there are two aspects of that. Number one is what the need of the cell coverage is, and what is the standard for the county. Those are two separate entities. It appears to me, based on the testimony, I've not seen to the contrary. I am going to table wanted to table my decision until I hear public testimony on this. But is there anything that is missing in there that would benefit a decision in that category that you've not already presented?
No, I believe the board's questions that were posed were thorough, and we did our best ability to answer them in kind. So I don't have anything else to offer this time.
Okay. As it relates to public notification, I was not clear. I'm very comfortable with the county regulations as it relates to a requirement by an applicant. My understanding is that Milestone is the applicant, having rights, having been granted authority by ACPS as the owners to do so, and therefore it would be their responsibility to manage and work with the county to ensure all the public notification regulations were met. Is that accurate, or does that need edited?
No. So there are essentially two different public notification elements. There is an initial, so leading up to the board having no objection to the project at the outset, there are notification requirements that are embedded within this Board of Education's regulations. Once we get past that point then, and the applications are made to the various regulatory bodies, those notification requirements are completely driven by the requirements of that agency, be it county agency, federal government agency, et cetera. So the board's notification requirements essentially cease, and that responsibility still remains with the applicant, but now they're governed by that federal agency, that state agency, that local county government agency.
Okay.
And they have to fully comply with whatever those requirements are.
Oh, thank you. I just got clarification. Shady Side is not a green school at this time. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Ms. Ellis.
Okay. Wait, I was not finished. My apologies. So one of the other considerations that I did have had to do with notification and ample notification. I know of public record with the county and its application and file being available of what happened on the county requirements to notification, MDE's requirements to notification when applications been filed in the similar associated agencies. Are you able to testify to us that the notifications prior to the initiation of any applications to federal, state, and local officials were met to the best of AACPS's ability?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware, and this may be a question I would prefer legal to if you had to defer to, is there a consequence to a termination of this project as it relates to our contract with Milestone? And if so, what is that look like? What's the consequence?
Well, every contract has well, not every, almost all contracts have termination provisions embedded within those, and then the ability of a contractor to recover damages or profits or whatever is enumerated within that contract. So it would, at that time, essentially become a legal dispute item, and the outcome of that would be subject to either negotiations with this board or an action that's taken via an appeal to this board, Maryland State Board of Education, or the circuit courts for the area.
And if permits were in hand, but this body chose to enact a motion to pause the actual construction of the project, would that be possibly construed as a contractual breach?
I would be disinclined to answer that question at this point in time and defer to legal counsel, because that would become part and parcel to a potential dispute item.
Madam Chair, given the severity of the legal nature of the motion, I would request that our legal counsel come and answer that question, please, at this time.
Mr. Burns.
Good evening, Madam President, Mr. Gilliland, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board. For the record, I'm Darren Burns, General Counsel to the board. I did hear the word termination just came up and was discussed, although I think that I'm not sure that's what originally was put forth.
My question has to do with the motion withstanding as whether or not that by its very virtue would constitute a breach.
Right, and I want to clarify. I think the idea of placing a hold or a stop on some action that's involved in a contract is certainly different than terminating a contract. And I think Mr. Zagnovich was pointing out that if one party decides to, we're going to call it terminate a contract, that does have certain legal consequences that are defined not just by the contract. If it's silent, it's going to be defined by the law. What I believe has been put forward tonight represents, I think, some version of an action by the board to do something under the contract or to do something outside the contract. My best advice to you is this. I'm not aware you've received as a board or that Dr. Arlotto has commissioned a formal legal opinion on what your rights are or your remedies are under your contract with Milestone. I'm not aware that you've received any opinion on what Milestone's rights and remedies are. It's a serious topic. I would hesitate to tell you to move too quickly on any action that you have not received guidance on the potential consequences. But depending on the motion, it may not be something that invokes anything into the contract. And so again, sitting here today without the contract in front of me, with the motion that I heard, I can't give you an opinion on whether there are contract ramifications. I can tell you, you would want a formal opinion if you choose to take action under the contract to do something.
And so a pause would be a action imposed on the contract because it would not be running its regular course as a project. They would have a permit in hand and money invested in that, but we would be halting the construction of it.
You're the owner.
Because they are the applicant.
Well, you're the owner of the property. They're an applicant in a proceeding before the county government. I'm not aware of any particular rule that allows you to stop the county government process.
Correct.
But as the owner of a property, if you want to exercise a right in regard to your property, you would not only have whatever exists under the common law and state law regarding education agencies, you would also have what's defined in the contract. And again, if you're asking me whether, tonight you're asking me whether or not under your Milestone contract you have the right to unilaterally as owner tell Milestone to stop its activities, stop proceeding before the county, stop doing whatever it is they're doing, I can't answer that question. If you're asking whether or not as a board you could engage with Milestone about the topic of pausing with whatever the contract says, there's nothing to stop you from doing that. But I hesitate to give you advice on what the contract tells you, absent the ability to look at the contract and assess it under a specific set of circumstances.
So it sounds like if the motion were modified to pause for enough time to request a legal brief and dialogue of the contract, that would probably be more legally appropriate, so as not and reduce the risk of us engaging in a potential breach or other legal action or recourse?
I will answer that in two parts. One is I don't want to sound like it's self-serving. I'm not suggesting that you would need board counsel, at least at the beginning, to offer such an opinion. Dr. Arlotto has legal counsel. They engage in contract matters all the time. If your motion was to pause long enough to ask the superintendent to obtain advice that would be shared with the board about your contract rights and remedies and milestones rights and remedies, that would be an appropriate thing that I could support in terms of advising you. It wouldn't have to come from me.
It seems like it would serve its purpose of its immediate and allow us to operate healthily within our legal obligations, which although we have not personally adopted, the school board has. So I thank you very much for that.
Yeah, and I would add, too, that you remember that under law, Dr. Arlotto is the sort of the written approval authority through himself or his designee of your contracts. Without, again, seeing it in front of me and seeing who signed it, I can tell you that you didn't enter into a contract with Milestone absent his approval. I think it's entirely appropriate before you start directing actions under that contract, under his authority as executive, I think he should be comfortable enough to let you know what your rights and remedies are.
So, Dr. Arlotto, before I I resign my microphone there, we have not heard your opinion on this and potential consequences from your optics of what we, with this decision or motion, would do.
I echo, I thank you for the opportunity, and I was going to wait to allow you to finish before I press the button. I echo, and before before your counsel was brought forward, I echo exactly where he is and his advice in that I think that the board needs counsel on exactly what the remedies are if there is a breach of contract. If in the end it is determined to be a breach of contract, and that analysis of the contract has not yet been done.
In your opinion, is a pause advised to the board as a person who advises us as our employee?
I think it is, in light of the conversation tonight, the answer is yes. A pause is appropriate if the board is looking for counsel on the legal ramifications of a breach of contract. Yes.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Ms. Ellis.
I'm going to go through real quick. So there's, it was mentioned there's no reason to acquire a ball field in a land swap. Well, I would argue the reason could be to provide cell service to the area, including the school, without putting a tower on school grounds. I have a couple of questions. Can it be verified that residents were given 2 weeks notice for public, what do you call it, public hearing? And I ask because several parents and residents from the area indicated to me that they did not get that notification. So I would like to hear that verified, how that was, notification was given out. As far as the argument that school systems are not have to put cell phones or cell towers on school grounds if we have no justification not to per federal law. There are other school systems in Maryland who have decided not to do that. So I just think we have enough reason to learn a little more. So I support hitting the pause button before we move forward.
Ms. Schallheim.
I move to call the question that was previously stated and seconded.
I have a question for, this is a Robert Sewell's question for you, Mr. Burns. Yep. So this item, I think I may have made a mistake earlier. This is an information item. It was not moved to action. So it's listed on our cover sheet as an information to action item. And so
It says action.
It says action on there. Oh, on our agenda and on here it says information. That's what I wanted to clarify because it says on here information to action. I wanted to make sure for that. So the question has been called. However, we have a number of people who want to speak on this before it hands. What is the Robert's rules on that?
After the primary motion has been moved and seconded, and there's at some point in time during the discussion, a member wishes to call the question. Once they're called upon, you've called upon whoever, I think it was Ms. Schallheim, she may move to call the question. If it is seconded and then a 2/3 vote of the majority, that can call the question. That's how it's done.
Would that be a separate motion?
It's the motion that was just made and seconded. I think Ms. Schallheim made a motion and someone seconded.
Okay.
I think Mr. Grant seconded.
All right. So now
there's no further discussion of the primary motion, and it's subject to a 2/3 majority to uphold the calling of the question.
To uphold the calling of the question.
And then you would vote on the question.
Got it. Okay. So it is tricky.
It is.
It's kind of, so the motion before us is to call the question and vote. Right, but in discussion, so it's not to vote on the motion, it's to vote on calling that. Because that motion has been made to call the question, can we now take discussion on that? No, it's just a vote to call the question.
It should be by roll call as normally occurs.
Okay. So we are voting to call the question and vote on the original motion. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on? Is everyone clear on what we're voting on? Ms. Antoine is not. So I'm going to explain again. We are voting on... We're voting on whether we are ready to vote. If we call the question at this point and end discussion on the motion from the public or the board to call the question and go ahead, or to continue discussion. So this is a vote to call the question to move on to vote for the motion. Everybody got that now? Okay. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Porcado. Aye. Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
We're voting
To call the question.
to end. There we go. Okay,
Yes.
so, and that means no one else gets to speak, period. So then it's a nay for me, please.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon, I beg your pardon.
Ralph Ellison over here wants to vote. I vote aye.
6-3, motion passes.
Okay. So now we will vote on Mr. Grannon's motion, which is, would you repeat your motion, Mr. Grannon?
Yes, the motion is that the superintendent take all actions necessary to pause the placement of a cell tower at Shadyside Elementary until further direction from the board otherwise.
All right.
Roll call.
Ms. Conley, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Corkado?
Nay.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
6-3, motion passes.
Ms. Corkadell.
I just wanted to comment that my nay vote is because of the broadness of it and the fact that we have residents out here that wanted to speak to allow us to independently review all aspects of this project. And by placing the motion during the information phase, their voices were thwarted. I do believe that a pause is necessary, but not under the terms and without hearing everyone's voice.
Ms. Antoine.
So I thought about that in that few seconds that I got to think about it. And the motion I understood to be that the superintendent will do everything necessary to pause the project, basically, which I believe includes that public input.
And during, well, I'm not sure about that, but during that pause, we can ask for a full legal opinion as to what the ramifications could be on the contract basis for this.
I understand that, and just in response to my fellow members, part of this motion included him pausing the entire, doing whatever necessary to pause the project, as opposed to pausing the project for additional information and additional opportunity for the public. That is what I am differentiating. It's the back end of the motion, because I don't think that our residents that were here to allow us to really get input, I think would have helped drive closer to an independent decision on this particular motion.
Ms. Antoine.
Mine would just be a question. If requesting that the superintendent does everything necessary, does that mean getting input from the public? And what does that mean, everything?
Ms. Antoine, I don't think it's council's place to comment on that. You all are creating a public record of what you want by your motion. I don't think it's a legal question.
Sure, understood. I just believe, just like all means all, I believe everything means everything. In the essence of time, I won't belabor that, but I believe, I'm confident that Dr. Olato will do everything necessary.
Ms. Schalheim.
Could the public speak now about it, or are we moving on to another item?
Ms. Ellis.
Just before we get to public comment, I just want to be clear. I think the whole reason for the pause button is because there's still so many outstanding questions on this board that I don't see how we can move forward. But I can only speak for myself in this statement, but I think that probably everyone here recognizes that we want the cell service in the area for the Shady Side residents and for our school. So we're just trying to find the most safest and most efficient way to accomplish that.
Mr. Grayman.
I have a question for Board Counsel. My understanding of the way this has worked is each of these agenda items, this was an action item, it has now been voted on. That agenda item is complete. Discussion is for the purpose of informing votes on action items. That action item is done. If two board members want to put this on every single meeting that we have going forward, we can do that. This item is finished. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
And I think that's been your practice.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your agenda item closes.
So we're up to 6.03.
So then is that the will of the board, of the rest of the members of the board, that all the extensive public comment that we had here, these folks would not speak tonight? That's what we're saying if we're going to move on to the area. It's kind of Ms. Urea. It's kind of Ms. Urea.
Did they say we're good, we don't want to speak, or do want to speak?
I think some do and some don't.
Well, I mean, in my personal opinion, if we just halted the project for more opinions to answer more questions, then if people want to speak, we should speak. So can we make a motion? Then I motion for the people that want to make public comment on this action item.
I second that.
Do
That's
I have a
fine.
second? Okay. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll, please?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will now have some public comment for those who still would like to speak. Robert Cube, Victoria Calhoun, Erica Cullenber, Jennifer Canneton, I may not be saying that one right, and Lisa Taylor Serriero. That's the first batch, if any of those folks would like to come speak. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just going to keep my comments quick based on what you guys did. I'm very concerned about these cell towers and that this making this land available is absolutely taking you beyond the scope of what this board is supposed to do. The mission of the Anne Arundel County Public Schools is to nurture and provide for the education of our students. You are now in the cellular communications business, and I think that that's part of what the problem is here. I've done a little bit of research. I just think you guys are moving beyond that. This is a commercial enterprise by virtue of you guys having the land. You're making money and it's coming in. It's unauditable. I just think you guys have been pulled outside the scope, and I would strongly encourage you to look along those lines, because I think the fault in all of this is higher than we're looking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun. Someone just go right ahead.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lisa Taylor Serrero from Shadyside, Maryland. I've been a teacher for 15 years now, and I'm a mother of 3. I come again tonight to oppose the cell towers on all school grounds, in particular Shadyside Elementary. I just wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about the Wetlands Learning Center, or L Center, that I mentioned at the last meeting for the newest members. I wanted to tell you a little more about the proposal that we were told would not be considered until the cell tower issue was settled. The Shadyside Elementary Owl Center was proposed to create an environmental learning center in our forested wetlands on the school grounds. Our proposal would accomplish the following: create a structured outdoor classroom and nature walk, extend the trail system to connect the peninsula, provide a STEM or STEAM opportunity based on the natural setting that exists on site and in our community, and its heritage is the Great Swamp. Teach our children about the local environment and ecology by providing learning opportunities based upon biology, chemistry, and environmental studies. Preserve and enhance the wetlands and the natural ecology present on the site. The project would be fully planned and funded, constructed through private means, and be donated to the school. The project would include a natural trail system, which is ADA compliant, an elevated walkway in sensitive environmental areas with integrated teaching and sampling stations, a structured outdoor classroom for students, digital cameras, microscopes, insect nets, collection containers, age-appropriate monitoring equipment, pH strips, trash receptacles, etc., special instruction from outside resources and companies, whether public or private entities, planning, engineering, and permitting, and it was all to be privately funded with no expense to the school system. Instead we might be getting a tower, so I was very happy to hear that you're pausing it. There are other options for the tower, and I ask that that we let school grounds be used for school grounds and for our children, and not for things that bring fear to so many parents in our community. And I appreciate that you guys voted to pause this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak. My name is Robert Cubey. I'm a professional engineer with bachelor's and master's degrees in environmental engineering, encompassing civil and chemical engineering, water chemistry, environmental science, water hydrology, meteorological science, and nuclear technology. My 40-year career in engineering has taken me to multiple locations in North America, Europe, Australia, and the Pacific Rim to consult on industrial pollution, hazardous waste, and environmental contamination. Within my career, I spent 2 years with the Defense Threat Reduction Agency and 8 years inside the CIA developing technologies to covertly detect and identify chemical and biological agents and nuclear weapon technologies. I've been a professional engineer in Maryland for 35 years, and I now consult, helping large corporations write proposals for federal and state procurements, and I currently work, interestingly enough, for AT&T Corporation, helping them write proposals for telecommunications contracts for federal agencies. With that kind of background in mind, I'm here to talk about the cell tower and focus on the wetland study. I'm a resident of Shadyside. My wife and I have lived in Shadyside for almost 15 years. And I was asked by the members of the community to review this wetland study, which I did. I prepared a position paper on it, which is available if you'd like to see it. I met with, along with other members with the Planning and Zoning Commission, presented my position paper, and I can make that available for your review. A wetland study was conducted on behalf of Milestone in October of 2017. My review of that study indicated several major deficiencies in the analysis and conclusions. At the time of the study, a drought caused a deficit of 3.2 inches of rain within the previous month, while the wetlands report stated conditions were normal, which is incorrect. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers recommends wetland studies be conducted after the middle of the wet season or after several soaking rains, which obviously did not occur here. And that's information that the Corps of Engineers and the DNR evaluation probably wouldn't even be aware of. They see normal on the checkoff sheet and think everything was normal. That was incorrect. This property has water on it or around it most of the year, and it's usually dry at that time of the year. Number two, after taking just 3 soil samples, they derived a fairly complex wetlands delineation map which should have required multiple samples in a carefully developed grid pattern, probably 20 or more, in order to develop a delineation map of the complexity they provided. I've consulted at complex environmental remediation projects over the years, and I can assure you this wetland study does not have the data needed for such a complex delineation map. The wetland study divided the site into small, irregularly shaped parcels of wetlands and not wetlands. Interestingly enough, a corridor of not wetland parcels was reported that matched the requirements of the cell tower company exactly. Number 3, they collected 3 samples. 2 were identified as wetlands, and 1 was identified as not wetlands, although it had several wetland indicators associated with it. With this type of finding, when this type of finding is raised, professional protocol calls for a conservative approach to be reported, especially for a subject of this high volatility nature from a regulatory and cultural perspective. Wetlands are mercuric, and the boundaries can be changed over time as weather conditions change. I can assure you, as a professional engineer, I would never advise a client to attempt to build anything on this property. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cuban.
I'm sorry, can I just take a few more seconds? I want to make a...
No, thank you. If you have written testimony, you can share it with the board assistants, and we can share it now.
The comments that were provided about the Corps of Engineers and the DNR assessments are wrong. They're absolutely unequivocally wrong. So,
thank you.
And I can address that issue.
I would like to see it if you're willing to leave that with us.
All right. Go next.
My name is Jennifer Caden. I've been here before for several other reasons. I'm so upset over what has happened today. Your behavior is no role model for any of our children. When Mr. Grannon walked over to Mike Shea and said that he had the vote, take the vote, I felt like my voice was never going to be heard. And I'm going to run out of time because I'm so emotional. None of these people have kids at my son's school. None of them. And let me just, my name is Jennifer Caden. I am a resident of Shadyside. I went to Shadyside Elementary. My dad went to Shadyside Elementary. My son goes to Shadyside Elementary. You guys are talking about cell phones. This isn't even about cell phones. It's about a monopole antenna. It's not a cell tower. I worked at Verizon Wireless for 16 years. We had a cell tower in our parking lot. We had antennas on the roof. I have no cancer. This thing is glued to my ear. Literally, they called me the phone girl because I love talking on the phone. The landline phones inside of our school do not work when the power goes out. We live in a swamp. The power goes out all the time. My son sat on the bus at school for 2 hours because the power was out and they didn't know if he should go into school or be driven back home. And nobody called me. Nobody called me because they had to leave the phone open for emergencies. There was no heat on his bus. There was no heat inside, and he sat there for 2 hours, and I didn't even know about it. So when I say that the importance of this cell phone is now, it is now. It is last year. We need cellular service. People cannot use their phones. You have all of these people talking about no cell towers, writing their notes in the lobby with the notes on their cell phone. Shut the cell phones down in this building for 1 week. That's like a really long time, 1 week. They don't have service. My son is in a school. We live in a day and age of mass shootings. We can say it's not going to happen to us. It happened in Annapolis. Elementary schools are not immune. So when it's time for that man to come into our building with a gun, are we going to say, oh, it's Jimmy's turn to grab the landline phone. He can hide under the desk with the cord. 80% of calls to 911 come from these. And if you can't use it, you're in trouble. You guys are talking about all this stuff. This is my kid, my school, my community, and they are speaking out. And these people here are the same people week after week after week saying the same things that don't affect them.
Thank you, Ms. Caton. Ms. Cullenber.
My name is Erica Cullenber, and I'm a resident of Shadyside. I live just off of Idlewild Road, close to where the cell tower is going. I'm also the parent of a child at Shadyside Elementary, and I'm a strong supporter of the Shadyside Tower. I cannot make or receive phone calls from inside my home. I must be outside, and even then, sometimes it's a little spotty. I've had an emergency in my front yard, and my husband could not get a signal to call 911, so he had to waste what could have been precious moments running inside to get the phone to call 911. Luckily, it wasn't a life or death situation, but what if it were? What if something happens in the school or on the playground that is much more serious, and a teacher can't just pull out his or her cell phone to call for emergency services? What happens when the power goes out, which is not unusual in Shadyside, when school's in session and none of the landlines work? How, in this day and age of technology, can I not use my cell phone in my own home? The opponents here don't represent everyone in the community. Some of them don't even live in Shadyside or anywhere near Shadyside. This cell tower has been in the planning for 2 years. It can be constructed in the next few months. The board has already reviewed this project. Why is it resurfacing now? It's the week before Christmas. Southern Middle School's concerts tonight. The second annual Parade of Lights is happening in Deal. There's a Shadyside Cub Scout PAC meeting. Those are only the events I'm aware of. People want to spend time with their families. They couldn't be here tonight. But I want to make sure that you know that much of the community is for the cell tower.
Thank you, Ms. Cullenber. Next, Randy Williams, Peggy Williams, Claire Miller, Brian Dobbs, and Mike Shea. Did Mike leave? Yeah.
In each of time, I'll just go. I'll just be very brief. I prepared a bunch of remarks, but to spare some time, thank you very much for voting to put a hold on this.
Could you give your name? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes. Let me start over. My name is Brian Dobbs. I live in Edgewater. My daughter goes to Mayo. And I'll just read my first sentence here. Children depend on their parents and their community to keep them out of harm's way. This is why I stand in solidarity with these fine people from Shadyside who oppose the construction of a cell tower at the elementary school. Thank you very much.
Good late evening, everybody. I'm Randy Williams, and I attended Shadyside in 1971, the first year that it was constructed, and I live about a half a mile away from the school now. I've presented to you today several different pieces of paper. I'd like you to take a look at them when you get a chance. Doesn't have to be today. I'm speaking in opposition to the project, and I'm speaking for one particular young lady who couldn't get here today, Jocelyn Fowler, who has a son named Bentley, and she asked me to speak here because she was not able to come to the meeting. You have about 30 plus public comment sheets that I brought from our community, from alumni, neighbors, parents, grandparents, and others that just weren't able to attend the meeting tonight but wanted to get their voices heard. On November 1st of 2017, the board received about 100 handwritten petitions following the community meeting. And I believe that was the second time I turned those in. I also presented 300 printed names from a change.org petition. It also included about 40 comments as well. So to date, that change.org petition had 513 people opposed. There was a change.org petition in favor of the site. It had 151 signatures. The reason I'm standing here today is because I'd like you to stop this project, but I also would like you to stop projects at all schools in Anne Arundel County because it's done. Enough is enough. Board members in public session told us that a lot of these names are from out of state. I did not find a policy that stated that if you sign a petition that you have to live in Maryland. So that was discounted. I know that there are also grandparents, relatives, maybe parents who are divorced who live out of state. They probably signed the forms. It doesn't matter. We are all American citizens and it is democracy and we all deserve the voice to be heard. 2 weeks later, on November 14th, we sent in a FOIA request and asked how many positions were there for the tower and how many were against the tower. The answer that came back to us was that there were 53 in support and 30 against. How can this be? We've been discounted and discredited since this process started, since the beginning, since the original community meeting. It's about time that the school board take a look at, well, you guys are new. As a new board, please look at the policies and make sure that they are followed because community input was not heard, nor was it put towards the decisions up until this point. So I really appreciate your time tonight. In addition to that, you have 250 handwritten signatures that were collected in the last couple of weeks from Shadyside residents.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
So is Claire Miller and Peggy Williams not here?
No.
Okay. All right. Jacqueline Clary, Linda Wynn, Natalie Robert, Jessica O'Kane, Corinne Frank, and Kenneth Michael.
Just said most of these people that aren't speaking are just going to let you get back to education.
I'm here first. I'm going to go first.
Go
Good
ahead.
evening. I'm sorry it is so late. I do appreciate you all listening right now. My name is Jessica O'Kane. I am an Anne Arundel homeowner. I'm a parent to two middle school children. I'm an attorney. I'm a real estate broker, and I'm chair of the Anne Arundel County Commission Against Cell Towers at Schools. I just would like to emphasize that as a school board, you are sitting here in a proprietary capacity as the landlord on this property, not in a regulatory capacity as a government entity. As a general practice, wireless companies routinely falsely represent that the Telecommunications Act of 1996 prohibits state agencies and boards from considering the adverse health impacts from radiation being emitted from cell towers. In deciding whether or not to enter into a lease of Milestone, however, the Board of Education is acting in a proprietary capacity rather than regulatory. And as such, they can consider the potential adverse health impacts the cell tower can inflict upon children. And I know there was a lot of citing of such 47 USC, so I'm going to have my own site. Sprint Spectrum LP versus Mills, 283 F3rd 404 2nd Circuit, 2002, where the school board entered into a lease to allow Sprint to construct a cell tower on school property, and the school board acted in a proprietary capacity and as such was not constrained by the Telecommunications Act of 1996. There's not enough time. And it is unfortunate that it's late, and it's unfortunate that we only get 3 minutes each when, I forgot how to say Alan's last name, gets to do a whole entire spiel. I have so many comments to the things that he has said that were misleading. But I digress. I will submit them in writing. In addition, there will be an adverse impact on property values for all those near the school, and therefore those thinking of moving there. It's beyond reasonable argument that the installation of a 10-tower story at the heart of this school in a residential neighborhood and in one such proximity to single-family homes will adversely impact the financial values of those homes across the United States. Both real estate appraisers and brokers have rendered professional opinions that support what common sense dictates. When large cell phone towers are installed unnecessarily close to residential homes, such homes suffer material losses in value, which typically range anywhere from 5 to 20%. In the worst of cases, the installation of a cell tower too close to a residential home causes the home to be rendered wholly unsaleable. And I have lots of studies, and as a broker, I can testify to this. And I see and now my time is over. I do want to say one thing. There were lots of people that spoke tonight that you let go over. And so it is kind of rude, and I know it's late, but you have been cutting people off that are speaking on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. O'Kane. Please go right ahead.
My name is Natalie Robert, and this is Ellie Knight Robert. She'll hopefully be attending Shadyside Elementary in the fall. And we thank you for your service, for being here this evening, just a few days before Christmas. And I come in peace. I just would like to say that I believe, as a tax-paying citizen of the state of Maryland, that all of us pay taxes. That's the money that should be used to fund schools, not businesses that approach the school for cheap real estate. To me, that just stinks. Secondly, I did some research, and there's a lot of science for and against the safety of cell phone towers, but my takeaway is it's unknown because the radiation is relatively new and we don't know the effects long term. So I'd sure hate to be on the wrong side of history if we do discover that there are some negative health outcomes to young people, because I think this is precedent setting. If this board votes to put the tower on school property to get extra funds for education, and then other school systems follow suit, then we wholesale possibly generations of children. Sorry, I'm a little nervous and emotional. We expose children over generations to the radiation that comes out of these towers without knowing exactly what we're doing. When the funds exist to support a school system, they just need to be allocated in that way. That's wrong also. So thank you. Thanks for letting us speak.
Thank you, Ms. Robert. Ms. Frank.
I'm short, so I like to stand up. I absolutely agree that we need cell service in our community and in every community. I'm not in the Shadyside community. I'm in the Bodkin School District. In addition to the health and emergency concerns that were brought up, I would also love to point out that in our school we would love to Facebook Live broadcast our PTA meetings, but we're unable to do so because of our cell service. But I do want to try to find some more palatable, maybe options to the community. A lot of people are really concerned. Maybe there's some better ideas. I know that Mr. Alex S. was up here and he was discussing the Turtle Run property. I was unable to follow all of it because I was trying to take notes as I was listening. But I know that when the county started this process, we didn't own the Turtle Run property. Are we still having that conversation? Is that a done deal? I understand that Milestone is supposed to initiate all action, but could it be possible for the county executive to reach out to Milestone with a proposal? Has anybody asked him? Maybe that could be possible. And if Milestone accepted, I would like to ask AACPS, would you be willing to renegotiate that? I'm also going to ask that maybe moving forward, could we exempt our green schools from these cell towers? Maybe that would at least make some people a little more comfortable. And I want to thank everybody for being here as well.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Is Kenneth Michael or Linda Wynn or Jacqueline Clary here? Do you want to speak? Okay. All right. Is there any other public comment on this item? All right. Thank you all very much. All right. Mr. Grannon. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Oakes.
Good evening, India Oaks, Hillsmere Elementary, and thank you for taking the letter I submitted yesterday into consideration. And again, this is just a quick comment, since I do plan to send a follow-up letter in response to some of the answers shared tonight, but I just wanted to go on verbal record that, by narrowing the question of what previous locations were rejected to just cell towers, the new board members unfamiliar with past history were given misleading information regarding Hillsmere Elementary, since while it is possible a cell tower was rejected before my son was enrolled there, a mini cell was placed on the pool immediately next to one of our parking lots last November. So I just wanted to clarify that not all telecommunication projects were actually rejected at Hillsmere Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oakes. Ms. Snell.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I will be brief as well. My name is Erin Snell. I'm also a parent at Hillsmere Elementary School, and I just wanted to echo what people said about concerns of cell phones, broadly speaking. I have 3 children, and we have a cell tower mini, or the little mini at our school. At Annapolis Middle School, there's a big tower. At Annapolis High School, there's a big tower, and I worry about the health of my kids and all kids, as we don't really know the impacts of that. So I just wanted to say, for any kid out there, whether they have a parent group that's organized enough to get a green school, but I worry about those schools in our system also who don't have that organization to fight it. And I just think we need to do what's best for all of our kids in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snell. Mr. Grannon.
I move that we take agenda item 6.07 out of order next. The reason is a personal one. I have an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old. I'm a single parent. I'm going to lose my babysitter. I would like to be able to dress and vote on item 6.07.
Second.
So the motion is to move item 6.07 out of order on the agenda up to the next item. Is there any board questions or comments on this motion? Wait. So, okay, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye. Oh, excuse me, just a minute. Mr. Live.
Yeah, on the items listed for information, correct?
Yes,
thank you.
Ms. Corkadell, aye.
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Shawheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye. Okay. Item 6.07 is first reading for policy board organizational meeting, board officers policy BBC. Ms. Ortiz.
Good evening. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Council. My apologies for my hoarse voice. I'm coming down with something. So before you, we have policy BBC, board organizational meeting and board officers. It's before you for first reading. This policy was last updated on August 18th, 2010. The policy has been revised to change the date for the election of officers, clarify the duties of the president, provide for a succession plan, and specify voting requirements. These proposed revisions will be posted on our website for 30 days. For public comment, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I move to amend the policy before it's placed on the board's website for public comment. My amendment is to amend section C1D, which addresses the president's duties. D in particular addresses determining the agenda for board meetings. My motion is to add the following 7 words at the end of C1D. After consultation with all other board members. So C1D, if my amendment is approved, would read that the president determines the agenda for board meetings after consultation with all other board members.
Second.
Are there any board questions or comments on this amendment? So, all right, if there are no questions or comments, is there any public comment on this amendment? Okay, if there's no comment. Ms. Connolly, could you call the roll?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Jurea?
Aye.
Dolan?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Brannon?
I'm going to vote aye, and I
Ms.
thank my colleagues and my 8-year-old and 4-year-old. Thank you as well.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Are there any other questions, or board questions or comments regarding this policy? All right. Are there any public comments regarding this policy? So this policy will be posted for 30 days and returned to us
In January.
in
correct.
January. All right. Thank you. Now, what? Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Leib.
Mr. Grannon, just a clarification. I did vote in favor of this. Is this, let's say that Ms. Hummer is the president and she can't get me because I'm unavailable. So does that mean the president then can't set the agenda until she gets a check mark from every single one of us? I mean, I'm looking at the practicality of how we interpret that amongst ourselves.
If you're asking me for a response to that, I think the language would be reasonably interpreted to mean after certainly reasonable attempts to consult with all board members. I also don't think obviously would mean waiting until the day before. This is an issue that has come up before. There has been a past practice, and Ms. Hummer has followed the practice that was carried out by prior presidents. So I'm not saying at all or insinuating at all that she's done anything out of the board's practice. What I'm suggesting is the board's past practice is outdated and needs to be thrown out the window, and that the president really is just a first among equals. The president is not someone on this board who should be setting the direction of the board or doing really anything more than any other board member than just chairing the meetings, and that we should all do that in a collaborative and consultative way, and that the current system, so for example, I can say that I know for a fact that some of the new board members that wanted to come on wanted to add agenda items. More than one of them wanted to do it, and that was not permitted. And then they were told after the agenda was submitted to the public that it would take 5 votes to get an agenda item on. I think that all that kind of parliamentary and procedural wrangling needs to go out the window. If board members want something on the agenda, it should be on the agenda.
It's, just as a clarification, we do have a policy for the board that stipulates that we follow Robert's Rules of Order, and all of those statements, all of those items about adding to the agenda, that was following Robert's Rules of Order. It was some confusion because board members were sworn in so close to the date to have that, and I will fully say that I gave wrong information to board members because I didn't realize the details on that to have that, and I got clarification as we got closer to the date. But that was an unusual thing under Robert's Rules, and then under further consultation with Robert's Rules, that was cleared up. But that would be one any time that two board members make a request, it's added to the agenda, but that was an unusual circumstance that we fell in for that. Mr. Lott.
Understand, Ms. Hummer. Thank you. And Mr. Grannon, I concur with your summation.
Ms. Urea.
Mr. Live, also, just after a long debate at the policy committee, that's specifically why we also added in C number 1 in accordance with the board handbook, specifically to address D, so that it would stipulate that not just the president determines specifically that word, but like in accordance with the other board members as stipulated in the handbook. So just for that.
Thank you, Ms. Urea.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I certainly, given it's 11:15, I know Mr. Grannon needs to go. This is just a clarification question, and I don't want to belabor it tonight, but maybe when we get to the next reading, we can talk a little bit more that will help us moving forward. And that's around number 5, in accordance with state law, affirmative vote of 5 members, and we know that that's in statute now. There are some things that this board does without 5 votes. And I just want to be sure that we're clear moving forward. So, for instance, we're talking about 2 board members getting something on the agenda. Well, that's potentially contrary to the law. Now, I know the spirit of the law, that was not the intention. However, they were looking at official actions of the board. So I want to make sure that we're not boxing ourselves in any way, that we're jeopardizing 5 votes versus what a reasonable expectation may be. Whether it's 1 member getting something on the agenda, 2, or do we have to now vote for 5 every time, because now it's here and of course it's in the law. So again, maybe a later discussion given the hour, unless you.
Sure. I mean, that language is taken directly from the law. I wouldn't think putting something on the agenda would constitute like an official action of the board.
Sure, because, it seems like that we're.
But we can, massage it or put some more clarifying language so that's absolutely clear that putting something on the agenda would not qualify as an official
why
action.
I raise that is then on the off chance we do something that's, let's say, controversial that night, could someone question that it was done without the acceptance of state law or not in accordance with state law? So
I will look at some
that's my
language.
reason for asking. Not that I'm not a hall monitor by any means. So,
Ms. Corkadell.
I just. In response to Member Gilliland's comment, I think the way I understood it was that if you're putting something on the agenda after it's gone to the public for notification, that the 5 vote is because you're thwarting the notification to the public, not because of any official or unofficial action by virtue of the vote. So the 2 is just to make sure it's relevant, was the way it was explained to me, and the 5 of its action on the night of is because you are thwarting public opinion every time you add something to an agenda to discourage it to be used except for in emergencies.
If I may, just in response, that was just one example. I'm not bright enough at this late hour to think of other examples, but there could be.
I concur we should look into that just to verify, because that was my plain English understanding of it, was that was what was differentiating it. And yes, that would be troublesome if we had to go through that. That would narrow the flexibility, most certainly.
Would it also, I think the intent of that as well, and again, going back to when this was done almost 2 years ago, we had, prior to the last board being seated, I know maybe Dr. Arlotto's first year predating Mrs. Hummer, there were times when the board did not have a quorum because there were some vacancies from the transition of Governor O'Malley to Governor Hogan. And I think what they were trying to avoid was 3 board members sitting here making decisions. And so I know that's the spirit of this, but I just didn't want to be boxed in any way, or this board to be boxed in future boards.
All right.
Makes sense to me.
Item 6.03 is the 2019 legislative program. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the 2019 legislative program.
And we do have a staff presentation. Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, and I'm sorry that you have to listen to this voice, but before you for consideration is the proposed 2019 legislative program. Proposed revisions to the program are formatted similar to policy revisions. New language is in red font, and deleted language has red strikeouts. Some revisions are substantive. For example, I have included updated information on the work of the Kirwan Commission, and other revisions are grammatical or stylistic. The legislative program provides a comprehensive overview of the board's positions on various education-related issues that impact Maryland public education and AACPS in particular. The program serves many purposes throughout the year and during the legislative session. It is used by AACPS staff throughout the year to represent the board's positions on various issues that may arise or are presented by stakeholders. The program is also helpful to our delegation and decision makers in Annapolis. As such, it is sent to our elected officials, partners, and stakeholders to provide them with information about AACPS as well as the board's legislative positions and priorities. This information will hopefully help guide our elected officials when considering legislative and budgetary issues that come before them. The 2019 legislative session is right around the corner, with the Maryland General Assembly convening on Wednesday, January 9th. The General Assembly convenes every year for 90 days from January to April to act on nearly 3 pieces of legislation, as well as the state's annual capital and operating budgets. Our legislative program is particularly helpful when legislators are drafting, amending, and voting on bills or making budget decisions. During the legislative session, I use the legislative program to draft testimony and advocate on your behalf when education-related legislation and budgetary matters are introduced and heard before the General Assembly. The program allows AACPS to respond quickly and provide effective advocacy during the hectic pace of the session. I am happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the proposed revisions.
Ms. Schallheim.
I don't have questions. Well, I submitted all my concerns in advance, but I do hope that we have time to go through some of those.
You can ask whatever you like.
All right. Well, on page 16, and I'm sorry you don't feel well, and I know it's late. The first bullet under AACPS opposes, in light of the fact that we are still going through the leaded water situation, I don't believe that all unfunded mandates are outside of the scope of what is generally, what we, like good maintenance of our buildings, for example. And so I would move to add to the end of that sentence, beyond the scope of the responsibility school systems have to provide safe and healthy places for students to learn. I realize that this is a counter to what has been done in the past, but what was done in the past led to, in writing, opposition about the leaded water thing, which I don't think was good PR for the school system at all. I'm grateful for the law, and it's uncovered numerous, high leaded fixtures, and so I just want to add that, so I move to add that.
Is that something that needs a second? Sorry.
Yes, if you're moving to have that. Okay. I would just say, when we get to the unfunded mandates, so when we get to our legislative program, these are broad, general things that we say in general, but any specific bill can be pulled out and voted on separately. There's been things we might say we oppose all unfunded mandates, but there could be specific things we say, but we are making an exception with this one. So at any time, Ms. Ortiz can bring us one, or a board member can ask that a board be pulled out and be considered separately. So it wouldn't be a blanket thing. So my concern with this language would be that it's pretty broad, looking at health and safety, and would cover many things. I believe that the language that's there right now, that we could say unfunded mandates, and we still have the ability to, on this issue, or on health and safety, or any issue, we have the ability to bring out any bill, and we've done that in the past. We have pulled out bills and said this is an unfunded mandate that we support. And so there is the way to do that without adding really specific language.
No, this is really helpful. Thank you. I just want to, now that there's 5 new faces on the board, I just want to avoid another situation where we're on record as saying we're opposed to something that I personally felt should have been part of the school maintenance from the start, and then we avoid the PR nightmare that has ensued since.
Well, and I would say in that regard, any board member at that time could have pulled out that bill, and public could have come in and made comments on those bill. And at that time, we didn't. There wasn't any public response, nor was there any movement on the board. This board can take, any board member on here can take an action they want to on any specific bill that comes out. So it's not limited. So
thank you,
Mr. Lott.
Turn this on. I'd like to congratulate you on this document.
Mr. Live, I'm going to stop you for just a minute. Are you going to be commenting on this motion or on something else? Because we have the motion pending. Unless, so if you want to withdraw the
I'll
motion.
withdraw it.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. I just didn't want to. I don't want to box this into having to say no and put in writing to everything, to every bill, because there might be something else that comes up down the road that I personally would never vote for ever, and I just don't want to box this in.
Certainly, no, and part of the language in here is we don't want to box ourselves in too much, so if you make it very specific for something for safe and healthy, buildings, that boxes us in a little more, but you will see as we get into legislative session that every meeting you're going to be presented with quite an extensive list of bills and things to review, and they can anything. Some of them will be general, but some of them we may choose to look at individually.
And I appreciate all this clarification. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Yes. So, Mr. Live.
As I began to say, Ms. Ortiz, I'd like to congratulate you on your legislative program. It's quite thorough. It's much improved over how it began. Back in, I think, 1998, I wrote the first legislative program for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. There's a few
dating yourself,
there's a
Mr.
few
Lee.
words in here that I recognize, some key phrases, but all in all, and I can attest and reinforce what Ms. Hummer said. Yeah, board members have that right. We can reach in and pull out whichever we want. As Ms. Ortiz gets to know us better, she will know where our sensitive, points are, and she'll realize when she should ask for things. But this really does free her hand to better represent our interests from minute to minute, and that's how fast it'll go down there. So thank you for a job well done.
Oh, you're welcome, but I can't take credit for all of it. I mean, my colleagues back here have been very instrumental. I just celebrated just over 2 years, and so a lot of work has been done on this program over the years, and I've helped move it along. And we kind of revamped it last year and made it a little bit prettier to look at, and showcasing pictures and a little bit more background about our school system. But this is with the work of my work and the work of my colleagues, and everybody, all of the divisions take a good look at all of the their sections, their respective sections. They do a comprehensive and thorough review and provide feedback, which is why we always have some additional edits, and we stay on top of things that are changing, whether it be with legislation or regulation, et cetera, to make sure that you have the most updated document to represent you during the session.
Ms. Ellis.
Sorry. Can you clarify for us, for example, when this board did take a position on the mandate for testing lead in the water, that was not something that was voted on by the board. Is that position correct?
That position, it fell under our legislative platform, that it was an unfunded mandate, and so that's kind of a blanket statement that we will oppose unfunded mandates, so it doesn't require a separate vote. We had already voted on the legislative platform, and that counted as the vote for it. But a board member could have asked could have moved that bill could be pulled out separately. But
I'm just making sure I understand. Yeah,
right,
so where we have the power to.
Right, we have the power to do anything, but as Mr. Live said and Ms. Ortiz said, things move very quickly during legislative session, and there's often not time to bring us back bills between meetings because they're coming up that. So by having these guidelines, she is able to take a position and talk on general things. But some big bills we will certainly get heads up on, and we can look at them. But
so something like that. I'm trying to go back just so I can understand how, if I had a different opinion, I could have stopped
Certainly.
that. So it would have been up to me to follow the legislation to have seen that and say, hey, wait a minute.
No. It will be included in your packet when every week, Ms. Ortiz, once legislative session starts, we'll get a packet with a number of bills in there, and you can review them all, and you'll see them. So it's kind of, you will not be able to keep up with everything during legislative session. I think Ms. Ortiz followed 300 and something bills last time. That's what we have her for. Right. And so she'll be bringing this back for that, and that will come up.
Thank you. And just to clarify, so I provide a document that has 3 sections. One is on bills that aren't covered by our legislative program, so would require an affirmative vote from the board. I provide a summary. I provide a recommended position. My colleagues assist with drafting recommended positions, obviously the current or the program and your current positions. There's a second section that's just FYI with bills that are things that are going on education related in other counties. So not anything we would weigh in on, but just to keep you abreast of what's going on around the state. And then the third section are the bills that fall under the legislative program that don't require a vote because they're under the program. However, I understand that these sort of issues are of concern to the board, so I'll keep that in mind. And certainly once you look at the program and you say, you know, hey, House Bill 625, I have a concern with, I'd like to pull that out separately and vote on it, you have the ability to do that.
Ms. Urea.
I don't know if I'm just confusing myself, but could you explain, like AACPS, it's under special education. I don't know who would be able to answer this. Special education, page 24. Legislation requiring parental consent for changes to student placements and special education services. Why would we oppose that?
So we actually, that's been a long-standing opposition, not just of this board, but mostly all boards around the state and the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, because with special education students that have specific needs that we must provide on a daily basis, if we're unable to get parental consent on something in an IEP, for example, then we're unable to provide those services in the interim for the student and may be detrimental to the student. So what we have opposed is to have, you know, off the bat, just the parental consent on, you know, these changes to a student's IEP without the school system being able to use their expertise to also determine the needs of the child. However, there was legislation that passed, I think it was last session, that does require parental consent and changes to an IEP under certain circumstances. So while that's been a broad opposition that we've had as a board and MABE has had, there is new law that does require the parental consent on certain changes.
Yeah, that's why it confused me a little bit. Okay, thank you so much for clarifying that.
Ms. Corkadell.
Concerning page 6 in charter schools, I did have one question on the last AACPS opposes. Attempts to permit charter schools to participate in Maryland's CIP. Why would we, is the reason that is it because they would be in competition for our money that we would not want them to have capital dollars if the state delegation were inclined? Is that
correct? Yes.
The thought? Has that ever occurred where they have requested money that would be taken from us that would create? Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Schulheim.
I actually have 2 more things I want to address in here and move on. So the first would be page 22 under AACPS opposes. I'm not comfortable with the language under this 3rd bullet, or mandate that a school resource officer be in every school, even if it doesn't divert funding from pre-K to 12 education. I mean, in this day and age, if it's already proven, unfortunately, really terrible things can happen at any school at any time. So I would move to strike or mandate a school resource officer in every school.
I'll second for discussion. I'm not quite with you yet. I'm understanding what you're saying.
Sure. And I realize that I might be talking total rubbish at this hour, but I'm just trying. Yeah.
I understand the concern about safety for that, but I think part of understanding this is understanding the role of a school resource officer is that, while they are there for security, we view school resource officers as more of an added staff and tool at the school rather than security. Our school resource officers in the middle schools and elementary and the high schools really work to build relationships with students and have all that. So while they are there for security, they play a larger role than that. So I don't want it to be just viewed as that they're only there for protection, because we really look at them as much broader than that. But what we run into this, and the state MAVE also opposes this, because to mandate a school resource officer, first, for us, we don't fund school resource officers. They're paid for by the county. They're employees of the police department. So if it's mandated, we don't have the authority to do that because it's not out of our funds to come. It would have to come from the county. And in other school districts around the state, they do have to come up with their funds, and they don't have the people. Also in our county, we found we don't have enough police officers as it is. It would I checked with a friend who's a police officer today. There are currently over 150 vacancies in the county for police officers. To mandate a school resource officer in all of our schools, that would be almost 100 and something. So it's just the reality of that would be very difficult fiscally, but also knowing the relationship and what school resource officers have within our schools, I think they are most beneficial in our middle school and high school areas. And so that's just to give a little background and things on the school resource program.
Thank you for that. So by having this in here doesn't preclude our ability or desire down the road with the appropriate funding to put, because I don't want to say like there won't be a school resource officer at Shadyside or Hillsmer or Folger McKenzie, or because I hope that's why I'm asking that. So this doesn't limit that if we decide that that's a priority down the road.
And here's a big thing to go with this too. This is our program to the state. It does not preclude this board from doing anything on an individual basis. This is more of us saying we don't want the state to dictate what we have to do. We would rather make those decisions ourselves based on the wants and needs of our counties and the value that we have, rather than the state saying you must do this when it may not be something, I'm not even talking about this, may not be something that our county wants. So this legislative program does not preclude us from doing anything on our local basis. It's more of us saying we don't want to be maintaining our local governance, that we make the decisions for our county and that we're not necessarily dictated by the state.
Okay, great, thank you. So then I withdraw that as well, but I have one more.
Okay,
so
Ms. Urea, you had your button on and I didn't know. But
I have a question. I had something to add, but you added it, so it was fun.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Okay, so the last one, I actually I have two questions about page 24. The first was the legislation requiring parental consent. Again, I think parental consent is necessary for something like this, but you're just that wouldn't limit us from changing our policies internally. I could someday move to change our policies internally, and it wouldn't affect this, right? Again,
I hesitate to say that in regards to special education. It's kind of because special education falls under so many legal requirements. So I would hesitate to say we could just change our policies because I think we're very dictated by state and federal law in regards to that.
Good morning, almost. For the record, Bobby Pedrick, Director of Special Education. I'm sorry.
Could someone repeat the question?
Yes, okay. And again, I'm sorry if this is coming out not as articulate as it would be earlier in the evening. On page 24, I personally have a problem with, under AACPS opposes, I personally have problems with the second and the fourth bullet, if I'm being real, and actually the first as well, but mostly the second and the fourth bullet. That would be like legislation requiring parental consent for changes to student placements and special ed services. And as you know, I was just off the trail, so I heard a lot about special ed over the last year. And I would be a proponent of requiring parental consent. And the other thing is the expansion of the categories under which a student is eligible to receive protections. Yeah, of course, I'm a proponent of that too. So
Okay,
I'm not sure I want that in there, either one.
I'll begin with the simpler response, perhaps. The fourth bullet, we mirror the categories that are mandated by federal law, and those are the categories that allow us to receive funding from the federal and state governments. And so if we were to create another category, it wouldn't be officially accredited by the federal government. Okay, and then...
So we would not be eligible for federal funds?
No. Okay. And it wouldn't be recognized. If we were to identify, if we as a state or a county came up with new categories, and then that child moves to another state or even another county, they may not be able to receive services under that category. So it's practice to remain consistent with the federal government. And
sorry, but what if I want the state to expand the categories?
Then I think there'd be some lobbying at the state level.
Well, right. So then why would I, if I'm, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the body, obviously, this is just me personally. I'm not afraid to go on record on any of this stuff, but if I'm personally a proponent of expanding categories under which our students provide services in support of their education, then why would I want that written down in this program that we as a body are supposed to agree to?
Well, you can oppose it and you can make a motion to remove it, but it would be up to this body to, if they want to leave that in there. And, you know, they're...
Well, then, in the, you know, for the sake of time, I know it's late, I move to strike both the second and the fourth bullet on those grounds.
I'm sorry. I'd like to respond to the question about the second bullet, but I also, on the fourth bullet, there are many categories that they encompass a lot of different types of disabilities. So I've worked in 4 large school systems for 36 years in the field of special education, and I'd say I've never experienced us having a hardship identifying a child under one of those categories. So, for example, multiply disabled. I mean, a lot of things fall under that. Other health impaired. A lot of different types of disabilities fall under that. Even learning disabilities can encompass a lot of different types of students. So, and then the second bullet, that is a very large conversation, as you know. Basically, the law that was put into place as of July 1 for parental consent requires that we now, as a school system, have a choice. If the educational experts at an IEP meeting recommend a different type of environment or a different type of curriculum for a student, then if the parents do not agree with that, then we are put in a position where we have 2 options. One is maintain that child in their current environment, which clearly they're not being successful in according to the educational experts, because that's why they recommended a change, or take those parents to due process, which puts us in a very challenging position. Because if the child's not being successful and making progress on their goals and objectives on the IEP in the current setting, we have a responsibility to respond to that. And so if the response is that we believe that child's needs could be better met in a different curriculum or an alternate placement, and the parents don't agree to that, then we have no option. Our two choices are leave the child in their current setting knowing they're failing, knowing they're struggling, and quite frankly, oftentimes behaviors are escalating because they're frustrated, or take them to court.
I guess I see this from an opposing view where a family is in an IEP meeting and the school system is considering removing services. Yeah, my brain is going really slowly right now, and then those, because I've heard of several. Obviously, I just came off the trail, so I've heard of this over and over and over again over the last year. And I'm downright opposed to that without parental consent. It's the removal. It's not the adding of services I'm worried about. It's from the perspective of removal of services without parental consent.
So we also have a responsibility to service children in the least restrictive environment, and providing specialized instruction to a student who doesn't meet the criteria by federal and state law, we're doing a disservice to them by pulling them or by doing specialized instruction with them when they don't warrant that. There was a time in my career when parents didn't want their children to be identified as having a special need, and that pendulum has swung. And we now have a lot of parents who see their children as more disabled than maybe they are, or having a disability when they maybe don't have a disability or don't have an academic impact from a disability. And so
no, I follow you.
Okay.
And, I know it's late, so I'm not going to, beat this into the ground, but I stand on record as being opposed to the second and the fourth bullet. That's my personal opinion. I'd stick by it.
Okay.
Ms. Antwine.
So, yes, I'm the one taking you guys into midnight. It's almost midnight, and I have some things I wanted to add to that as the discussions are going on. As an aunt of two special needs, my nephews, some of the things that you brought up are very true, and it becomes complicated, and unfortunately, in many cases, in all of them, the ones taking the brunt end are the ones suffering with the disability, and I'm concerned too, as Dana is, that we miss the mark on that if we go in opposing this with this level of restriction. I would request that it be adjusted to be more flexible, in consideration that so many circumstances could result in some differences that hurt rather than help in the child in either case. All right, so page 30.
Ms. Anton, did you say page 30?
Yeah. Are we still on 24?
Yeah.
May I?
Oh, sorry.
May I introduce something else?
Oh,
or
yeah, I
no?
apologize.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, if I have a question on 24.
Oh, I'll definitely digress to let you continue that.
Ms. Ellis.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to step in. I just figured on that topic. Okay, so I too am very uncomfortable with bullet 2, but I want to ask a question about bullet 4. Not creating another category does not prevent us from coming up with some sort of program or educational support if we identify some new type of issue, or am I correct?
You are correct.
We can handle that without.
Yes, we could handle that under the current categories and the current IEP process.
Okay, I just wanted to get that.
And just
clear.
to add to that, as Ms. Hummer stated earlier, this is really looking at it at the state level, right? This is your local board authority and governance. And while we may agree to this, and I will say that even when we oppose testimony, I try to do a good job of saying, while we like the idea, and oftentimes here at AACPS we're doing these things, it's not the state's purview to tell you, a board, what to do or to make it a statewide mandate. So that's really the difference there. It's kind of usurping on your authority as a board as well. So this doesn't limit the board. It's just telling the state that they can't mandate things upon you as a board and us as a school system.
And I would add on the parental consent element that there are definitely, and we all have heard of them, there's individual cases where there's disagreement that come on there, but this is the overall thing of doing, because this would not, if this law is passed, it wouldn't be just the individual cases that we really should look at as individually as a school system. Are we doing everything possible? It would be a blanket for all 9,000 of our special education students. It would be very broad to have this. I'm personally more in favor that, and I believe Bobby's team is always trying to do this, that we make our IEP meetings and our work with the students more and more collaborative, and be looking at those individual cases where things aren't going, what can we do as a school system to breach those? If this is put in place, it almost automatically creates an adversarial role right from the bat. On both sides, it could be people becoming defensive, whereas we definitely want it to be more of a collaborative experience from the beginning. And I would be more on the local level, that we'd be looking at the individual cases and trying to improve those, rather than having a blanket statement from the state for everyone.
It may be helpful for the board members to be aware of the fact that the current parental consent law pertains to about 1% of the special education population. So it's our most severely disabled children. And that, I was part of that task force at the state level, and it came up because in a few counties in Maryland, they were putting children in more restrictive settings without notifying the parents and without it even being a team effort. And Anne Arundel County is the state mandate is that we service as a state under 1% of our students in that category. And Anne Arundel County is the only large school system that still remains under 1%. So we're very close, we're 0.98. But what that says is we do not have a history in this school system of, quote unquote, dumping children into a more restrictive setting. We work really hard to not do that. So I think philosophically this county is in good position to not abuse that. And the other thing that might help is that we've expanded our Partners for Success program. We started it last year, where we now have 3 teams servicing the county, so 6 adults who are teams made up of a parent of a student with a special need and a former educator, or an educator who's just not working in the field, and they're working very closely with parents, and that's part of our effort to build those relationships and work collaboratively. My feeling when I was on this task force is I don't need a law to tell me to do what's right for children. But I do understand that there are families who did need that. And I'm proud to say that Anne Arundel County was not a county that was having people represent that their children were put in placements without parent involvement.
So is there any more discussion on page 24? All right, Ms. Antoine, I think you want to go to page 30.
Yes, please. I would just request an administrative change where we have the diversion of public education identified, that each time we refer to it as public education funds rather than public funds, to encourage other resources to support non-public schools. So in other words, for example, where AACPS believes, the diversion of public funds, we would say instead the diversion of public education funds.
I think I understand what you're saying, but and correct me if Ms. Ortiz, if I'm not saying it right. So this currently is, we do have a vouchers system called the BOOST program, where dollars go to non-public schools, like to private schools, to have that. Those aren't necessarily, that money isn't necessarily coming out of education funds. It's coming from the general budget, but that is money that could be going to public education and instead is being used for another thing. So it's not coming from the education public money. It's coming from the general fund, but because it's coming from the general fund, that is less money that could come to us. Just like when we said with charter schools, with one of our positions is that charter schools wouldn't participate in the capital improvement plan for the state because that would be less money available for public schools. So that was just to clarify a little bit that they're not necessarily funds that are designated just for education.
So I understand that. I was just trying in terms of consistency, because it could be misinterpreted, that we simply each time refer to it as it is in the first paragraph as public education funds.
Oh, it is Ms. Schallheim.
Back to page 24. So we're not voting on that because I don't have the.
No motion was made on it. We can go back to it, but let's finish our talk on here. We can go back to that page, but no motion was made, so I thought the discussion was made. You're right, Ms. Antoine. We have it say public education funds in one and just public funds in the other. And I would say the question is, do we want it to always say public education funds, or do we just want it to say public funds to come through? Because right now, the money for the Boost program just doesn't come out of the education pot. It comes out of public funds altogether. So that would be my question for you, just as a clarification.
I think it is better to keep education aligned with education, put the term there so that, the layman won't misinterpret it when we take it to the state level.
Ms. Corkadell.
I would
I need
just
to make a motion.
Oh,
Yeah.
go. Oh, okay. Oh, I was just going to concur with your thought process, because the thought occurs to me that public funds also include health department related matters that could preclude access of necessary public health issues that do transcend into private schools. So I do prefer carrying the consistency down the park line.
So, Mr. Lott.
Rather than have Ms. Antoine do a motion, could we just have a board consensus to add the word education? The public education funds in the next two paragraphs, so it's consistency, rather than do a formal vote for one word.
Yes, if everybody's okay with that. It's all right. Okay. All right, we got it. That's added in. All right. So, any other?
Sorry, it wasn't called on. I apologize. I still move that we strike bullet 2 and 4 off of page 24.
Do you want to do those together as one vote, or do you have two separate votes?
I'll second the vote.
But just to clarify, is it we want to have two separate?
We can take them one by one, sure. So I move to strike the second bullet.
The legislation requiring parental consent.
Second the vote.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Urea.
Oh, I was just going to ask that it be two separate, but I was about to turn my button off, but I guess I was too slow.
Ms. Antoine.
So for clarification, you want it completely taken out?
Yeah.
Because I'm opposed to completely taking it out because of all the scenarios that I know will come up. I do believe we can readjust the language where it doesn't, the interpretation right now, I'm in agreement that if these scenarios were the case, it would be too restrictive. If we can, I'm just amending your motion.
Yeah, sure.
To say let's relook at it and talk and
Well, I think we have to vote on this tonight, right? Because it's almost session. So I move to amend my previous motion to say legislation requiring parental consent to remove services. I don't know. It's too late to wordsmith. For changes to student placements and special education services. What I want to avoid is the removal of services without parental consent. That's a smaller breath than just striking it. I'd be all right with that.
Do we have a second on that? On the change that that Ms. Schallheim made. Do we have a second?
I'm sorry, just for clarification. So, as opposed to removing it,
I don't want services to be removed without parental consent, because I think that's where we've heard most of the problems. At least I have. I don't know. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but
okay.
Do we just
guess
have,
I could.
if we
I'll
just have a
second
second
that.
so we can discuss it. Right.
Okay, I'll second that. I'm just I'm still really hung up on the. I believe special education should always be a collaboration with the parents. I know we're not always going to agree, but I don't know how we can move forward with making a change to a student's placement without parental consent. I have an issue with that, whether in either
so you
direction.
prefer it the first way?
But yeah.
Striking it all together?
But
I'm cool with that too.
Well, but the motion right now is to add that language.
The whole parliamentary.
Dr. Ola.
Thank you. I want to, on this particular piece, want to caution the board that as Ms. Pedrick stated, we have an obligation when the educational experts believe that a student is in need of services and need of accommodations, we should recommend those and deliver those. Likewise, if we believe a student is no longer in need of those services, we have an obligation, morally and ethically and educationally, to recommend that those services be removed. We, the staff, the teachers, the folks in the school buildings, and you, the board, have those ethical obligations. We have the responsibility for the students. And so it's important that you also understand that what you are here, you are really getting into the weeds on something that is at a state level where we're saying, in general, we oppose if legislation comes down and makes us do this, as opposed to you having the ability to make changes for yourself. Right, again, I want to bring us back up to this level to say this is about when somebody imposes something on you where you can't make the decisions any longer as a school system, as a board. But we do have the ethical and moral and educational responsibilities that when we believe a student needs services, we have to deliver and should deliver those services. And likewise, if we don't believe that they need those services any longer and we can move them to a less restrictive or least restrictive environment, we have that obligation also. We also have the obligation, and we do very well at it, and we will continue to work at bringing parents in, right? There's consent versus you're at the table and you're having those conversations with us. And that's not what this is saying at all. Thank you.
Ms. Urea.
I personally also would caution the removal of bullet number 2, just personally because, as Dr. Alano said, I think that it's in the educators' best interest of the students whether or not to remove that. So that's just my personal opinion. And I think that us, because as Ms. Hummer said also, sorry if I'm not cohesive or coherent or whatever, but we can take specific ones based on what they need out and personally vote as a board whether to add or remove certain things. So I think if we blanket this and just take it away, I think it would do more harm than good, personally.
Ms. Ellis.
Yeah, I think as we're discussing it, I could see us tackling this at the local level. Obviously, our level of discomfort is because we feel that we have work to do in this area.
Yes, that's where this stems from for me. I just want to be clear and on the record that that I disagree with both bullet points. I think I've made that clear, and so yeah, we'll
tackle it
at the local level, and I'm okay. So
get
I'm
it
fine.
On the agenda at some point.
At some point in time, I would love to do that and to get both of them, and I would love to review all those policies. Just FYI. Okay, great.
So just clear, are you withdrawing?
Yes, I'm going to withdraw it, fine, but I've said my piece, and I do expect to see those at some point and get them in the policy committee.
Okay. Ms. Urea.
Just to hopefully shorten this rest debate, we as a board can do essentially what we believe and what we want. This is just statements for the state so that they know what we want and do not want. Just clarifying.
So are there any other questions or comments about the legislative platform? Is there any, Ms. Antoine?
Great job, guys. Thank you. Sincerely, great job on this. I know it's tough. It's excellent. Excellent.
I don't know that we have yet. Ms.
I propose a motion that we adopt our legislative process.
Second.
Second. And I have one, is there any public comment on this? I just wanted to put that out there. It's late. People still awake out there that we have it. All right. Ms. Connolly, call the roll, please, to adopt our legislative program.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Ms. Antoine.
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim.
Aye, but I still have problems, but aye.
Mr. Live.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
8-0, motion passes, 1 absent.
All right. Thank you, ladies. All right. Item 6.04 is the second quarter operating budget supplemental and fund transfer. I know.
Good morning. I'm Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations.
And we're here to present item 6.04. It's an action item regarding the second quarter operating budget supplemental and fund transfer for fiscal year 2019. It does say there's a staff presentation. We do intend to have a rather exhaustive and lengthy review of this entire document. May take a couple hours, so bear with us. So we essentially operate under an appropriation authority system where we must seek and be granted approval to expend public funds. We get that from our appropriation authority entity, which is the county council, which is the final fiscal authority here within Anne Arundel County. That's essentially the structure. So we start the year with an adopted budget come July 1, and then time marches on. As time marches on, we can win additional grants. We can be notified by the state, federal government, private entities, et cetera, that, hey, congratulations, you're getting more money or you're getting less money. Well, that's wonderful that we've received this grant, which we, nobly try with great diligence to achieve. But just because we won the grant, we don't have actually the legal authority to spend the money. Even though we've won the grant, we don't have the money, but it's sitting in our bank unspent. So annually, twice a year, once at the midway point, and then once again at the end of the year, we go to we seek your permission to go to the county council to work with the county administration and the county council to get the appropriation authority, the legal authority, to then utilize those dollars that have been apportioned to us. So if you go to page 1 of the exhibit, from the federal government, from the beginning of the year to where we are today, we have amassed a net gain of about $3.97 million in various federal activities. None of this is unrestricted funding, so this is all on the restricted side, essentially. And if you want to follow the breadcrumbs, there is a page, specifically 4 pages back, that goes through what those various federal grants are. So, for example, in vocational education, we received an award of, or notification of award of $139,600 more than we originally contemplated, and so on, and so on, and so on. From the state government, we are in a position here at mid-year that we are slated to receive $832,400,000 more than we originally contemplated when the budget was adopted back in June. Again, that's not in the unrestricted category, that's in the restricted category. And again, 4 pages back in your exhibit, it gives you the line item detail of where that money comes from. The next 2 items, local and restricted revenue from other sources, all has to do with our healthcare fund and the receipt of less revenue from our employees, from our retirees, from the federal government, et cetera, towards our insurance healthcare plan, so we have to get those numbers recalibrated. Fund balance surplus, and this is an important one. $4 million. This board, at the superintendent's advice and counsel, took specific action to reserve and set aside $4 million of our operating budget at the end of the last fiscal year to spend on school security improvements. And this is part of the broader plan that we are working in partnerships with the county government, the prior county executive, et cetera, et cetera. So we now purposefully saved and identified a $4 million and specifically gave notice on how we're going to use it. We now need to complete that final step and go to the county council and have them grant us the authority to do that. And then finally, on the county side, you know, we're in partnership with the county to do this multi-year underground, high-speed, high-security cabling system for data transmission. And this is money that the county government is looking to give to us, that we will immediately give back to them so that they can complete paying the bills on this county-wide process to which we are beneficiaries. But again, they connected not just our schools, but the libraries, the college, fire stations, police stations, and the other myriad. So all in, we are asking your permission, upon the advice of the superintendent, to approach the county's administration and the county council to get the legal authority to spend us approximately $6.2 million in the exact manner that's in compliance with the various restrictions from the funding sources and funding agencies. With that, we'll cede the floor and entertain any questions you may have.
Workadell.
I make a motion to adopt item number 6.04 as presented.
Do I have a second? Oh. No. Do you have to recommend? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's late. Okay. I didn't get it either. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm recommending board approval of the second quarter operating budget supplemental and fund transfer for FY 2019 to be submitted to the county council.
Now, Ms. Corkadell.
I present a motion to adopt item number 6.04 as presented.
Second.
Are there any board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? Ms. Connolly, call the roll.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Item 6.05 is second reading for policy JK, student behavior interventions, exclusion, seclusion, and physical restraint.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, dear.
Ms. Ortiz.
So this policy JK is on second reading. It was on 30-day public comment period. We received one comment from 3 different people. It was one identical comment, and then 2 follow-up comments from one individual. I provided that information in your packet along with my response. And then I received a couple comments after the 30-day public comment period, but I advise those individuals to please contact you, the board, directly. And so there were just some concerns, I'm sure you can see, that I provided to you, and I just reiterated that this is, the regulation is what was some of the language in the regulation. And just as a reminder, the revisions to the regulation are in accordance with new COMAR regulations as required by the state of Maryland. So we're simply aligning our regulation to the new COMAR requirements. So these are statewide requirements.
Are there any board questions or comments about this? Ms. Schulheim.
Apologies for not knowing where to insert this, but I really don't want a restraint in the behavioral, I don't know what the I in the P stand for, but I don't want it in that. So how do I, help me, where would I strike that out of this?
That's actually in the regulation, which is not.
So we can't amend that?
That's superintendent's regulation, and as I mentioned, so the language regarding physical restraint being included in a behavioral intervention plan is a new language that's Maryland regulations, but also remember we must have parental consent to do that, so it's not a unilateral decision by the school system, and that's also in the regulation. It specifies, if I could find it, that we must have parental consent to do that. So I think it's on page 4 of 5 under physical restraint, item 4. So if you see 4A, three little i's, obtain written consent from the parent. So we must have parental consent for that. So it wouldn't be, the school system deciding to do that without and those were some of the concerns that the public comments raised, and I answered that question. So,
and by it being part of the IEP or BIP, that ensures that the parents are part of that conversation.
And just to make sure I understand, they will always have to provide consent for that to be in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, because
ma'am.
That's a weird one for me. Thank you.
It's kind of, and I just want to stress for those, because our new board members weren't here for the initial discussion on this. When we talked about physical restraint is the last resort. It is not, there are a myriad of things that, as it says in the regulation, that we're going to try all other behavior interventions first. But we do have students that self-harm, and they do have to be restrained so that they cannot hurt themselves or others. I will speak to this from a personal standpoint. I have a nephew who is severely autistic and has seizures. He is now over 6 feet tall and 200 pounds. He's nonverbal, and he at times will truly hurt himself, hitting his head against the wall or things like that. And he is a large young man, and there needs to be immediate response to save that.
Right.
And so to have that, and so I actually, because I was considering this too, it should be in there, I actually called his mother and said, they're in another state, and said, did you have this in the IEP for him? Is this something you wanted to have physical restraint? And she said yes, at a certain time. She said when he was growing a lot, his medication that would accommodate things, when he had a growth spurt, the medication would stop working because the dosage was off, and there would be times that they would have that. So she said during that time, we needed to have it so that immediately people could help him. But as soon as he stabilized, we took it out of the IEP. But her whole thing was it was done in concert and with parental consent. It was never done without. And so I agree with you. That's very important that there needs to be parental consent if we're going to have it in the IEP. But she also said she appreciated it being in the IEP because that required that it was more documented and discussed and carried through to have.
No, I understand. I just don't want it ever going from skipping a whole bunch of steps for convenience or otherwise to hop to that, because that would deeply disturb me.
The certification training that we do with staff, 95% of it is on positive behavior interventions. The restraint component is only the last 5% of the training. And staff are trained. The initial training is a full day's training, and every year staff have to participate in the half-day recertification training, and we train almost 1,000 staff a year.
Okay, and you're monitoring to make sure that when, I'm sure you have to document when these things happen, that they did A, B, C, D, and F before they got to that. Okay, thank you so much for clarifying.
Ms. Ellis.
So just to clarify to anyone who might be questioning, to make sure I understand, restraint is never used to punish or induce a behavior. It's only to prevent harm. Am I correct?
It's only to prevent the child from harming themselves or harming others. I've been in classrooms where we have 5 adults and the child is acting out but not harming himself or harming others, and we all stand back. That's the training teaches us, just stand back and let them work through it.
Right.
And
Thank
then,
you.
but if they harm themselves, then we need to be able to try to prevent
Thank
that.
you. And Ms. Pedrick, I think sometimes there's some misperception of what restraint is, that that it is not sitting on a child or laying them on the ground. It is there. It's very prescribed. It's what can be done.
It's very structured, and we've had parents request us to do prone restraints, and we refuse to do that, and that's in our regulation. So some strategies that families are using at home, we will not use if they're not approved by us.
So, are there any other board questions on this? Is there any public comment? Ms. Calhoun.
Good evening, Vicki Calhoun. First off, I got my comments in at 4:30 in the morning on the 16th, and I absolutely object to the fact that the so-called policy, which I could not find written anywhere, that says 30 days, doesn't say 30 working days. The 16th at 4 o'clock was a Sunday. She wasn't coming in till Monday morning. So I understand the cutoff and everything, but I'm telling you, that is not fair. It needs to be 30 working days so the public has a chance to actually comment on it. It's hard enough to make the time to get the comments in. She really didn't get very many. I think mine were the most substantive. But what I do want to highlight to you all is the serious problem that's in that document. What you do not have is a PBIS program that's actually firmly implemented inside of that. So the positive behavioral intervention system is not implemented in all the schools. According to the website, only 78 schools are reported inside the PBIS program. If you have a PBIS program, you get that tiering that you were just talking about. If you said, do you skip steps? I'm going to ask you, where is it written where they do the steps? It's not. It would be in your PBIS stuff. And I will tell you that I found a document online. I'm going to give it to Bobby. It was the 2008-2009 PBIS Summative Report by Virginia Dolan. Those recommendations were never implemented. I don't know that lady, but she seems to be pretty smart. And I think this was when the program was first implemented within the county. It says we were doing really well at the time. You can tell it's dated 2008, 2009. None of the recommendations that she put in there in the back, I say in the back because that's where the summary is, were implemented. And the most important one was that we need to systemize the PBIS program in all of our schools. In Mead Middle, the rewards for the students to have good behavior are donated items, or money that they're selling stuff and they're getting money for. You need to put your money where your mouth is. If this is the program that's going to help us get parental involvement, get the right echelon or right interventions at the right place, it's not there. It is not in this document. It's not written anywhere. So to the comments that were made, that's what I would say. This policy is not properly nested with the Anne Arundel County supposedly PBIS program. You need that program. That program actually nests properly with, as Ms. Dolan said, a bunch of other initiatives: charter education, attendance initiative, dropout program, bully prevention program. So what I would tell you is that this program needs, this interventions need to be properly nested with the PBIS program. I think the PBIS program would be more of what this regulation is about, and then the restraints and the stuff that you would be talking about are nested inside the tiers of the PBIS program. And then at each level, every time you have an intervention, I think the parents would be more and more involved. And then the parents would be responding to the behavior and say, hey, this is what the teachers recommend, this is what we're doing. And I think it would just be more comprehensive. So I just wanted to highlight that stuff. I felt that was a huge problem in the regulation. I think it leaks like a sieve. Steps are skipped. And the problem is my daughter was dragged down the hallway at Jessup Elementary School. It wasn't reported. There's no reporting section in this regulation. Where does it say reports will be made? It doesn't. There's no reporting. If you pull up the other states or other counties, they have a separate section that calls about reporting. So I appreciate your time. I think we can do better document on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify on the regulation, page 4 of 5, Number 4B, it says, each time physical restraint is used, school personnel must debrief and document the restraint using the AACPS-approved documentation of student behavior interventions. So that must be completed. PBIS is one tool that we use for positive intervention. It's part of the toolkit that's used, but if you look in the policy under position number 1, that advocates the use of positive behavior supports as a proactive approach. These supports may include, but are not limited to, positive behavior interventions, teacher-initiated interventions, etc. We don't generally name a specific program in our policy or regulation because those could change. We may find tomorrow that there's a new one. So by making this all-encompassing, that there will be positive behavior interventions, different things that is all-inclusive to include PBIS at the schools where it takes place as to others. Ms. Antwine.
I just, similar to what you said when I reviewed it, I understood certain models to incentivize and encourage positive behaviors, and that was going to be a question tonight. I understand that those models can, because they do change, right? What's cool today is not cool tomorrow. But so the policies, though, they pull from the tools that the models that we currently utilize. So what you wrote here was the systematic and the processes and things that she just mentioned, which was a good catch. How do we make that more specified so it's interpreted with the spirit that we're intending?
So Ms. Calhoun and I spoke earlier tonight because I did have an opportunity to see her comments and review them thoroughly. The reality is the students who are requiring restraint to prevent harm to themselves or others, they are children that are in what we call the red zone, and that's parallel to the PBIS model. These children are beyond the PBIS strategies. They're not able to control their impulses. A coupon, a winning an iPad, free extra free time or something like that is not going to control the types of behaviors that are that are being exhibited when we are required to use a restraint. So while PBIS is a fabulous program and it's making a big difference for a lot of children, we're talking about the hardest children to redirect.
So I want to make it clear, I don't want you to reward poor behavior, right. But whenever you put your hands on that child, no matter how well you were trained and how delicate you were, it's going to be a problem. And I believe if we instituted tonight or this morning something that makes it clear that we use other alternatives to incentivize this behavior, not reward it, but to let them know because you chose to change, here is your reward based on the behavioral change, not the current adverse behavior. And a system like PBIS, a proven system like PBIS, can even be referenced, not necessarily utilized as the whole, but referenced as part of that toolkit to support that. And I see both sides. I sincerely do, but I'm with her as well that it should be a little bit more emphasized. It's in there, but it's not in there. Does that make sense? It's not as apparent as it could be.
Some of the strategies you're referencing actually are part of the positive behavior intervention supports that we provide aside from PBIS. So our teachers that are working with children with these issues, and please understand, restraints are not, they're used for a variety of students, and they're used very rarely. But their focus is first and foremost positive behavior interventions, in addition to PBIS.
So if I could add to that, they're proactive strategies that our teachers are using in the classroom to prevent our students from escalating into a place where they would need that type of intervention. So really looking at the de-escalation strategies so that we're not having to then put a student into a restraint because they're harming themselves or others.
And the behavior intervention plan typically has a whole array of strategies to use to try to de-escalate as well.
Ms. Corkadell.
I just wanted as a clarification, so we're voting on the policy. The
We're not voting on anything, actually. This is second reading.
This is second reading,
right.
so we're not even doing that.
But when it comes to to third reading, we vote on the policy, not the regulation.
So to that effort, my apologies, it is a little late. So does section C1, that seems to me that is the guiding, it is addressing exactly what is being questioned and is already included in the policy. And so its translation to the regulation is where the suggestions are being made. Is that my understanding? Because this is included but not limited to. So with those phrases, I'm not understanding what would have been omitted, because it seems like that's a pretty broad blanket statement, and the policy would override any one regulation, although...
And the regulation, I would point out, on the front page of the regulation for background, it says, in order to achieve this goal, a range of behavior interventions shall be available to staff, and such interventions shall be clearly delineated and progressive in nature, ranging from positive behavior interventions to more intensive interventions as outlined below. The regulation states that for children with an IEP or behavior intervention plan, these will be clearly outlined, and then for children that don't have an IEP, if it reaches a point where they're about to harm someone in the physical restraint, then they would be referred immediately to be evaluated for the need for an IEP or a behavior intervention plan. And then within that plan, very specific things can be outlined in that plan based on the needs of the child as well. More specific interventions and positive, proactive steps. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
It's Ms. Ellis.
So a child being dragged down the hall and not documented, that's not a policy issue, because that goes against our policy. Am I correct? That's a management issue that should be addressed.
Right. That is
through
something. Yes. It's kind of, the policy is what we are putting out there as the vision of this is what our expectation is. The regulations are how to do it. And then if an individual is not following policy or regulation, that's a separate issue that needs to be addressed. But we have this so that it can be addressed. So if somebody is dragging a child down the hall, we can very clearly say that was incorrect, and appropriate action can be taken with that staff member or whatever may have happened. So they can't argue back that they were doing the right thing when it's very clearly written out that that is not the right thing to do. Ms. Schulheim.
So are we allowed to suggest edits to the regulation, or is that outside of our scope? Okay. So to the lady's point, are we clearly stating what steps A, B, C, D, and E are before we get to the restraint part?
Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. So when our teachers are processed through the certification protocol, they receive those steps that they are to follow before they even take a student into a restraint.
But those aren't listed in the regulations. So do we get to that level of detail in a regulation generally?
Typically, no.
No?
But it does clearly state that it has to be an emergency situation, and that it's necessary to protect a student or other person from imminent serious physical harm after other less intrusive non-physical interventions have failed or been determined inappropriate.
Okay, because I was deeply disturbed by what she was saying, so I just want to make sure it's addressed.
And we have to remember that every human being is different and every student is different, and so we don't want to be too prescriptive in a regulation because...
I understand. Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
All right. Are there any further questions on this policy or regulation? Okay, this will come back to us the next meeting for a third reading. And we will vote on it then. Thank you, ladies. Item 6.06 is first reading graduation requirements, IIC. This is regarding our new class that we heard about last meeting, the Global Community class. So
before you, we have policy IIC, graduation requirements, for first reading. This policy was last updated on December 21st, 2016. In follow-up, as Ms. Hummer stated, to the presentation to the board at the December 5th meeting, the policy has been revised to clarify the board's position on graduation requirements, and the regulation has been revised to add a new global community citizenship course as a 1/2 graduation credit requirement, beginning with 9th graders in the 2019-2020 school year. The proposed revisions will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment, and I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves.
I'm going to say good evening, but it is good morning. Good morning, Mary Tillar, Assistant Superintendent for Advanced Studies and Programs.
I'm Maureen McMahon, Deputy Superintendent for Academics and Strategic Initiatives.
And we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Ellis.
Since this is the first reading, excuse me, and we're now going into 30-day public comment, correct?
Yeah, so what will happen is it'll be posted tomorrow for 30 days.
So in the interest of the late hour, we won't go into the various issues, but we are already receiving public comment. So this is just to be on alert. There are some concerns, and this is something we're going to have to discuss, I believe, after the 30 days.
Ms. Shalhoub.
Yes, I've also received concerns, things that greatly disturb me and distress me. Now, I don't think it's because of what the course is trying to do. I believe this is an issue with allegedly perhaps an instructor of said course. And so I just want to make sure that if we're trying to create global citizens, that we have the right staff, handpicked, that don't show bias like what I received in my email and which I sent to y'all have occurred, because then I can't go there. But so it's not the course, it's the staff. Thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
So as we stated at the last meeting, the course is outstanding, it's necessary, and we heard from students that said that it made the difference for them, and they were from some very dynamic backgrounds. The concern that has been coming across, though, is the requirements piece, and we can anticipate that. So I would recommend that we kind of think ahead and think about what are the cons. We know the pros, but and prepares something to address those even before they come.
And we have received some comments asking, actually they've been inquiries from programs of choice parents who have been concerned that it might be an additional requirement in an already packed program of study. Right. And so one by one we're assuring them, and now Assistant Superintendent Tillar is going to put this on the website, assuring them that we're working hand in hand uniquely with the magnet programs especially to build a program of study that doesn't add one more thing to their program, but in effect brings the global citizenship to the forefront and threads their magnet themes throughout that. So it'll be in good shape.
Absolutely, as Dr. McMahon stated, it's not more, it's instruction done differently, using the tenets of the Global Citizenship course and then contextualizing it with the existing magnet tenets.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Urea.
I also urge board members not to just throw away, I don't know if that's the right word, but a class because of a couple of bad things that they've heard about it. Because per one student that's had a bad experience, I've spoken to so many, so it's like 1 to 100 that have had a great experience. So I really think that moving this class to be a graduation requirement really is a great response to things that have been going on in our county recently. to every student. I've spoken to probably over 50 students at Arundel and actually seen the class going on and been in the classroom, participated in those discussions. And it's not only a place for the students to learn, but the teachers to grow with it. And this is the second or third year of the pilot of it being at Arundel. So with every new curriculum in class, there's always going to be learning for both the teacher and the students. And there's going to be things that we have to work out. And as we've seen today, that it's not only this new class that has problems. Even our classes, like U.S. history, have problems. So I wouldn't throw away this class just for that, because there's always growing to be going on. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
I'll just really quickly thank you guys once again. Although this did not make the newspaper compared to our other agenda items last time, I can assure you that all it barring the couple concerns from our mostly STEM kids to be, that are really in IB kids that want to get as much out of it as everything else as possible. I have received quite a few accolades to an encouragement that tells me that I believe that the other cluster schools will be embracing it at the level that Arundel did, at least in my area. So I want to thank you guys once again.
Ms. Ellis.
When we start a new course, do we do an evaluation by the students and parents so in other words, do we have documentation or data to indicate not just word of mouth?
So the idea here with Arundel actually launching this, we looked at teacher selection. We looked at the theme of the course, how they divided it into sections, and we're actually with their support and their co-leadership, changing some things in it to meet student needs. We looked at student feedback as well as teacher feedback and parental input.
And then the grades of the course.
And of course the grades of the course. That's a good point.
Ms. Schalheim.
I just want to make clear that I thought the presentation was fabulous.
They were great.
I think that the course is going to be great. I'm just talking about a specific thing that I'm sure will be shared with you related to, and I just reiterate, like, given the right staff chosen for this, I'm sure it'll be as fabulous as designed. So I'm not throwing away anything. There's nothing to throw away here. It's awesome. So I just to clarify in this late hour. All right, I'm going to get off.
Ms. Uriah.
Miss Ellis, just to bounce off you, I don't know who was sent, I forget his name, but I'm pretty sure he was from Curriculum and Instruction, who actually went one of the times with me and Miss Pellegrin to talk to students, the principal, and actually the author of the book that created what the class was based off of, kind of, to actually bounce off of ideas of what the students were actually looking for in their teachers so that they can have these collaborations and then bounce that off to other schools and try to give that to principals when they decide the teachers.
I'm asking not only about face-to-face feedback, but is there an opportunity for, say, anonymous feedback? I'm concerned, could there have been a student who was uncomfortable? And, I just want to hear all the feedback. And
it's fair.
Understand.
It's fair.
We do have one card to speak on this, and don't know if they're still here, but Jennifer Denmore. Thank you for, bless your heart. I'm so sorry.
Members of board, thank you for hearing my concerns. I'm Jennifer Dinmore. I'm a parent in the Arundel cluster. I'm very concerned to have heard this as being mentioned as already a graduation requirement for incoming freshmen next year without introducing it and talking to us parents. I've spoken to many parents, various clusters. None of them have heard about this class or what it entails. I believe it's premature to make the Global Community Citizenship class a graduation requirement. This is its third semester in use. It's been into less than 1% of your population, and you want to make it a graduation requirement next year without some more data. At this time, we have no training program available for teachers. What training has been mentioned is being talked about being developed right now to be available come this summer as an option for teachers to do during their summer. Is that something that's ready to go mainstream? Seems a little bit early. This class mentions personality tests, self-discovery. Are we going to be delving into areas that are actually personal psychological issues that are better handled with a guidance counselor or a psychologist? Are you opening the state or our county up to litigation when something gets released, somebody finds something out about another person in this class that's really private psychological information? This class doesn't make every student feel comfortable. It rather makes them feel excluded. They're not going to respond on anonymous surveys. They're not going to respond in front of their peers. This class makes them more concerned that they don't fit in because they don't think the same as the other students. Their anxiety gets heightened. Does this lead them to self-harm or harm of others? Have you thought about that as you all sit here and say, this is a great class, we have to rush to do it now? We're not thinking about all the students. These issues are sensitive. They will delve into topics that are political and religious. Are the teachers even allowed by their contract to stand in a position of authority over a class discussing religious and political topics? Are you opening the county up to potential litigation if they offend any of the over 80,000 students' religious beliefs in this course? It's a free-flowing course. You have no totally bent-out curriculum. How are we going to protect ourselves and our children? Parents have the right to handle their religious and psychological issues of their children at home. These do not belong in your public schools. I'm unsure how changing the graduation requirements so quickly that would impact students going into the 2023 year can be considered now when this information hasn't really been shared out. I heard about it in the Capital newspaper. I still read the old-fashioned way. How many parents haven't read it, haven't seen it? And I just heard you all talking like this was a done deal. The process to make this class a graduation requirement seems like it's being rushed through without true community involvement. Why not choose a slightly different path? Let's go to the State Board of Ed. Have them help us develop this class in a way that protects all students and protects the county from litigation if you delve across political, psychological, or religious activities. You grant a religious exemption for vaccines, but not for mental health.
Can I ask? Thank you, Ms. Demore. Thank you. You raised some very thoughtful points that we'd have. I think someone has a question for you.
I just, because I'm not sure if you stated where you come, if you have a student in
I'm a
the
parent
school.
in the Arundel cluster.
Okay, okay. So you reported that
I have
you
students in
are
the high
aware
school.
of students who were. I'm just trying to understand. You personally know of students who were concerned.
I don't have their permission to talk.
I understand that. I'm just trying to clarify for myself. Thank you.
I don't believe this is for everyone's best interest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Antoine.
I sincerely want to thank you for your comments. The fact that you stayed here with us means that it's something that's personal and deep, and it should be considered. So I do want to reiterate, let's get in front of some of the cons and look at mitigations for that, because the class overall, from the things that we've received, it's been a big plus, and it has changed environments that encourage and not discourage. So with total respect from what you're going through, I sincerely request that we consider those cons.
Ms. Ellis. Oh, okay. All right. Ms. Shulman.
And the concerns I received did delve across religious lines, so FYI, I don't know if we're all playing by the same book, but it would not be okay if what I read was true, and it's just alleged. It does cross into religious things and sort of pits the minority against the majority.
Ms. Urea.
I want to highlight two things that, I mean, you all know I'm a proponent for it. So one student that I spoke to said that he learned more about religions that he didn't even know about before from this class because they had those open conversations. And I know we all read, Ms. Schallheim, the email you were forwarded, and I feel so bad for that student. But I don't know, I just feel like from everything I've heard and seen with Ms. Davenport, the ability for students to have this open discord with other students on their personal beliefs, their religions, and those politics, and having it monitored by teachers in the classroom is exactly what I personally think that we want. And the other thing I want to talk about is the way they structure it at Arundel includes actually special needs, if I'm correct. And I was actually able to speak with one of the special needs students in that class that took it, and she said that her voice has never been heard the way that it was heard in that classroom. And she doesn't have a lot of special needs, but she loved the fact that she not only made friends, but she didn't speak a lot in the class, but she said that just from sitting there and choosing when to speak or choosing not to speak, she learned more about herself and other classmates and how to have those conversations that she never did before. So, yeah.
I'd like to make 2 points. Right now, it's taught as an elective. You're making it a graduation requirement, so no student can choose not to participate in the future, or they will fail and have a failing grade and not graduate high school. Additionally, this is one class. It doesn't follow them onto the bus. It doesn't follow them into the neighborhood. It's one class, one period, every other day of the week. It might benefit some students. Not every student gets it, and they use it to make people targets.
Thank you, Ms. Denmore. So, there's no further questions. Thank you, ladies. Item 7.01 is a review item, the monthly financial status report. Are there any board questions or comments on this item? All right, we will move on. Item 7.02 is also a review item, award of contracts. Are there any board questions or comments on this item? Okay, we will move on. Item 7.03 is a review item, public comment procedures. So on June 13th, 2018, policy BCB, public participation, was an item before the board policy committee. It was determined that the name of the policy should be changed to public comment to be consistent with the board agenda, and new procedures were discussed. The policy then went to first reading on July 11th, 2018, second reading on August 18th, 2018, and was adopted on September 12th, 2018. Based on discussion within the policy committee with board members, we did offer changes to the public comment procedures, not to policy, the procedures for the board meeting. It was reviewed. We compared our procedures to all the other counties in the state to see where we fell within that. We found that actually among the large school systems, we are the most generous with our public comment. My favorite is Howard County. Well, no, my favorite is Baltimore County, which literally draws 10 names out of a hat to determine who will speak, which I find ridiculous. And others have limits on how many speakers they have. There are also some boards that had only allowed speakers 2 minutes. We discussed and reviewed all of those. It was determined that we did not want to change from the 3 minutes because that is necessary, and that we didn't want to put a limit on speakers. However, we did determine that the discussion was held that this is primarily a public business meeting of the board, and it is to conduct business. And so to have that public comment, people for public comment would need to sign up by the time the agenda is set, and that is just was done in part to make it so that the meetings, we can get to the business of the board, the business that is here. When this was discussed at that time, it was announced, it was discussed in, you can see in the minutes, at the June 20th meeting of the board. It was also discussed at the July 11th meeting. A press release was sent out to the community. We received 2 emails that were concerned about the fact that having people sign up by the time the agenda was set would limit people. That's the only feedback received. The other change we made at that time was another decision that we made to increase transparency for the board, was that we would go to roll call vote. Before then it had been a voice vote, and now we have the roll call vote. So that was a step we made for transparency. We also did not limit public comment on any agenda items so that anyone can speak on an agenda item. That's just to give the history of where we are with procedures at this time. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. To be as brief as possible to get us moving here, I just I don't think it would be necessary even the procedures to change, but it occurs to me that there are instances where technology affords individuals to sometimes register in advance. And particularly when we're dealing with, action items closer to the end of the evening, would something like a form to fill out that would be completed by maybe even a time prior to 7 o'clock, if someone knows that they may have a delay issue and would like to participate nonetheless. Is there anything in this procedure outside of maybe we don't have the technology, but I don't know that we wouldn't. It's a standard form script to kind of balance the concerns of those who show up late or think they may be inclined to be late.
Do you mean like a form that someone would fill out ahead of time and submit and saying they wanted to speak?
So you go online and you complete the form that says, I would like to speak to the following. If it's in the agenda item, since we've already published the agenda item, they could put it to that or to the regular comment. They would know what time. If you call their name and they're not here, we move on.
I will say there are some other boards in the state that do have the policy that you have to sign up a week in advance. Montgomery County has a week in advance that you must call the board office to sign up, and they limit it to how many? Montgomery County limited to, that's the one that's not on my list. And I'm not advocating for that. I'm just sharing some of the restrictions other boards have.
They limit it to 15. People, 10
I'm
on
not,
agenda items and 5 on anything else.
I think that it just more or less would be by a certain time that we could say you could choose to sign up. We could determine that, but I don't think that would even require a change in procedure, because it just says you have to sign up by the time the agenda is confirmed here on the dais, and that would meet that need. And that seems like that might be a simple solution to test pilot, at least. Not, maybe we could pick a time of the year to test it. I'm just throwing out a suggestion because I don't think there's anything afoul there, and we need to be respectful of everybody's time. And if all of a sudden, if Martha says, "Oh my God, there's only 2 people in our position in here, give me 30 more bodies," and they show up at 9 p.m., where's the line drawn? I am happy to sit here till 3 o'clock in the morning listening to every single resident, but out of respect to the people who did take the time to show up by then and willing to make the wait, I think that there's a technology solution to strike the balance.
Ms. Ellis.
I have 2 comments. So when the agenda is set, I'm sorry, I'm reading my scratch. So it was stated that the board did not want to limit comments, but when the agenda, when someone has to sign up prior to the agenda being set, that did serve to limit comments. Now, what Ms. Corkadell suggested could alleviate that, but I have one other issue, and I have been present in board meetings when a citizen came into this room because there was a topic that was very important to them, but for whatever reason they didn't sign up. It could be that they were nervous. It could be that they felt did not want to speak publicly, but then they were so moved to or they felt the need to clarify on a topic. And I want to hear that. I think they take their time to come out here. Something was obviously important to them, and we should hear them.
Ms. Schalheim.
Despite the fact that we only got 2 official comments, it has been all over Facebook for the last year about how, at least in the groups that I've involved with on Facebook, that it was a rollback of, it was limiting public comment, that the procedure changed. And so at a minimum, I want to revert back to what it was, but I also want to include technology too to make it easier. I mean, there are some like the second meeting in November, where it's like an hour and a half, I mean, or more between when the agenda is set and when the public comment starts. So I'm not trying to say you have to be here and you have to sit through all that if you don't want to sit through all that. So at a minimum, I want to revert back to what was, and then I also want to incorporate a technology component.
Ms. Antoine.
So I'm not sure how it was because, of course, I got involved after the change, more involved after the change. But I do love the fact that we need to make it more automated, and not only for those trying to comment or needing to comment, but also for the staff in terms of administrative burden. I think it would take a lot of weight off. This other thing I would like to say is, since we are addressing the comment procedures, I think we should do some levels of prioritization as well. We have students who come and they testify. We have elderly people who are passionate about things that they want to share. We have different kinds of people. Well, you know, a lot of us have children, but I get it, Dana. It's a midnight talk that I'm doing right now. But the point to this is, I think if we're going to make adjustments, we need to think about all the adjustments, because here we're a new board, a new team, and we have things that we definitely need to address, need to support, and I think a change in our procedures will allow the quality that needs to be introduced.
Just a point of clarification, we do try, when there are students to testify or something like that, we do try to move and adjust the agenda to let those students or people with children, that these last couple of meetings have lasted exponentially longer than we normally do, so it's not usually quite as big of an issue, but we try to be sensitive to that. That wouldn't necessarily be in our procedures. That's a kind of on a case-by-case as we see who has come out at a meeting of what would be. Ms. Corkadell. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, Ms. Urea. Ms. Urea first.
Thank you. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't understand why I lost my train of thought. But if a person comes past, so currently we have it where we have to like shut it down at a certain point, but if they're so moved in the audience, they can always have the option to do written form or like email us, which personally I think is more strong because I can go back and look at that and review the points, which of course we can always rewatch the board meeting, but also it puts it in the log and everything. So I don't see the problem with that.
Ms. Corkadell.
I'll just add, like, for example, tonight we had in our agenda Shadyside Elementary is 6.02. There was some shuffling of the agenda items, but all in all, if 40 more people showed up to testify for that ad hoc, that would have turned our now turning on 1 o'clock to possibly 3 a.m. Out of respect, of mutual respect, I expect respect of our people to respect our time and us just as well as the other way around. And maybe in action items where we are getting ready to place a motion, I think there is more of an urgency. And I'm willing to consider and have a conversation about opening up to floor for action items where I'm taking a vote. I do not see the logic of compulsion to have it right then and there for all other items that we're not taking immediate action to, when there are other venues for them to say, oh, I just had an aha moment, and would concur with Josie on that, because we have to respect everybody's time, and that includes the people who signed up at 7 and agreed to wait for it. And if I start adding a bunch of people to that, that's not necessarily saying that I respected the time you took compared to yours. And I suspect there's repeaters in the mix with it. But I do kind of think, I'm kind of leaning towards an action item. I think before I vote, I'd want to hear from someone. But on the non-action items, I'm not compelled to see if we add technology to this that would justify the modification to the whole.
I want to clarify something. The current procedures, we're only talking about people who are signing up for public comment, not on agenda issues. So for instance, if 40 more people showed up tonight to talk about Shadyside, they could do that because it's an agenda item that we would ask them for. So they are not limited by filling out a card by the time. It's only for items that are not on the agenda. Just want to make that clear to have in there. I do want to say too, this is not something we'll take a vote on tonight. This is under our procedures. In our handbook, it says the procedures are set by the board president in consultation. So this is something that we would go back and discuss, that we're not going to vote on today. When we made this change to the policy, we stated at that time at the meeting, we're going to put this in place and we're going to see how it works and what the feedback is, and it can always be changed. So it was never said, it was kind of to see what happens. Some of the history that goes behind it is that we did have more than one meeting where people, they do become passionate, and it became a little too passionate, and we had outburst from the crowd, and we actually at one meeting had to call a recess to get there. And so this was kind of to also an attempt to make it that, to keep this as a business focus. We want to hear from everyone, but we also want people to be thoughtful of what they're coming to, so keep the meetings running smoothly. So just, again, that's just some more background for what that was. Ms. Howell.
I just wanted to add that whenever we have anyone from the public who calls our office to ask about speaking, we do let them know that we open our doors 30 minutes prior to the meeting beginning. And in addition to that, if someone is not able to attend the meeting, we always offer emails of ourselves personally or the board office email. And those emails are always forwarded to our board members. In addition to that, we had a gentleman today who signed up late, and I went to him, I spoke with him, I gave him my card. He may be coming to the next meeting, but we tried to make sure that we catch everyone. I wasn't able to catch every Crofton person because obviously they fill out their cards, I see them for a brief moment, and then to remember them isn't always possible. But I was able to catch a few people as they were walking out. And just as you have received emails about Crofton redistricting, similarly, if someone came here and wasn't able to speak, they're able to present that information in an email. We also have, Mr. Mosier, who puts our press releases out prior to the meeting, so if someone knows they're not going to be able to come and attend these meetings, they know in advance what's there, and they're able to call our office, send emails. There's just a lot of other ways that I feel is not limiting our public so that they have the opportunities to speak. And that's all.
Ms. Hummer, may I just make
a quick
comment?
Mm-hmm.
Your meeting tonight, if you adjourn shortly, will be a 6-hour meeting, and 2 hours and 45 minutes of it were public comment. So that's almost 3 hours, which is half of your meeting. So just, in future, thoughts about how you want to handle procedures?
And I will say that was 2 hours and 45 minutes of public comment. That was people that did sign up ahead of time, and that is 6 people that had already left and didn't sign up. So that was, now this is an unusual amount for that, but it is to let you know that that's the impact.
Public comment and the shady side.
Right. So, and I do, it's kind of, I'm going to call on everyone, but I do, we're talking about public comment and being mindful of the audience. We need to be mindful of our audience of staff that's here and move on for this, but everybody's going to get to speak. Ms. Antwine.
So this that we're discussing, we can discuss it in closed sessions as well? Or do we have to take it to the public?
Is it, if it's part of
discuss
our
it?
board procedures in the board handbook, it can be discussed in closed session, can it, Mr. Burns? Yes.
So may I make a motion that we do that?
Yes. Yes, that we can, right, because we discussed it before in public session and policy meeting, so we did have the discussion there, and we also discussed it further in closed session, so we can do that.
Second.
So, all right. I don't think, can we just by consensus say we're all good with that? All right, so.
Do we need to make a motion to go into closed session?
That, Mr. Gilliland, that's his job.
Okay.
That's my only.
That's all he does.
Do we,
He closes his mouth.
do we have to go into
Yes,
closed
we do. That we've come to the end of the December 19th/20th Board of Education meeting. The next board meeting will be Wednesday, January 9th at 10 a.m. The next policy meeting is Wednesday, January 16th at 1 p.m. The budget hearings will be Tuesday, January 8th at 6 p.m. at Old Mill High School, and Thursday, January 10th at 6 p.m. here at Riva Road. Both times have a sign up to speak beginning at 5 p.m. The budget workshop is Tuesday, January 15th at 6 p.m. here. The public is welcome to attend, but no public testimony will be taken. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. Please don't kill the messenger. I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Off we go.
Está haciendo muchas aproximaciones de palabras, pero no se le entiende. Ese es uno de los primeros como características para poner atención.
Ok, la parte verbal. Sí. La parte física, la parte motora o motriz, que deben estar observando los padres en niños pequeños de 0 a 3 años.
Por ejemplo, para un bebé podría ser tal vez algún bebito que para los 6 meses no se está dando vuelta, o tengo otro caso de una bebé de casi 1 año que no quiere poner los piecitos sobre el piso y se está rehusando a hacerlo. Entonces, que no haya mucha independencia o movilidad, o que no estén tratando como de empezar a... No toleran mucho también estar el tiempo en la pancita. Todas esas son signos que uno tiene que estar como pendiente.
¿Y qué pasa, por ejemplo, en la parte de las... se llama...
motricidad
fina. Estaba pensando psicomotriz. Cuando les ponen los